establish the fundamental unity of the state and the interdependence of its parts. By these means they sought to demonstrate the nobility's duty to the social whole and the essential function of the third estate in sustaining the body politic. These protesters were not democrats. Men of substance, they represented essentially the interests of the urban bourgeoisie. The equality for which they strove was a corporate equality in which they would predominate over lesser members of their corporation, and a proportionate equality, an equality in difference, which acknowledged the hierarchical structure of the social whole. We are not for government by the people, nor for equality, as the nobles falsely claim, maintained Claude Delagrange in 1599. But our privileges are equal to theirs. For in other words, this was not so much an attack on the system of privilege, such as peasants or artisans might have wished, as it was a demand for access to it. The third estate needs the rules of harmonics, not arithmetic, wrote Antoine Rimbaud. It does not want to make law of equality. It wants equal justice. But it does not want equal justice that follows arithmetic, with all things equal in weight and form. It wants the harmonic balance made up of different parts. Order and justice founded on proportional and harmonic equality, blending into one, are necessary to the survival of the state. 5. These conceptions of the state as a body, an organic unity, tended to be accompanied by a notion of a public or common good which was more than simply the sum of its parts, a principle of unity over and against the particularities comprising the body politic. Needless to say, the object of invoking this common good was to demonstrate that the nobility must subordinate its particular interests and privileges to the interests of the whole. The nobles use the privileges of the provinces as if they were theirs alone, complained Jean Vincent in 1598. The nobles think they are born only for themselves. But according to Pericles, as quoted by Thucydides, one should love the public good above all and consider oneself born not for the self but for the world. 6. For these bourgeois and far from radical protesters, the unity of the state, the one to which the multiple must be subordinated, was embodied in the person of the king, the father of the common welfare, as Vincent called him. 7 Aspiring to unity, explained Rimbaud, does not mean making everything equal. Unity in music is nothing other than monarchy in a state. 8 It is not surprising that the lawyers should adopt this view, since the third estate might actually stand to gain from the appropriation of some, though not their own, corporate powers by the monarch. The corporate egalitarianism of these provincial lawyers was based on a view of society in which the unity of the state and the harmonious balance of its constituent parts were expressed in and maintained by the sovereign power of the king. In this, they seem to have been true disciples of Bodin. In contrast, Huguenot theorists advocated outright rebellion against the royal state. There is no reason to doubt that many Huguenots were motivated entirely by religious convictions, though similar ideas would later be adopted by the Catholic League, but it is equally certain that substantial numbers, especially among those social elements that transformed the movement into a powerful political force, were driven by other, less spiritual interests. The Huguenot resistance never had the support of more than 10 to 20% of the French population, but it attracted disproportionate support among local notables, aristocrats, and magistrates. For a time, Protestants controlled a great many towns, especially in the south of France, and in the 1560s, the Huguenot movement included close to half the nobility, at least in some regions of France, and especially the lesser, provincial nobility whose loss of feudal powers was not compensated by state office. The Huguenots not only attacked the system of privilege and patronage, or fiscal and administrative corruption, but placed the blame squarely on the monarchy itself, with its bureaucratic apparatus in which royal office, including the office of king, was conceived as private property. This did not necessarily mean that they opposed the very idea of a monarchy. The most influential Huguenot resistance tract, the Vindicii contra Tyrannos, is attributed to a staunch supporter of Henry of Navarre, who would become Henry IV of France, the first Bourbon monarch, a king who would himself provoke opposition for his centralizing tendencies, which he would buy off, or threaten, in the classic absolutist manner. The fact that Henry was a Protestant, before converting again to Catholicism, is not, of course, insignificant, but to leave it at that, to explain Huguenot resistors' support for him simply on the grounds of their confessional allegiances, is perhaps to beg the question. It is surely worth considering the attractions that Protestantism, and especially Calvinism, held for various kinds of lesser magistrates, precisely because its doctrines offered support for their own power and autonomy when threatened by a centralizing monarchy. The idea that no government is legitimate that is not in some sense based on the consent of the governed, that the king owes his authority to some kind of original compact with the people, was, as we have seen, not a new one. Nor was the idea that, while the king, as king, not as a person, was greater than any other individual, he was less than the community of the people taken together. It is certainly true that the French monarchomics went further than some others in their elaboration of the principle that agreement to the king's rule is conditional, and that the king's legitimacy is contingent on fulfilling its terms. But for them, as for their medieval predecessors, the people remained a collective, corporate body, which is immortal, while individuals come and go. The resistance tracts of the monarchomics are often described as the beginnings of modern constitutionalism and modern ideas of popular sovereignty. But, as we already know, much depends on what is meant by the people, a flexible word that has had many meanings and served many different political purposes in Western political thought. The people in this case was not simply a collection of private individuals. Individuals were not the basic constituents of the state, which was composed of corporate bodies, such as guilds, estates, provinces, or towns, and the people possessed political authority neither as individuals nor as a multitude of individuals but as a collective, corporate body. The right, even the duty, to resist tyrannical power belonged not to individual citizens but to the body of the people collectively, or, more precisely, to the officials who represented that collectivity. In fact, the authority, indeed, the duty, to resist tyrannical power was not strictly speaking an individual right at all but a function of office. Furthermore, the right that was being defended was not the right to give or withhold consent on a regular basis, as in periodic elections, but rather the right to resist in times of emergency, when the ruler failed to uphold his side of the bargain and was ruling tyrannically. This undoubtedly helps to explain why in France, a largely Catholic country, the ideas of Protestants, at least for a time, when the centralizing monarchy was coming into conflict with the jurisdictions of local lords and magistrates, attracted large numbers of provincial nobles and municipal officials, in a war that was religious and political at once. Even if ideas like this were later appropriated by others and developed for more democratic purposes, and even if they established important principles of constitutional, limited, and accountable government, there was nothing particularly democratic or modern about them. These ideas were rooted in older, medieval principles, affirming the independent powers of lordship. The Huguenot doctrine of popular sovereignty had less to do with asserting the democratic rights of ordinary citizens than with defending older feudal powers, privileges, and jurisdictions against encroachments by a centralizing state. The Huguenot solution to royal excesses was to augment the powers of other jurisdictions. While the case for the authority of magistrates or public councils was formulated as a defense of the people's inalienable right to resist, the insistence that this was not a private right of citizenship but a public function of officers or, in the Calvinist manner, of lesser magistrates, was intended both as an assertion of autonomous jurisdictions against the king, and, as in some other Protestant doctrines we have encountered, as a defense against popular rebellions and peasant revolts. The Huguenot constitutionalists, then, were no more, and were in some respects less, Democrats than were other 16th-century protesters who still looked to the monarchy for relief. It is not surprising that a substantial number of Huguenots and some of their leading spokesmen came from the ranks of the lesser, provincial nobility, precisely that section of the landed classes that had least to gain and most to lose from the growth of a strongly centralized appropriating monarchy. The most prominent Huguenot constitutionalists most commonly cited in histories of Western political thought, François Hautman, Theodore Beza, and Philippe du Plessis-Mornay, all belonged to seigneurial families, and the social interests they represented are strikingly visible in the resistance tracts. The first important text, Hotman's Franco-Gallia, 1573, formulated as a constitutional history of France rather than an overtly political tract, set out to demonstrate that, according to French tradition, the king was simply a magistrate, an office holder, and even if he held his office in principle for life, he was subject to removal. The ultimate authority, which had been illegitimately seized in recent times by tyrannical kings, rightfully belongs to a public council comprising the assembled estates, a council that has among its powers the power to create and depose kings. Beza, the spiritual leader of Protestants in France and Calvin's successor in Geneva, proceeded in his right of magistrates, 1574, from a similar conception of French constitutional traditions but elaborated a more general doctrine of resistance, which unequivocally lodged the right to resist in lesser magistrates. 9 While the authority of magistrates derives from the people, resistance is, he insisted, a public function, not a private right, belonging not to private citizens but to public officers, among whom may be numbered dukes, marquises, counts, viscount, barons, and chatelains, as well as the elected officers of towns. 10. The most influential Huguenot resistance tract, the Vindicii contra Tyrannos, published 1579, though perhaps written in 1574-5, attributed to Du Plessis Mornay, who was close to Henry of Navarre, developed Beza's doctrine into an outright call for revolt against the existing king. Starting from the premise that the king is no different from other men and that there is no natural division between ruler and ruled, this tract insists that kings are created by the people, but it becomes even clearer who the people are and are not. When we speak of the people collectively, we mean those who receive authority from the people, that is, the magistrates below the king who have been elected by the people or established in some other way. And we also mean the assembly of the estates, which are nothing less than the epitome of a kingdom to which all public matters are referred. In every properly constituted kingdom, this is the character of the officers of the crown, the peers, the lords, the patricians, the notables, and others chosen by the several estates who, in various combinations, make up the membership of the ordinary or the extraordinary council. For although these officers are severally below the king, they are collectively above him. 11. Mornay does, very hesitantly and with exceedingly careful qualifications, suggest that there may be exceptional cases in which private individuals have been raised up by God to act as liberators, but, while his call to resistance may be more radical than that of other Huguenots, his argument in general is on the side of lesser magistrates, not in a metaphorical sense that includes private individuals, each acting as his own magistrate, but as public officials. We are not speaking here of private individuals, who are not to be regarded as the basic parts of a community any more than planks, nails, and pegs are taken as the parts of a ship, or stones, beams, and mortar as the parts of a house. We are speaking rather of a province or a town, which is a part of the kingdom in the same way the prow, deck, and rudder are the parts of a ship, or the roof, walls, and foundation are the parts of a house. And we are also speaking of the magistrate who is in charge of that province or town. Huguenot ideas of resistance have been called a landmark in the development of modern constitutionalism, largely on the grounds that they assume a sovereign community as the ultimate source of all political authority, which exercises its sovereignty by controlling the governing powers through institutions that represent the people. Yet their conception of popular sovereignty was, if anything, more backward-looking than modern. In defense of particular jurisdictions, the estates, and lesser magistrates, they appropriated the principles that had long been used by monarchs to legitimate their own authority against, for example, emperors or popes, by claiming powers derived from the people and even based on their notional consent. While such ideas could, and sometimes would, be adapted to more radical purpose, the contest between monarchy and lesser authorities had more in common with medieval conflicts among jurisdictions than with modern democratic struggles for popular sovereignty or even just the limitation of state power. Again, their arguments are based on a corporate and hierarchical conception of society. Since the right of resistance belongs to the people not as private individuals but as properly constituted authorities, magistrates, and corporate bodies, the assemblies of estates, or towns, and districts in the persons of their officials, rights are not individual but corporate. Indeed, in this argument, where the issue is not simply an appeal to the monarch to correct the imbalances among estates but a call to revolt against the monarch himself, the egalitarian aspect of the corporatist argument recedes, and its function as a limitation on popular rights comes to the fore at the very moment that the people's rights are being so eloquently asserted. To make the point that the right of resistance is based on the principle that it is the people who constitute the king and not the reverse, the Huguenot resistance movement transforms the familiar idea of a unity in multiplicity, a common good emanating from a single unitary will, which others had used to justify the power of the king. Significantly, they do not abandon this idea of unity, nor do they propose a definition of the common good as a public interest whose substance consists merely of private interests and rights. Instead, they simply transfer the source of the unifying will from the monarch to the public councils of the people. Much of their argument rests on contrasting the private, particular character of the king to the public, universal character of the people embodied in their officers and councils, one mind compounded out of many. The king as a person is particular and single. 12 The majesty of his office, its public character, derives from the people, as represented by the notables who preside over them, the magistrates of towns, and, in keeping with the feudal interests of the nobility, the dukes, marquises, counts, and barons who constitute a part of the kingdom and are established as guardians. For the several regions. Point 13. The Huguenot constitutionalists were in effect responding in kind to the advocates of royal power, adopting important aspects of their discourse, and they did so because this idiom was well suited to deal with their grievances in a state conceived as private property. In particular, it provided useful language with which to assert the authority of the estates to control the two major public functions which lay at the heart of many grievances, the apportionment of taxes and the distribution of offices. While the particular and single king, they argued, can dispose of his own private treasure at will and appoint his own personal councillors, a careful distinction must be made between his private patrimony and that of the kingdom, the public treasury and public offices which are rightfully the province of the elders and experienced statesmen who constitute the collective mind of the kingdom. Point 14 While this theoretical strategy may be regarded as an important advance in modern conceptions of public as against personal rule, it conceives the public domain less as a modern impersonal state than as a composite of feudal jurisdictions. The whole issue is summed up in the question, is the king the owner of the kingdom? More specifically, does the king, then, have private property in the royal, or public, patrimony? 15 The answer, of course, is no. And, let me ask, furthermore, whether royal status is a possession or an office, functio. If it is a possession, then is it not at least a form of possession whereby the people, who conferred it, retain the proprietary right? 16 As for the power of taxation, since taxes are intended for public purposes, specifically the conduct of war, it cannot be the province of the king any more than the public domain is his private property. To guarantee that taxes will be used for public purposes, they must be authorized by the estates, on the principle that the people taken collectively are properly the owners of the kingdom and their officers, as it were taken collectively, the only truly public being. The Huguenot resistance movement may have failed in France, but monarchomic tracts were very soon taken up by resistance movements elsewhere, notably in the Netherlands and in England. Despite all the limitations of their resistance theories, the monarchomics were articulating a relatively radical theory of consent. They certainly moved far beyond those theories according to which the original agreement or contract that had founded political authority was an unconditional transfer of rights by the people to a ruler, and succeeding generations were bound by that original agreement. In medieval disputes between secular and ecclesiastical powers, for example, to defend royal power against the papacy, It had been argued that the emperor or king derived his power not from the pope but from God through the people. This was something very different from the monarchomic idea that the authority of the king derived from the people, perhaps from a kind of compact between king and people, and that when the king exceeded his authority, violated the conditions of the compact and acted against the interests of the people, they had the right to rebel, even to the point of armed resistance. It may not, then, be unreasonable to claim for them a significant contribution to Western theories of popular sovereignty, the social contract, the supremacy of representative bodies, or at least constitutionalism. But it is another testimony to the limits of the Western political tradition that ideas devised to reassert feudal rights against an encroaching monarchy, defending a hierarchical polity and the independence of corporate powers vested in nobles or municipal magistrates, as against a conception of active citizenship and popular power, can be treated as classics in the development of democratic ideas. Jean Bodin. On a more abstractly philosophical plane, Jean Bodin addressed the same constellation of political problems. The theory of sovereignty, for which he is most famous, drew together several issues that were being contested in the struggles of the 16th century. The standpoint from which he sought to resolve these issues has much in common with that of the legal spokesman for the Third Estate whom we have already encountered, and, indeed, Bodin was himself a lawyer and representative of the Third Estate for Vermandois at the Estates General of Blois in 1576. It is undoubtedly true that, when he wrote the 6 books of the Commonwealth in which his theory of sovereignty appeared, he was motivated in part by the desire to assert the sovereignty of the king against the dangers of rebellion and civil strife most dramatically embodied in the Huguenot resistance movement, but he also wanted to reform the structure of the state, the apparatus of office, the inequitable distribution of burdens created by the system of privilege and exemption. Bodin was born in 1529 or 1530 in Angers, the son of a prosperous master tailor. Although his religious views in later life remain a subject of dispute, as a young man he joined the Carmelite order. He went on to study philosophy in Paris and law in Toulouse. His early work was humanist in inspiration, and he seems to have regarded humanism as a means of providing a unified education for all citizens, together with a single religion, to enhance political and religious harmony. The religious wars that ensued in France may, in his view, have been a necessity in the face of attacks against the true faith, and religious unity was clearly for him a condition of civil peace. Yet, while religious diversity represented a threat to civil order, he would later make it clear that some kind of temporary accommodation with dissenters and a limited, and certainly not permanent, religious toleration would be a better means than violence to unify the Commonwealth. In 1560, Bodin became a member of the Parliament of Paris. In the years that followed, he produced his most important political works. In 1566, The Method for the Easy Comprehension of History, the Methodus, spelling out the comprehensive historical and legal knowledge required to govern the state, and in 1576, the 6 books of the Commonwealth, Republic, on which his reputation as a theorist of sovereignty rests. The king began to consult him on matters of state, but, although as deputy for the Third Estate and then as president of the deputies, he took a very strong line against the privileged estates, he would also challenge the king on both financial and religious issues, opposing the monarch's rejection of accommodation with the Protestants and his efforts to appropriate the property of the people as his own patrimony. By the late 1580s, the country was in dynastic and religious crisis. With the assassination of the king and the ensuing rivalries, Bodin, by then a royalist magistrate in Laon, felt compelled, despite his own commitment to civil peace and at least a limited religious toleration, to join the Catholic League. It was, again, difficult to dissociate dynastic from confessional rivalries, and both were implicated in the classic jurisdictional battles. The major cities, and their magistrates, tended, for example, to side with the Duke of Guise and the League, while the nobility typically adhered to the Protestant King of Navarre. In that respect, the lines were drawn in ways that reflected the long-standing and complex relations among the estates and the monarchy, and Bodin came down on the side one might have predicted for a man of his estate and standing. When Henry of Navarre succeeded to the throne as Henry IV of France, the king remained under pressure from the powerful League, but, returning to the Catholic fold, he eventually brought about, in the Edict of Nantes of 1598, the kind of confessional accommodation Bodin might have wished for to maintain civil peace. By then, however, Bodin was dead, having succumbed to the plague in 1596. There has been much debate about what to make of Bodin's theory of sovereignty and the changes it appears to undergo between his most important political works, the Methodus and the Republic. While the earlier work certainly outlines the idea of an indivisible sovereignty, it is not until the later work that this idea comes to be associated with the notion of absolute power. To speak of Bodin as an advocate of absolutism may be misleading if we take that to mean that he favored monarchical power without limitation. There is no question that he was, from beginning to end, a believer in royal supremacy. Even in his earlier work, which contains no clear notion of absolute power, the idea of indivisible sovereignty is already spelled out. Yet, while this certainly precludes a conception of the nobility or lesser magistrates as joint or rival claimants to sovereignty, it does not rule out the limitations imposed on the ruler by natural or fundamental law nor the significant rights of office possessed by the estates or nobles according to the French juridical tradition. In his later work, Bodin combined the idea of indivisible sovereignty with a more unequivocal notion of absolute power, that is, a comprehensive power including every legitimate state function, but even then, he never dismissed the political role of estates and corporations. One eminent commentator on Bodin's political thought has suggested that the idea of sovereignty as absolute represented an unfortunate resolution of a certain incoherence in Bodin's earlier work. To be sure, the idea of an indivisible sovereignty seemed to contradict the limitations on sovereign power implied by his concessions to the traditional authority of lesser magistrates and his conviction that certain actions of the king required the consent of the estates or parliaments. But, this commentator argues, Bodin's resolution was a departure from conventional French discourse and not particularly well suited to French conditions. He might have done better to have defined the ruler's sovereignty as absolute, except with respect to the law of nature and fundamental law more narrowly defined, and conceded that its functions were divided among the king, the parliaments, and the estates. 17 But having insisted on the notion of indivisibility, this argument goes, logic seemed to compel a kind of absolutism, and what seemed to Bodin a logical compulsion became that much more powerful in the new historical circumstances, with the rise of the Huguenot movement and its doctrines of resistance. Yet, whatever logical inconsistencies there may be in Bodin's notion of indivisible sovereignty, it does address the conditions of France, and, for all its innovations, in terms not at all foreign to his contemporaries. Although in response to armed resistance the Republic went further than the earlier work, both the Methodus and the Republic can be understood as seeking to limit the autonomous powers of the nobility and the parcelization of sovereignty that continued to plague the monarchical state. At the same time, both preserved important functions for lesser authorities and corporations. Even in his later masterpiece, despite his advocacy of an indivisible and absolute sovereign power vested in the king, Bodin clearly believed in enhancing the role of the Estates General, insisting, for example, that no tax could be levied without their consent. Indeed, his theory of sovereignty is not so distant from the views of those provincial lawyers who relied on the monarchy to maintain unity in a fragmented polity and to correct the social imbalance among its corporate constituents, in part by appropriating to itself the feudal prerogatives of the privileged estates. Bodin's concern in constructing his theory of sovereignty was not simply to stave off rebellion of the Huguenot type but to deal with the underlying structural problems inherent in the French state and its political parcelization. Whether he wanted to curtail the powers of the traditional nobility on behalf of the Third Estate or to strengthen the ruling class in spite of itself by bringing order to the anarchy of competing jurisdictions, he intended to transfer their particularistic, quasi-feudal powers to the monarchy, denying that noble prerogatives and offices belong to their possessors by proprietary right, hereditary or otherwise, and rendering them dependent upon sovereign authority. The issue at stake was not simply the location of supreme and ultimate power but also the location of unity, the source of integration in a system of regional and corporate fragmentation. A commonwealth without a sovereign power to unite all its several members, whether families, colleges, or corporate bodies, is not a true commonwealth. It is neither the town nor its inhabitants that makes a city-state, but their union under a sovereign ruler. 18. Bodin's conception of sovereignty, then, represents in some respects an attack on feudal remnants, but it also presupposes a polity still organized on feudal, corporatist principles. It is in this light that his commitment to indivisible power must be understood. For representative institutions to share sovereignty with the king would aggravate precisely the corporate fragmentation and political parcelization that Bodin's sovereign power was designed to overcome. But he did not envisage a society organized in a fundamentally different way, a society, like England, less divided into corporate fragments and integrated into a unitary state with a unitary representative body like the English Parliament. If anything, in some respects his argument was designed to strengthen certain corporate principles, and he regarded corporations as fundamental to the maintenance of social ties. It was the function of sovereign power to integrate and harmonize these necessary particularities. Bodin nonetheless makes an important distinction between the form of state, based on the location of sovereignty, and the form of government, based on the principle by which lands, offices, and honors are distributed. A monarchy, for example, can be governed aristocratically or democratically, according to how the sovereign monarch chooses to grant honors and preferments. This distinction demonstrates that, however powers and offices may be distributed, these powers are ultimately vested in the sovereign and that it is in effect by the will of the sovereign that they are so distributed. The powers of office holders or nobles are not held by proprietary right but by virtue of delegation from the sovereign, ideally, the sovereign in the person of a monarch. In this respect, the distinction between state and government, and the implied distinction between the sovereign legislative power and the subordinate power of execution, serves to reinforce Bodin's attack on feudal prerogatives and baronial anarchy, as well as on any other proprietary claims to political power apart from those of the sovereign. This feudal parcelization of power, rather than divided sovereignty in the English parliamentary sense, is, again, the main target of his insistence on the indivisibility of sovereignty. Whatever else he may have intended by distinguishing the form of government from the form of state, he clearly meant to sustain and enhance the authority of the monarchy against other particularistic claims to political power. The notion of divided sovereignty and limited government could, perhaps, more easily be elaborated in a polity that was not itself essentially divided and parcellized, a state which, like England, had achieved feudal centralization with a relatively unified nobility, without territorial potentates like those of the continent, with towns that lacked the political autonomy of continental urban communes, and with unitary representative institutions for the ruling class, assemblies that were national in extent and represented a community of property holders not internally divided by region and estate. The unity of the English state, reflected in Parliament, made divided sovereignty less threatening and more practicable, or perhaps the relative unity and strength of the ruling class made it inevitable. At any rate, Parliament quite early acquired legislative powers, at least the negative power to check the legislative activity of the king, in effect dividing between king and parliament the very power which for Bodin constitutes sovereignty. In contrast, the French monarchy, whose power rested in part on the regional fragmentation of the state and the independent powers exercised by the nobility, remained largely free of limitation by representative bodies in this respect, if not in others, such as its fiscal powers. Bodin's concept of sovereignty, in short, speaks precisely to the historical conditions of France. Political economy. At the heart of Bodin's political theory, then, is a tension between a still feudal, corporatist, and fragmented social order and a centralized sovereign state, a tension characteristic of his time and place. The ruling class was still feudal to the extent that its mode of exploitation was a fusion of economic and political power, still rooted in the parcelization of the state. The tax/office structure of the monarchical state simply centralized this fusion of political and economic power, with a system of state taxation that has been described as a kind of centralized feudal rent, and yet the state was at the same time anti-feudal in its attempts to unify the fragments of state power. This tension is captured perfectly in the economic doctrines of the period, to which Bodin himself contributed. What is most characteristic of these economic theories is the unity of political and economic spheres, a view of the economy as a politically constituted entity and an idea of the monarchy as the harmonizer of conflicting interests in a commercial order conceived as intrinsically divisive. Commerce certainly contributes to material prosperity and should be encouraged, but, in a commercial system based on buying cheap and selling dear in transactions between separate markets, commercial activity is socially disruptive, and the function of the monarchical state is to integrate particular and conflicting economic interests, just as it unifies political particularisms. The economy was understood not as an integrated, self-sustaining mechanism but as subsumed under the political community. At the same time, the state itself, with its tax/office structure, was a form of politically constituted property, simultaneously a public, political institution and a private economic resource, quite different from the English economy, where purely economic modes of appropriation were far more developed. The essential paradox that characterized both the French polity and its economy lies in the irreducible tension between their corporatist roots and an increasingly national economy, which required a more integrated market and the reduction of internal barriers to trade. Like the political theory of Bodin, contemporary economic doctrines depended both upon the maintenance of certain corporate powers, privileges, and liberties, and on their transcendence by a powerful monarchy. It is in this context that Bodin draws an analogy between the state and the household. The family, he suggests, is the origin of the state and its basic constituent unit, and household management is the model of good government. Taking issue with Aristotle and Xenophon for their separation of household management, oikonomia, and statecraft, he argues that the economic art, knowledge of the acquisition of goods which Aristotle assigns to household management, is common also to colleges and city-states. Conversely, power, authority, and obedience, which apparently belong specifically to the political sphere, also belong to the family. In both cases the purpose of management is the acquisition of goods, the provision and prosperity of the household or state, as a condition, of course, for the good life in a higher sense. This object is best achieved under the supreme authority of a single head, the father in one case, the king in the other. The one fundamental difference between household and state is that the public character of the state exists in contrast to the private nature of the household, and this means that the former presupposes and must respect the private property of the latter. The household/state analogy as formulated by Bodin represents a state dominated by an absolute ruler who, in promoting the acquisition of goods and increasing the prosperity of the state, guides and encourages the public economy, just as the father manages the household. Furthermore, since like the family the unity of the state should be grounded in concord and love, it is the task of state management to reconcile and bind together the constituent parts of the polity by creating a balance based on harmonic justice. The presupposition of the analogy is an absolutist monarchy which presides over a mercantilist economy while it respects and protects the private property and, selectively, the corporate liberties of its subjects. Arguments in favor of the absolutist monarchy, then, were not confined to the political domain. The ideology of absolutism derived much of its force from the claims that were made for its role in promoting a prosperous economy, and it was not least on this basis that the notion of an enlightened despotism would emerge. The idea that a successful commercial economy depended on an undivided sovereign power to harmonize conflicting interests, an idea which had already appeared in the work of Bodin, remained a recurring theme in French social thought. The state as an essential instrument of social integration would appear even in the work of the physiocrats, who, in the 18th century, articulated a groundbreaking theory of the economy as a systemic totality with its own internal operating principles, in the manner of modern economics. Even the term political economy owes its origins to the kind of household/state analogy, together with its assumptions about the integrative role of the state in the economy, that underlay Bodin's theory of the monarchy. The analogy, together with language and logic strikingly reminiscent of Bodin, appeared in the work of Antoine de Montresson, as we have seen, who, if he did not actually invent the term, wrote what seems to have been the first book ever to contain the term political economy in its title, Traité de l'économie politique, published in 1615. On the principle that the monarch should rule benevolently, like the father with an eye to the well-being, harmony, and prosperity of the household, he urged reforms that would encourage economic activity, especially measures to strengthen the third estate by protecting corporate liberties and equality, while integrating the polity into a national whole to encourage trade, presided over by a strong central state cleansed of its burdensome and corrupt system of office and taxation. Montresson eventually lost hope in the monarchy as the agent of reform and joined the opposition, but in the Traité, he was writing in the tradition of those moderate reformers who looked to the king to protect them against the imbalance of power and privilege, and to integrate the body politic and the system of trade. Montresson makes an interesting suggestion about the mechanism by which the desired effects of political economy might be achieved. In a formulation that was to become very familiar in a different time and place, he suggests that selfish passions and the appetite for gain, far from threatening the common good, can be its foundation. In other words, Montresson proposes something very like the utility of selfish interests that was to be the basis of 18th century, especially English, or, perhaps more accurately, Scottish, accounts of commercial society and its capacity for promoting the common good without relying on the uncertainties of human virtue and benevolence. 19 But, in Montresson's argument, the social context for the operation of this principle was not English capitalism, with its integrated national market, driven by its own imperatives of competition. For Montresson, in French conditions, the mechanism for achieving the harmony of interest was not the invisible hand sustained by a constitutional parliamentary state but rather the absolutist monarchy itself, which was to serve as the agent of integration and harmonization. In this formulation, an active and forceful interventionist monarchy was the condition for transforming private vices into public benefits. This association of monarchy with the harmony of interests long persisted in French political thought. The object of Montresson's proposal is especially to encourage economic activity and promote trade. His advocacy of selfish passions as the basis of public well-being is explicitly intended to defend the third estate, and in particular, the merchants who, he admits, are more commonly driven by selfishness and greed than by concern for the public good. These selfish passions ought not, he argues, be grounds for excluding such people, as, for example, Aristotle might do, from the citizen body as a kind of helot. 20 It is these very appetites that motivate not only merchants but peasants, artisans, and lawyers to undertake and perform well the necessary and useful services on which the state depends. The job of regulating these activities and establishing order among them belongs to the sovereign moderator of the state and his officials, whose function is to protect the rights of the kingdom and particularly of each city. 21 This regulation of the network of self-interest is to be achieved not only by ensuring just prices, stamping out corrupt commercial practices and frauds, and removing barriers to trade, but also by compensating for the inconsistency of human inclinations by introducing and managing, for example, through a system of royal manufactures, a division of labor and specialization now lacking in France, in contrast to the more commercially successful England and Germany. The art of public management or political economy, then, consists, again, in maintaining a delicate balance between the preservation of corporate liberties and local privileges, in particular, the corporate liberties of the third estate and the urban communal privileges so vital to the bourgeoisie, and the unification of these particularisms into a harmonious body politic and an integrated national economy. Again, the society presupposed by the notion of political economy bears the traces of its feudal and corporatist lineage, while it takes for granted a strong monarchical state. The culture of absolutism. By the end of the religious wars, France was effectively in social crisis and economic ruin. The 1590s were marked by famine, popular revolt, and epidemics, as agriculture was fatally disrupted and many cultivators were forced off the land. The royal state began to seem the only viable solution to anarchy, and opposition to monarchical authority among its principal rivals receded, even while the monarchy introduced reforms that, among other things, redistributed the tax burden by excluding some privileged exemptions. Yet the 17th century would again be plagued by civil war. With the end of the 30 Years' War and the Peace of Westphalia in 1648, the remnants of fragmented sovereignty reasserted themselves, aggravated not only by predatory bands of aristocratic soldiers returning from war but also by new dynasties of office holders. In the time of the Fronde, the battles over jurisdiction, the burden of taxation, or access to state office and the profits of taxation, resurfaced in new forms. In a series of revolts from 1649 to 1652, there were successive waves of opposition to the king, from the Parliament of Paris defending its powers to limit the monarchy, from nobles asserting their autonomy, from popular forces resisting taxation, and finally from dynastic rivals. The monarchy responded by consolidating central power. What followed is conventionally called the era of French absolutism, the revocation of the Edict of Nantes, which had granted significant rights to Protestants, reform of the fiscal and military apparatus to fortify the central state and weaken the aristocracy, a comprehensive program by the state to promote commercial and industrial development, attempts to unify the legal system and to create a national French culture, from royal patronage of the arts to the standardization of the French language. While the absolutist state survived the upheavals of the 17th century, the Fronde and peasant revolts, the grievances inseparable from the nature of that state, taxation, privileges and exemptions, administrative corruption, in a framework of regional and corporate fragmentation, continued to be the targets of social protest and proposals for reform. Absolutism would never overcome the fragmentation of the state, and the idea of a fragmented social order bound together by a single harmonizing will, a network of corporate entities integrated into an organic, hierarchical totality by a single sovereign power, would continue to shape French political thought. It also encouraged a conception of society in which the totality of social relations, including economic transactions, was subsumed in the political community. This constellation would continue to dominate French social thought up to the Revolution and beyond. The parcelization of political power in France, the survival of feudal prerogatives and privileges, their extension into new forms of patronage and proprietary offices, the persistence of regional and corporate particularisms, whether viewed from the perspective of the monarchy or the people, were often confronted theoretically by the notion of a single unifying mind or will which would bind them together. Defenders of the monarchy, whether motivated by the needs of a quarrelsome and self-defeating feudal nobility, the grievances of the Third Estate, or the proprietary interests of the monarchy itself, proposed that feudal prerogatives and proprietary rights in political office and power be appropriated by the monarchy, to constitute, as Baudin formulated it, a single, supreme and indivisible sovereign power. In moderate constitutionalist doctrine, the royal will was to be rendered more truly public, cleansed of particularistic accretions in the form of a corrupt and venal administration, and tempered or informed by representative institutions, but not limited by sharing sovereignty with them. Even in more radical attacks on royal absolutism, the public will of the state was not generally opposed, as in England, by asserting private interests or individual rights against it. Nor was the common good redefined as a public interest essentially constituted by private interests, in order to counter the public claims of a crown encroaching upon private rights. Instead, the public character of the absolutist state itself was questioned, and the location of the public will was shifted. The principle of generality in a system of particularisms was transferred in theory to representative institutions, the officers of the people, intermediate bodies. Even where the common good was conceived as emerging from a harmony of private interests, the state, more specifically, the monarchy, tended to appear as the necessary agent of harmony, the unifying will that would integrate corporate particularities and partial interests. The threats posed by the state itself, its own particularistic and proprietary character, the growth of a burdensome administrative apparatus conceived as private property, were opposed not so much by attempts to defend the private sphere from encroachment by the public, as by proposals for transforming the private state into a truly public thing. Under the Bourbon monarchy, the by now familiar argument that a unifying will in the person of the monarch was an inescapable necessity to maintain social order in an irreducibly fragmented state was taken to new extremes. In 1681 Bishop Bossuet, tutor to the son and heir of Louis XIV, had pushed the argument beyond all previous limits with the publications of his Discourse on Universal History. A staunch supporter of the king and the Gallican Church against both Protestants and papacy, he presented his pioneering work in philosophical history as a lesson to the young Dauphin. At the center of the first volume, which covers a universal history from the beginning of the world to the reign of Charlemagne, was the history of ancient Rome and the rise of Christianity. Bossuet's account of the later periods, up to 1661, would be reproduced from his notes after his death. The intention of this massive work was to demonstrate that the history of the world was providentially ordained in the interest of a unified Catholic Church, and one of its principal conclusions was that a single, indivisible sovereign monarch, as a repository of that single, unified Church, was required to fulfill God's purpose. In the following century, the Age of Enlightenment, the culture of French absolutism would take a very different form, but the absolutist state remained at the core of the Enlightenment. However many national enlightenments there may have been, it was in France that the emblematic philosophy was born, a new kind of public intellectual whose mission to educate the modern reader was most vividly exemplified by the Encyclopédie, proposing to encompass not only the fields already covered by the academies, but each and every branch of human knowledge, and not only for the benefit of scholars but for the purpose of changing the common way of thinking. This period is regarded as a distinctively cosmopolitan age in Europe and especially, perhaps, in France. Not unreasonably, the Enlightenment is seen as a time when an age of discovery, 3 centuries of commercial and imperial expansion providing access to the material and cultural treasures of the world outside Europe, had driven European minds, and the Republic of Letters, beyond their narrow spatial boundaries. Encouraged by the intellectual legacy of humanism and a scientific revolution, this spatial expansion gave new life to universalistic visions of the world and human rights. Yet, for all their cosmopolitanism and inclusive ambitions, Enlightenment reformers in France were still addressing specifically French questions about the proprietary state, patronage, taxation, and venal offices. As the state long continued to be a major resource, even beyond the Revolution and Napoleon, complaints were often directed less at the inherent evils of the state as an instrument of appropriation than at the inequalities of opportunity blocking access to its fruits. If, as Jürgen Habermas has famously suggested, the Enlightenment created a new bourgeois public sphere, outside and independent of the state, allowing a new kind of critical distance, this had less to do with asserting bourgeois interests against encroachments by the state, or marking out a new space outside the state for the development of capitalism, than with bourgeois demands for access to the state and to the fruits of office. It is not for nothing that, at a time when the traditional aristocracy was seeking to reassert its privileges, not least its privileged access to office, the slogan "Careers open to talent" had such resonance in the moments leading up to revolution. The philosophes exposed the absolutist state and the church to critical scrutiny, to say nothing of ridicule. They, though some more radically than others, espoused enlightened principles of liberty and toleration with inimitable wit and eloquence. Their irreverence and their assaults on superstition shocked many contemporaries and provoked established authorities, sometimes with dangerous consequences, including imprisonment. Even when their political views were far from democratic or displayed contempt for the common people, their educative mission was, by its very nature, liberating. For the most part the towering figures of the French Enlightenment, such as Voltaire, d'Alembert, Holbach, and Diderot, owe their intellectual force less to any systematic philosophical innovations than to that educative project. Denis Diderot perhaps better than anyone else captures this specific quality and genius of the French Enlightenment. This is not to say that his views were typical of the philosophes. For all his flirtations with enlightened despotism, he was invited to Russia to advise Catherine the Great. He was more democratic than, for example, Voltaire, and less inclined to display contempt for the common people. He could be described as more progressive than was the norm on subjects like the rights of women or the wrongs of colonialism. But he has a special claim as representative of the French Enlightenment, because it was he, above all others, who sustained the encyclopedia, and it was he who made most explicit the project of encompassing all knowledge in an inclusive, comprehensive educative mission, challenging both church and state by changing the common way of thinking. His own writings, which were wide-ranging and varied in style, would win the admiration of thinkers like Hegel and Marx. But the power of his vision, in a sense, depended on a conscious refusal of system. He can certainly be credited with a distinctive philosophical materialism, but its emphasis on change and uncertainty was perhaps best captured not by rigorous philosophy or political theory but by a characteristic work like Rameau's Nephew, a satirical dialogue ranging across a bewildering variety of subjects, full of confusions and contradictions, in which the standpoint of the author remains outside our grasp, yet which somehow succeeds in exposing enemies of enlightenment to ridicule. Among the luminaries of the French Enlightenment, there were nonetheless at least two who could lay claim to systematic originality in social and political thought. Like the philosophes in general, Montesquieu and Rousseau, two of the most inventive and widely influential figures in the Western canon, belonged to a larger republic of letters, well schooled in cultural developments beyond the borders of France. Yet what is particularly striking about both these innovative thinkers is the degree to which their political ideas were deeply rooted in, and, in their very different ways, owed their distinctive character to, the specific discourse of French absolutism. That the French Enlightenment's commitment to critical reason was, in one way or another, a response to royal absolutism is a commonplace. But to emphasize the cultural effects of absolutism is to say something more than simply that French arts and literature thrived under the extravagance of royal patronage or that the absolutist state provoked a culture of opposition, giving birth to an age of enlightenment which celebrated reason, toleration, civil liberty, and individual autonomy against oppression by an overbearing state supported by an intolerant church and a culture of superstition. Nor is it enough to acknowledge the continuity of grievances, from the 16th century to the Revolution. Throughout that period, the persistent tensions at the heart of the absolutist state remained at the core of French intellectual life in, so to speak, a more structural sense, presenting thinkers with specific questions and setting the terms of debate in particular ways. This is nowhere more visible than in Rousseau and Montesquieu. Montesquieu. By the time Montesquieu published his Considerations on the Causes of the Grandeur and Decadence of the Romans in 1734, there was already a long tradition of debate on the origin and legitimacy of the French monarchy, as against competing jurisdictions. In the 18th century, old arguments like those of Hauptmann in the 16th century, which sought to challenge the monarchy's authority by invoking French historical traditions, were countered by alternative accounts of history, for instance, tracing the origins of monarchical authority to Roman imperial roots. Such arguments were challenged in turn by historical claims for the feudal powers of the nobility, which insisted that the absolute monarchy represented a historical corruption. From this opposition would emerge the battle between the vis royale and the vis nobiliaire, the debate between those committed to an untrammelled, undivided sovereign monarchy and those who believed in a monarchical state limited by the autonomous powers of the nobility and corporate bodies. Whatever other ambiguities there are in Montesquieu's political philosophy, which have permitted commentators to describe him as everything from an apostle of reaction to a committed republican, his own contemporaries, including philosophes, had no difficulty situating him, for better or worse, on the side of the vis nobiliaire. In a letter to Montesquieu, for instance, Helvetius wrote, "As to our aristocrats and our petty despots of all grades, if they understand you, they cannot praise you too much, and this is the fault I have ever found with the principles of your work. L'esprit de corps assails us on all sides. It is a power erected at the expense of the great mass of society. It is by these hereditary usurpations we are ruled. Point 22. To be on the side of the these nobiliaire was not to oppose a monarchical state, as was clear to Republican critics, not just in France but in America, for all the influence he is said to have had on the founding fathers, who denounced Montesquieu as a monarchist. Nor was there anything unusual or contradictory about asserting principles of liberty against the absolutist monarchy while remaining firmly wedded to the principles of aristocracy. But subscribing to the these nobiliaire did mean rejecting some of the most fundamental tenets of the absolutist state as embodied in the these royale, and the most efficient way of making sense of Montesquieu's apparent ambiguities is to place him in the context of that very French debate. At the same time, the conceptual innovations to which he owes his title as progenitor of modern sociology and or the inventor of modern political science, or even political economy, are rooted in precisely his critical engagement with French absolutist ideology. Montesquieu was born in 1689, the historical moment that in Britain produced the kind of balanced government he would hold up as a model in his classic, The Spirit of the Laws. He came from an old and distinguished family of the noblesse de robe, an element in French society that would be at the very center of his political ideas. Trained as a lawyer, he served in the Parliament of Bordeaux and later became president, and this experience, as we shall see, would figure prominently in his theory of politics. A believer in venal office as a check on the central state, he sold his own office of president. If the early movement of the philosophes began among courtly elites, it was Montesquieu who first moved significantly beyond the limits of salon conversation, with the publication of his Persian letters in 1721. Like Voltaire's philosophical letters, published in 1734, Montesquieu's devastatingly witty epistolary novel, in which French society was viewed as through the alien eyes of a Persian visitor, advanced the Enlightenment, as Robert Darnton puts it, from wit to wisdom, mixing libertine impieties with serious reflections on despotism and intolerance. Point 23. But Montesquieu, unlike Voltaire, undertook a more ambitious intellectual project with his considerations on the causes of the grandeur and decline of the Romans in 1734, to be followed by The Spirit of the Laws, and it is here that the absolutist roots of French discourse in the Age of Enlightenment are most visible. Absolutist thought encouraged an idea of society as an interlocking whole, a systemic totality of social relations, constituted by political authority in the person of an absolute monarch. The strategies adopted in defense of absolutism had the effect of encouraging totalizing visions of the social world and human history, which would have significant effects on the development of social theory. The philosophical history of Montesquieu, as well as his theories of society and social change, belongs to that tradition. To say this may, on the face of it, run counter to interpretations of his work that treat him as a progenitor of modern sociology, whose discovery of society as a self-subsistent entity, a network of relations with its own internal logic, had the effect of displacing the political as the unifying force or organizing principle of human community. The laws that Montesquieu has in mind are, according to such interpretations, not so much the products of human creativity and political agency as necessities arising from the nature of a given social system and its inherent systemic requirements. But, while it is certainly true that Montesquieu emphasizes the systemic interconnections among various factors, economic, ecological, and cultural no less than political, his sociology remains inescapably political and deeply rooted in the tradition of absolutist thought. Montesquieu's account of societies as systemic wholes, each with its own specific principle of coherence and change, represents an attempt to challenge absolutist arguments on their own ground, by offering a theory of social totalities, embracing everything from history and politics to economics, that did not inevitably point to absolutist monarchy. At the same time, if the absolutist monarchy is no longer the indispensable condition of social cohesion, political agency remains at the heart of his sociology. Bossuet's philosophical history, which sought to capture the totality of human history in a grand, all-embracing explanation, was the work that perhaps above all else inspired Montesquieu to embark on his own philosophical history of Rome, not simply a narrative of events and personalities but an account of a whole social order rising and declining according to its own intrinsic principles, as a counter to the bishop's absolutist vision of the world. The Considerations introduced themes that would be developed in a different form in the spirit of the laws, on which his status in the canon of Western political thought mainly rests, published anonymously in 1748. In Considerations, Montesquieu's intent was not simply to present an alternative account of Roman history but to counteract justifications of royal absolutism by challenging the claims for Louis XIV as the divinely ordained agent of a universal history. He offers instead a natural history of imperial Rome and the rise of Christianity, a philosophical history but with only human agents, in sharp contrast to Bossuet's providential universal history. Considerations is not an overtly theoretical work, but we can already detect the principles on which the spirit of the laws would proceed. In Montesquieu's history, there is no teleology or suprahuman destiny of any kind. The history of Rome unfolds as a natural process, and the rise of Christianity is nothing more than a part of that natural history. It has no more privileged historical status than any other Roman institution, and it is explicable in the same ways. But if history is a natural process, this is not to say that it proceeds in simple accordance with immutable natural laws. Human agency creates its own complexities. At the same time, history is not simply the product of great individuals. While the only historical agents are human, they act within specific contexts, specific institutions, common practices, and the pervading culture, or the spirit of the people, with their own intrinsic principles of change. It is in this sense that historical causes are general. The consequences of any particular cause, such as a military defeat, will be determined by a general cause, the institutional framework of a specific society and the spirit of the people that pervades it. The early kings of Rome gave way to a republic not because of any great heroic acts by individuals but because the kings created an absolute monarchy, eliminating the intermediary powers of a nobility, and no such monarchy could be sustained for long. The republic achieved greatness in power and size, not because of great individuals but because of the republican order and the particular public spirit that sustained it. Yet it was doomed to eventual decline because the nature and spirit of the republic encouraged, even required, constant conquests and expansion, and republics can survive only in a relatively small territory. Imperial expansion, while natural to the republic, was also the cause of its decline. The spirit of the laws is a very different and more ambitious kind of work, but the amalgam of general and specific, the general causes inherent in specific social forms, that appears in the Considerations is the guiding principle of Montesquieu's most influential classic. That sprawling work, with its huge temporal and geographical range, from France to China and beyond, while certainly acknowledged as a masterpiece, has also been accused of being contradictory, illogical, and hard to follow, with ambitions that far exceed its accomplishments. But its weaknesses are at least to some extent the obverse of its strengths, the consequence of its author's innovative attempt to strike a theoretical balance between the general laws of social and political change and the distinctive operating principles or spirit of specific political forms. I have, he writes in his preface, first of all considered mankind, and the result of my thoughts has been, that amidst such an infinite diversity of laws and manners, they were not solely conducted by the caprice of fancy. I have laid down the first principles, and have found that the particular cases follow naturally from them, that the histories of all nations are only consequences of them, and that every particular law is connected with another law, or depends on some other of a more general extent. SL. One effect of treating all the many social forms and cultures on display in the world as equally natural is to underwrite the toleration of diversity, and Montesquieu goes on to assure the reader that his purpose is not to censure the laws of any country whatsoever. His objective, he insists, is simply to illuminate the operating principles on which each type of government is based and the conditions conducive to its failures and successes, its rises and declines. Every nation will here find the reasons on which its maxims are founded. The burden of proposing alterations belongs only to those who are so happy as to be born with a genius capable of penetrating the entire constitution of a state, and he himself would be happy simply to afford new reasons to every man to love his prince, his country, his laws, and to persuade those who command to increase their knowledge in what they ought to prescribe. Yet, as Montesquieu proceeds, it becomes fairly clear that, however disinterested his scientific purpose, his exposure of the spirit of all laws is, after all, also designed to promote the alteration of the existing French state. It is not too much to say that his grand scientific project is inevitably shaped by the particular requirements of a political program. Montesquieu starts from the premise that social and political change is intelligible, accessible to human reason, but to understand humanity's social and political practices requires something more than identifying certain fixed and invariable rules that are common to all nature. There are, to be sure, universal, immutable natural laws, which affect human beings as they do other natural bodies. Man, as a physical being, is like other bodies governed by invariable laws, but as an intelligent being, he incessantly transgresses the laws established by God, and changes those of his own instituting. Point 1. These changes and transgressions are not unintelligible. The human laws that are the subject of Montesquieu's study are no less susceptible to scientific knowledge than are the laws of nature as science understands them. Point 24. But the vast variety of social forms and customs, to say nothing of the vagaries of human passion, ignorance, and error, means that it is not enough to discover the laws of nature in themselves, in the manner, for instance, of Hobbes, who tried to apply principles of physics and its laws of motion to human motivations. We must seek the internal coherence and logic of each specific social form. We can certainly begin with certain common, fundamental human motivations, as does Hobbes when he describes the state of nature, and Montesquieu does briefly counter Hobbes's view. Simple fear and the desire to dominate others can hardly explain how men live in society, and human motivations are far more complex. But the French philosopher is less interested in such primary motivations than in the complexities deriving from specific social forms. We can, he suggests, begin with the simple proposition that no society can subsist without a form of government, and, in one way or another, all existing forms of government do conform to nature. But to say this is to tell us very little. Better is it to say, he goes on, that the government most conformable to nature is that which best agrees with the humor and disposition of the people in whose favor it is established. And laws should be adapted in such a manner to the people for whom they are framed that it should be a great chance if those of one nation suit another. They should be in relation to the climate of each country, to the quality of its soil, to its situation and extent, to the principal occupation of the natives, whether husbandmen, huntsmen, or shepherds. They should have relation to the degree of liberty which the Constitution will bear, to the religion of the inhabitants, to their inclinations, riches, numbers, commerce, manners, and customs. In fine, they have relations to each other, as also their origin, to the intent of the legislator, and to the order of things on which they are established, in all of which different lights they ought to be considered. Point 3. Montesquieu proceeds to canvass a vast array of factors that set the terms of government and law, famously including long discussions of non-social determinants like climate and topography. But he still constructs his analysis on a familiar organizing principle, a formal typology of governments. He identifies three species of government: republican, monarchical, and despotic, each characterized by its own particular structure and the particular passions, or spirit, that ensure its survival. This classification is, of course, a departure from the ancient distinction among democracy, aristocracy, and monarchy, together with their corrupted forms, but, like much else in Montesquieu's work, it has roots in Machiavelli. Instead of democracy and aristocracy, he proposes, as does Machiavelli, the republican form, in which the people or some part of it possess supreme power and which therefore can be either democratic or aristocratic. But Montesquieu adds his own particular departure both from ancient classifications and from Machiavelli by proposing a distinction between monarchy and despotism. The distinctive characteristic of despotism is that a single person directs everything by his own will and caprice, in contrast to monarchy, in which a single person governs by fixed and established laws. 2.1. The ancients did, to be sure, have a concept of despotic rule. The word despots in its original meaning simply described the head of a household or a master of slaves, a meaning that the Greeks by extension began to apply to their understanding of Asiatic forms of imperial rule, in contrast to Greek constitutions. In the 16th and 17th centuries, various thinkers, such as Bodin, Grotius, Hobbes, and Locke, applied the term to denote regimes that effectively enslaved a subject people, or at least deprived them of rights, which these regimes could do legitimately on the grounds of just war. By the time Montesquieu elaborated his classification of political forms, which systematically included despotism as one of the three major forms, the term had already become part of anti-absolutist discourse in France, to censure not an Asiatic despotism or imperial rule over a subject population but a specifically European monarchy and its rule over its own people. In the spirit of the laws, Montesquieu makes the despotic form a central organizing principle of the whole work. Montesquieu, then, proposes two types of formal criteria for distinguishing the principal forms of government, whether the state is governed by one person or more, which distinguishes republics from monarchies and despotisms, and whether the state is governed by fixed and established laws, which distinguishes republics and monarchies from despotisms, although, as we shall see in a moment, this criterion is less straightforward than it may appear at first sight. It may be significant that whether the state is governed by a few or by many, a question so central to ancient classifications, does not have the same status as do those principal criteria. Both aristocracies and democracies are republican forms. But this was true for Machiavelli, too, for whom the political universe was governed by a contest between principalities and city republics, and the distinction between a governo stretto or a governo largo, his preference for the latter notwithstanding, was rather less important. For Montesquieu, the stakes, of course, are different. His classification of political forms seems designed to advance a particular agenda, the promotion of a monarchy, in which a government by fixed and established laws is guaranteed by the autonomous powers of the nobility and other intermediate bodies. How, then, is that purpose served by Montesquieu's distinctions among the forms of government, together with the very particular spirit of the laws that sustains each one of them? Although he elaborates the differences between democratic and aristocratic republics, the most important message that emerges from his analysis of republican forms, whether democratic or aristocratic, is that they are very difficult, if not ultimately impossible, to sustain, requiring an onerous degree of probity or virtue not required by either despotic or monarchical states. The principle or spirit that sustains the laws and institutions of democracy is a kind of civic virtue, a love of the laws and the country, that goes against the grain of other, simpler human passions. It can easily give way to the spirit of inequality, which drives people to put their own private interests and status above those of their fellow citizens, or, on the contrary, a spirit of excessive equality, which inclines people to disobey their governors in order to manage everything themselves. Aristocracies depend on a kind of moderation that requires aristocrats to act in opposition to their inclinations and ambitions, which would naturally tend towards increasing the distance and the inequality between them and the common people, inevitably with corrupting and destabilizing effects. Republics, in other words, make unusually, even unnaturally, heavy demands on civic institutions, communal cohesion, and devotion to the public good. To the extent that such demands can be met at all for any length of time, it is only in small and exceptionally homogeneous or integrated societies. Montesquieu's discussion of republics, then, effectively rules out the republican form as a viable option for a country like France, or, indeed, for any other rising European power, but it does lay down certain ground rules of political survival, which can serve in analyzing other forms. We can, for example, analyze the monarchical form by discovering the principle that sustains it in a way analogous to civic virtue but without making the same demands on the people as republics do. In a monarchy, policy affects great things with as little virtue as possible. Thus in the nicest machines, art has reduced the number of movements, springs, and wheels. The state subsists independently of the love of our country, of the thirst of true glory, of self-denial, of the sacrifice of our dearest interests, and of all those heroic virtues which we admire in the ancients, and to us are known only in tradition. 3.5. The basic principle of monarchy is honor, that is, the prejudice of every person and rank, which takes the place of political virtue and, when joined with the force of laws, can serve the purpose of government as well as virtue itself can do. 3.6. But there are very particular conditions that alone enable monarchy to sustain itself without demands on civic virtue, conditions without which rule by one man would simply be despotic. Governance by law means something very specific in the case of monarchy. Describing the relation of the laws to the nature of monarchical government, Montesquieu makes it clear that what finally distinguishes a lawful monarchy from a despotic form is the existence of intermediate, subordinate, and dependent powers that stand between the people and the single ruler who governs by fundamental laws. Indeed, the very existence of fixed and established fundamental laws presupposes such intermediate powers. These fundamental laws necessarily suppose the intermediate channels through which the power flows, for if there be only the momentary and capricious will of a single person to govern the state, nothing can be fixed, and, of course, there is no fundamental law. 2.4. In the despotic form there are no such mediations, which means that, even if a despotism gives the appearance of governance by fixed and established law, it is really governed by the will and caprice of the ruler. Its operating principle is neither virtue nor honor but simply fear. Despotism is, in its way, certainly natural, driven by passions that come all too easily to human beings, but, while other forms of state are susceptible to corruption when their sustaining principles are compromised, despotic states are by nature corrupt from the start. This brings us to another, more fundamental distinction among the types of state, the difference between moderate and immoderate forms. The real danger of corruption comes not when the state passes from one moderate to another moderate government, as from a republic to a monarchy, or from a monarchy to a republic, but when it is precipitated from a moderate to a despotic government. 8.8. It is surely not insignificant that the principle specifically attached to aristocracy, the principle of moderation, becomes the virtue of good government in general, and, indeed, Montesquieu goes on to make clear that a monarchy, as distinct from a despotism, is moderate precisely because it is sustained by preserving autonomous aristocratic powers. What Montesquieu means by moderation is revealed less by an explicit definition of this virtue than by the consequences he attributes to it and the means he prescribes to sustain it. A moderate government may, whenever it pleases, and without the least danger, relax its springs, unlike a despotism, in which the only guarantee of public order is blind obedience, driven by fear, and what ultimately makes this moderation possible is a particular kind of balance among the powers of government. To form a moderate government, it is necessary to combine the several powers, to regulate, temper, and set them in motion, to give, as it were, ballast to one, in order to enable it to counterpoise the other. This is a masterpiece of legislation, rarely produced by hazard and seldom attained by prudence. v.14. This rare effect was achieved in Republican Rome, and in Montesquieu's own time, he suggests, it exists particularly in England, although the English form as he describes it was, in reality, rather different from the monarchy he had in mind for France. Here we come to one of the most disputed points in Montesquieu's work, whether what he was proposing was a separation of powers in the sense that term is now conventionally understood. Debate surrounds his influence, or lack of it, on the American founding fathers and the separation of powers as encoded, though never specifically mentioned in those terms, in the U.S. Constitution. It is certainly true that the founders invoked Montesquieu and may even take credit for establishing his reputation as the inventor of the idea, but, however much the authority of Montesquieu was cited, the U.S. doctrine of separate powers, together with the checks and balances it was meant to promote, produced something quite distinct from Montesquieu's intentions. He tells us that in every government there are three sorts of power: the legislative, the executive in respect to things dependent on the law of nations, and the executive in regard to matters that depend on the civil law, the last of which can be called the judiciary power. 11.6 But his account of moderate government seems to suggest from the start that what he has in mind is not the separation of powers of a kind the U.S. Constitution would produce. The most viable form of balanced and moderate government is monarchy, and he goes on to tell us that most kingdoms in Europe are moderate because the prince, while possessing legislative and executive powers, leaves judiciary power to his subjects. 25 Yet it soon becomes clear that powers are separated not in the sense that the three main governmental functions belong to different institutions. If anything, these functions are ideally combined but invested in more than one repository of power. The ideal separation of powers for Montesquieu clearly entails a monarchical state, in which the monarchy is checked and balanced by another source of power. In the English case, which he describes as the existing constitution most conducive to liberty, legislative power is embodied in the classic combination of the Crown in Parliament. But there seems to be, for him, a different, perhaps even better, option, which has more to do with French conditions. Having told us that the intermediate, subordinate, and dependent powers constitute the nature of monarchical government, in which the fundamental laws necessarily suppose the intermediate channels through which the power flows, he goes on to explain that the most natural, intermediate, and subordinate power is that of the nobility. This in some measure seems to be essential to a monarchy, whose fundamental maxim is, no monarch, no nobility, no nobility, no monarch. 2.4, 15-16. This characterization of intermediate powers suggests that there are two distinct issues at stake. It is one thing to distinguish among the various functions of the state and to insist that one or the other should not be placed entirely in the same hands. But to speak of the nobility in the way Montesquieu does is to raise a different set of questions. 26 The issue is not only the relation among legislative, executive, and juridical powers but the survival of autonomous jurisdictions in relation to the central state. Here, we can look back to the Persian letters for some guidance about Montesquieu's preoccupations. The letters are set between 1711 and 1720. They span a period of crisis in the French state, with its climactic moment in 1715, the year of Louis XIV's death, followed by a regency which seemed at first to hold the promise of substantial change. The monarch who reigned for so long is no more, writes Usbek Turedai in 1715, letter Skeen. Usbek goes on to reflect on the possibilities that seem to have been opened, and it is striking that his principal concern is with the parliaments. These old institutions resemble those ruins which are trampled underfoot but are reminiscent always of some temple famed in the antique religion of the people. They now interest themselves only in judicial questions, and their authority will continue to weaken unless something unforeseen rejuvenates them. These great bodies have followed the destiny of all things human, they have yielded to time, which destroys all, to moral corruption, which enfeebles, and to supreme authority, which overthrows everything. Yet there is hope. The regent, who wishes to make himself agreeable to the people, has so far appeared to respect this shadow of public liberty. As if he intended to rebuild the temple and the idol, he has decreed that they may be regarded as the support of the monarch and the base of all legitimate authority. In the spirit of the laws, Montesquieu appears to be reviving the hope that these great bodies, these embodiments of public liberty, might renew the monarchy of France. The parliaments fit his account of intermediate bodies, the essence of moderate government, more aptly than does any other institution, and this distinctive feature of the French political tradition makes sense of Montesquieu's obscure account of balance among powers in a way the English crown in Parliament does not. The parliaments embodied all the characteristic tensions of the complex relation between the French monarchy and other jurisdictions. They had played a critical part in extending royal authority, acting as a conduit for royal administration in the provinces, Yet, as venal offices, they had become the hereditary property of office holders, the noblesse de robe, with autonomous claims against the king, and they came to represent opposition to the monarchy in the name of the people and French constitutional liberties. They had become above all courts of law, as distinct from representative legislative assemblies in the manner of the English Parliament, yet they combined judicial powers with other state functions, administrative or executive. At least, they did so, as Montesquieu suggests in Persian letters, before they were weakened under Louis XIV. They enjoyed police powers across a wide spectrum, from religion and morality to trade and industry, but their most important political function was to register royal decrees, or to object to them by invoking the droit de remonstrance, the right to protest royal edicts, which was revoked by Louis and restored by the Regency. This right may not have been particularly efficacious and could be circumvented by the king, but, in the eyes of the French public, the parliaments succeeded to a remarkable degree in identifying the interests of a venal, quasi-feudal oligarchy with the protection of French liberties. Montesquieu, whose own political experience was rooted in the Parliament of Bordeaux, had no illusions about the benevolence and rectitude of this institution and had, indeed, subjected his colleagues to harsh criticism. But there is no doubt that, with a certain amount of idealization, the Parliament represented for him the model intermediate power. It is the quintessential institution of the noblesse de robe, a group that can perform its essential and distinctive function because of its location between the great nobility and the people, SLXX.22. Combining aspects of all three separate powers, the Parliament balances the powers of the monarchy by acting as the channel through which royal authority flows, retaining a degree of aristocratic and regional autonomy, protected by the rights of venal office, which Montesquieu supports, without fatally compromising the political and legal unity ideally conferred by the monarchy on a fundamentally fragmented state. What emerges is a model of moderate government in which a strong and stable centralized power is balanced and checked by preserving a degree of fragmentation and regional particularity, together with the autonomy of noble powers in every function of the state, executive, legislative and judiciary, a model that remains far closer to the realities of French absolutism than to the English pattern even in idealized form. The political balance that Montesquieu attempts to strike is distinctively French. He clearly approves of a strong central power and would even advocate a kind of unified national system of law, which England then had but France, for all the absolutist pretensions of the king, had yet to achieve. Nevertheless, he still identifies liberty with the preservation of autonomous powers vested in the nobility and corporate bodies, in a manner very different from the English state. Montesquieu's discussion of judiciary power is at once both ambiguous and revealing. He tells us that, of the three powers, the judiciary is in some measure next to nothing, they remain, therefore, only two, 11.6. At the same time, the judiciary power is the one whose possession by the people seems the most critical in defining moderate government, and since moderate government is the minimal condition of liberty, it is reasonable to assume that a properly constituted judiciary power is the ultimate guarantee of liberty. It is, perhaps, possible to reconcile these two apparently conflicting propositions about the importance of judiciary power simply by pointing out that Montesquieu was relatively sparing in his demands on the judiciary. It has been argued, for example, that his principal claim to be one of the greatest of liberal thinkers rests not on his famous homage to the English Constitution, but on his theory of the criminal law and punishment, because for him the single most important requirement for the realization of liberty is that only a very few misdeeds should be criminalized at all. 27. Yet if this seems to reduce the powers of the Parliament as a judicial body, its role as an intermediate power rests not simply on its function as a court but on a degree of aristocratic autonomy in all functions of the state, not only the judiciary. Montesquieu can advocate a national system of law that challenges France's legal fragmentation, while at the same time calling for the preservation of the parliaments as both less and more than courts of law. His views on crime and punishment are certainly significant, but the all too capacious concept of liberalism should be applied here with caution. If it is taken to imply a modern turn of mind, it may obscure the ways in which his conception of judicial power remains rooted in French absolutism, while liberty is still identified with the remnants of parcellized sovereignty and aristocratic autonomy. Commerce. The French parliaments resolve the ambiguities in Montesquieu's separation of powers in a way the English model does not. But there is another feature of the English model that Montesquieu admires with, on the face of it, less ambiguity. The spirit of the laws devotes a great deal of attention to commerce, remarkably so for a work ostensibly on politics and law, or, to put it more precisely, commerce as he conceives it plays a role no less political than economic. Not only is England, for instance, a prime example of commercial success, but it represents a distinctive blend of liberty with commerce. Other nations, he says, have made the interests of commerce yield to those of politics. The English, on the contrary, have ever made their political interests give way to those of commerce. XX.7. It is exceptional, too, in the ways and degrees that the commercial spirit permeates the whole society, as even the nobility engage in commerce. And lest that seem intended as a criticism, Montesquieu assures us that they know better than any other people upon earth how to value, at the same time, these three great advantages: religion, commerce, and liberty. The English are unique in another way, which is clearly related to the nexus of commerce and liberty. They alone have successfully combined monarchy and economic commerce, as distinct from the commerce of luxury. While monarchies typically devote themselves to procuring everything that can contribute to the pride, the pleasure, and the capricious whims of the nation, it is more common in republics to encourage trade that has an eye to all the nations of the earth, bringing from one what is wanted by another. XX.4. Monarchies also tend to distrust merchant classes, while republics are inclined to preserve their safety and their security of property. Great enterprises, therefore, in commerce are not for monarchical, but for republican, governments. In all these respects, England represents a notable exception, combining, it seems, monarchical and republican elements in both politics and commerce. Montesquieu's elaborate discussion of commerce is said to have sparked an interest in political economy among the French, and it would indeed be French thinkers who, not long after, produced groundbreaking work in economic theory, giving new life and meaning to the term political economy. François Quesnay and his physiocratic school, even before the Anglo-Scottish classical political economists, have been credited with a major breakthrough in the evolution of modern economics, on the grounds that they were the first to treat the economy as a systemic totality, in which the processes of production, exchange, and consumption were united in an interdependent circular flow, and for them, too, if for somewhat different reasons, England was the model. Montesquieu was never a political economist in that technical sense, but he did give some credence to the idea that the economy, or the network of commerce, was a self-sustaining mechanism, which, left free to follow its own principles, could promote not only liberty within the state but peace among nations. While he had no illusions about the connections between commerce and war or colonial conquest, he went some distance in questioning the common assumption that trade among nations is a zero-sum game. At least for nations with adequate movable resources to trade, commerce with others possessing more or less equal endowments serves to unite and enrich all parties to the exchange. Those who have little tradable wealth should stay away from commerce even to obtain the things they do not have. It is not those nations who have need of nothing that must lose by trade, it is those who have need of everything. XX.23. At the same time, Montesquieu tells us, if the spirit of commerce unites nations, it does not in the same manner unite individuals. XX.2. The commercial spirit displaces all humane and moral virtues, reducing everything to money. Commerce may in some respects do the work of civic virtue, but it cannot by itself serve as the social bond or economic mechanism that automatically converts private vices into public benefits. Yet again, it appears that what is required to harmonize interests and guarantee the common good, or even simple equity, is political authority. The question then may be what form of state can serve this function while maintaining liberty. The English state appears to be the model here, but, In a section disarmingly entitled A Singular Reflection, Montesquieu interjects some comments on France that suggest another option, which resonates with what we already know about his political preferences. Persons struck with the practice of some states imagine that in France they ought to make laws to engage the nobility to enter into commerce. But these laws would be the means of destroying the nobility, without being of any advantage to trade. The practice of this country is extremely wise. Merchants are not nobles, though they may become so. They have hope of obtaining a degree of nobility, unattended with its actual inconveniences. There is no surer way of being advanced above their profession than to manage it well, or with success, the consequence of which is generally an affluent fortune. The possibility of purchasing honor with gold encourages many merchants to put themselves in circumstances by which they may attain it. I do not take it upon me to examine the justice of this bartering for money the price of virtue. There are governments where this may be very useful. XX.22. As with Spinoza, then, commerce can work to the public advantage when the lust for money is harnessed to the public good by making wealth a means to achieve the honor of office. But, in accordance with French conditions, the principal agents of the public good for Montesquieu are not republican oligarchs, as in the Dutch Republic, but venal office holders, and specifically those of the long robe, which places those who wear it between the great nobility and the people, the noblesse de robe that serves as the depository of the laws. XX.22. The wealth derived from commerce can, it would seem, most directly serve the public good when used to purchase office. A few years later, the physiocrats would invoke the model of English agrarian capitalism to construct their science of political economy. Montesquieu may indeed have been in some respects their forerunner, but the physiocrats systematically developed, in a way that he never did, the principle that the economy has an internal and self-propelling logic of its own. On the strength of that principle, and the slogan laissez-faire, laissez-passer, which they help to promote, they are commonly regarded as founders not only of political economy but of liberal economics, who influenced the likes of Adam Smith and other classical political economists. Yet the physiocrats, in a distinctively French context, assigned to the state a role very different from anything envisaged by their Anglo-Scottish equivalents. While they looked to the example of England and its productive agrarian sector in support of their argument that agriculture was the driving force of a modern economy, they acknowledged the fundamental differences between French conditions and the English model, above all, the absence in France of what we have been calling a capitalist landed class. It was, for the physiocrats, up to the state to transform French society, to act in effect as the agent of what Adam Smith would call the original accumulation, and the monarchy still appeared, in the French manner, as the principle of universality in a constellation of particularisms, the principal means of overcoming corporate interests, the fragmentation of both state and economy. In this respect, too, they had something important in common with Montesquieu. But, unlike Montesquieu, for whom intermediate bodies were the guardians of liberty, the physiocrats had their eyes more firmly fixed on economic progress, and this, in their view, required the suppression of fragmented powers by a form of legal despotism. The purpose of the monarchical state was certainly not to impose its own arbitrary will. It was meant to ensure the operation of the natural laws of society and economic mechanisms, but those natural laws had as their condition a strong central state. 28. Jean-Jacques Rousseau. In the few years between the appearance of Montesquieu's Spirit of the Laws and Quesnay's Tableau économique, Rousseau produced three of his most important works: the Discours sur les sciences et les arts, 1750, which first established his reputation as a social thinker, Discours sur l'origine et les fondements de l'inégalité parmi les hommes, 1754, and Discours sur l'économie politique, 1755. His ideas would undergo significant development from one work to the next, but the three discourses have at least one common theme, which would remain at the foundation of all his political thought: a challenge to social doctrines, such as those espoused, Rousseau suggests, by Hobbes and Mandeville, according to which society is bound together above all by the force of personal interest. It is tempting to avoid any mention of Rousseau's biography. His notoriously difficult personality is certainly important in accounting for the vagaries of his career, his broken friendships with other philosophes like Diderot, and his unmistakable vantage point as an outsider, which goes beyond his identity as a Genevan in an alien Paris, and, of course, his private life is on dramatic display in his confessions and his reveries of a solitary walker, in a way unmatched by almost any other thinker. But his psychological weaknesses have too often permitted a lazy and tendentious dismissal of his political ideas as the neurotic outpourings of a disordered psyche, perhaps an authoritarian personality with a penchant for totalitarian democracy, and we may, as will be argued in what follows, learn less about his work from his personal life than we do from the French historical context which inspired his political ideas. About his life, it is probably enough to know that he was born the son of a well-educated watchmaker in 1712 in Geneva, which would remain an idealized model for his political reflections, that he fled Geneva at the age of 15, that, largely self-educated, he was introduced to French society and intellectual life while under the protection and influence of Madame de Warens, a Catholic lay proselytizer, though he would later return to Calvinism to regain his Genevan citizenship, and that, when he moved to Paris in 1742, he established a close friendship with Diderot and other philosophes. His work embraced an astonishingly wide range of subjects, from the philosophy of education in Émile to musical theory, which he seems to have regarded as his most important contribution, and his novel, Julie, or The New Heloise, is often cited as a founding work of the Romantic movement. By the time of his death in 1778, he had established a formidable reputation and also succeeded in breaking with his friends among the philosophes, on both personal and intellectual grounds. Rousseau first made his reputation with the discourse on the arts and sciences, which already set him at odds with the Enlightenment. Responding to critics of the discourse, he begins to explain his objections to conceptions of society as held together by the bonds of personal interest, which laid the foundation for his political ideas. Our writers like to regard absolutely everything as the political masterpiece of the century, the sciences, the arts, luxury, commerce, laws, and all other bonds which, in tightening the social knot with the force of personal interest, make men mutually dependent, give them reciprocal needs and common interests, and require that all pursue the happiness of others in order to be able to pursue their own. These ideas are, to be sure, quite attractive and can be presented in a most favorable light. But, is it really such a wonderful thing to have made it impossible for men to live together without mutual bigotry, mutual competition, mutual deceit, mutual treason, and mutual destruction? After all, for every 2 men whose interests converge, there are perhaps 100,000 who are adversaries. 29. Society in Rousseau's time, then, is, in his view, essentially and unavoidably adversarial. The commonality of private interests, whether sustained by force of law or by commercial networks, is largely a sham. In his replies to critics of the first discourse, and there are hints in the discourse itself, he already moves in the direction of singling out private property, with the inequalities that inevitably spring from it, as the principal cause of these adversarial relations. In the second discourse he develops this conception of society, in which men are divided between the rich few and the many who serve them, while the only social ties among them are the deceitful conventions that bind the many to obey and labor for the few, and the networks of commerce that make men rivals to each in the guise of mutual benefit. There can, in such conditions, be no genuine convergence of private interests and a public good, and any invocation of the public welfare or the common good can only be deception in the interests of a few, enforced by state coercion. In circumstances such as these, in other words, there can be no such thing as freedom. Rousseau was thus from the start at odds with a wide range of thinkers who relied on commerce or the absolutist state, or both together, to sustain the social bond and convert private interests into public goods. At the same time, whatever his nostalgia for some ancient golden age of civic virtue, he denied the possibility of its return, if it ever existed at all. The problem he set himself, which would drive his political ideas from beginning to end, was to find a mechanism for attaining common goods that emanated freely from the individuals who shared them, rather than from some external power of coercion, but did not make unreasonable demands on civic virtue or depend on mutual deception. In the first discourse, written by Rousseau for a competition staged by the Academy of Dijon, he was replying to a question posed by the Academy: has the restoration of the sciences and arts tended to purify morals? Rousseau's reply in the negative was not as unusual or provocative as we might think or, indeed, as he himself liked to pretend. There were other contestants who denied the moral benefits of scientific and cultural progress as understood in 18th-century Europe, and, for that matter, there existed an important tradition, in the quarrel between the ancients and moderns, that questioned the value of modern cultural developments by associating them with Athenian aestheticism as against the civic virtue of ancient Rome or Sparta. Rousseau's departures from this tradition would become far more evident in the second discourse, where his social and political radicalism comes to the fore, but the foundations are laid in the first discourse. In his reply to critics, Rousseau contemptuously dismisses a conventional reading of his attack on modern culture, which he sums up as follows: knowledge is good for absolutely nothing, bad by nature, it does only ill. It can no more be separated from vice than ignorance from virtue. All literate peoples have been corrupt, all ignorant peoples virtuous. In a word, there is vice only among the learned, while a virtuous man is he alone who knows nothing. There can then be but one way for us to regain honesty: we must move with dispatch to proscribe both learning and the learned, to burn our libraries, to close our academies, our colleges, and our universities, and to plunge back into the barbarism of earliest times. There it is, all of what my adversaries have so effectively refuted. Except that I never thought, never uttered one single word of any of it. Nor could anything more contrary to my system be conceived than this absurd doctrine they have had the goodness to attribute to me. Point 30. He goes on to say that morals have not, to be sure, been purified by cultural developments as we know them, but there remains the question of causal connections, and here Rousseau appears to suggest that the causes may lie not in learning itself but in its social context. What a strange and fatal condition, where accumulated riches facilitate still greater riches, but where men with none can acquire none, where the good man knows no way out of his misery, where the most roguish are the most honored, and where virtue must be renounced for men to remain honest. And so, in the end, my vision is both consoling and useful, for it demonstrates that all these vices belong less to man than to man badly governed. 31. This passage is significant enough in its attribution of vices not to some universal human nature but to specific modes of organizing social life, but precisely what its author meant by man badly governed would become clearer only in his later works. The first discourse, nonetheless, already gives us some idea of where Rousseau is going. Luxury, he tells us, rarely develops without the sciences and arts, and they never develop without it. Granted that luxury is a sure sign of wealth, that it even serves, if you like, to increase wealth. What conclusion must be drawn from this paradox so worthy of our time, and what will become of virtue when one must get rich at any price? Ancient politicians incessantly talked about morals and virtue, those of our time talk only of business and money. They evaluate men like herds of cattle. According to them, a man is worth no more to the state than the value of his domestic consumption. 32. It is in the second discourse that Rousseau lays out more precisely what he means when he attributes vices not to human nature but to the social contexts in which it manifests itself. At the very heart of the discourse on inequality is the principle that human beings have a history and not an abstract human nature. Rousseau begins by dissociating himself from concepts of the state of nature such as those proposed by Hobbes or Locke. The philosophers who have examined the foundations of society, he writes, have all felt the necessity of going back to the state of nature, but none of them has reached it. 33. They have attributed to human beings in the state of nature ideas and practices, conceptions of justice, property, and government, that derive from specific social conditions, which have a long history. The philosophers have ascribed to human nature characteristics that could arise only in specific social conditions. Rousseau would later reinforce this social definition of human nature in Émile, which, while ostensibly devoted to the development of a uniquely isolated individual, starts from the premise that even the sense of self is produced by relations with others, so that the development of individuality and the direction it takes depend on the nature of relations with others. 34. What, then, can we say about the original nature of humanity? There are two principles anterior to reason, Rousseau tells us. The first natural instinct is a love of self, amour de soi, or, more precisely, an instinct for self-preservation. But we should not, he immediately explains, make Hobbes's fundamental error in defining this natural instinct, which is to assume that the drive for self-preservation necessarily puts us in conflict with others, and that by virtue of the right man claims to the things he needs, he foolishly imagines himself to be the sole proprietor of the whole universe. 35. Hobbes was right to question all modern definitions of natural right, but he drew conclusions that were no less false. What he should have concluded from his own premises was that, since the state of nature, before the advent of property and government, is the condition in which our own self-preservation is least prejudicial to the self-preservation of others, it was more, not less, conducive to peace. Instead, Hobbes came to the opposite conclusion, because he ascribed to the natural instinct of self-preservation the need to satisfy a multitude of passions which are the product of society and which have made laws necessary. This is not to say that savage human beings are naturally good. It is simply to acknowledge the social conditions that compel self-preservation to take one form rather than another. The second original instinct is compassion, pity, an innate repugnance in human beings to see their fellows suffer. This instinct is, for example, recognized by Mandeville, but he fails to see, Rousseau insists, that this is the source of precisely those social virtues Mandeville seeks to deny, those very qualities that make it possible for human beings, in the right conditions, to promote the mutual preservation of the species. If this natural instinct is suppressed or overshadowed in contemporary society, that is, again, a function of social conditions that compel human beings to perceive their interests as mutually antagonistic. There are, of course, natural differences among human beings, but these cannot by themselves account for the divisions of servitude and domination, or the capacity of some to live on the labor of others. The watershed in the development of humanity was the invention of private property. Rousseau may not be unambiguous about how this revolution came about, but one thing is clear: whatever the first cause of private property, or the social division of labor that seems to have brought it about, the invention of property was decisive in making inequality the principal determinant of social life. Whatever other inequalities there may be among human beings, whether rooted in psychology or innate talent, it is the invention of property that accounts for the divisions between masters and servants, those who labor and those who appropriate the labor of others, and finally the division between rulers and ruled. This also produces the transformation of amour de soi into amour propre, the conversion of an instinct for self-preservation into active egotism and the antagonisms of self-interest, which other philosophers have mistaken for the natural condition of humanity. In a word, competition and rivalry on one hand, opposition of interest on the other, and always the hidden desire to profit at the expense of others. All these evils are the first effect of property and the inseparable consequence of nascent inequality. 36. It is this account of private property and its consequences that would from then on determine Rousseau's political philosophy. He would in his later work go on to oscillate between the stance of Émile, 1762, which purports to portray the education of an isolated individual, divorced from a world in which civil society can never be anything but an instrument of the rich against the poor, and, in the same year, the apparently contrary impulse of the social contract, in which the civic bond is powerful and just. But, and here we should take seriously Rousseau's own contention that all these major works formed a unity, both these classics start from the same premise, that there can be no freedom in society as it now exists, grounded as it is in the inequalities of property and power. The eponymous hero of Émile is educated to withstand all the inevitable corruptions of a polity like France, with its inequalities of wealth and power, where the few exploit the labor of the many and society is bound together simply by commercial networks or the impositions of the absolutist state. He is, Rousseau seems to suggest, to be educated as a man and not as a citizen. Once Émile's private persona has been shaped, his political education will consist in being sheltered for some time from the real political world while he learns the principles of Rousseau's social contract, which will, presumably, help to inure him to corruption and maintain his autonomy when once he ventures into civic life. Émile's arena as a man, before he is a citizen, is the household, not the state. It is in this context that Rousseau elaborates his controversial ideas about the role and education of women. Sometimes dismissed as pure misogyny for emphasizing the differences between women and men and reducing women to mere objects of men's pleasure, his arguments have also been interpreted as in some respects progressive, perhaps a reaction to the culture of the salon, which was then regarded as the province of elites guided by the tastes of leisured ladies. In interpretations such as these, Sophie represents a counter to aristocratic sensibilities or the pretensions of the bourgeoisie. What is clear is that, with the specific powers and intelligence Rousseau unquestionably ascribes to women, all great revolutions began with the women, he tells us, and an age when women lose their ascendancy and fail to make men respect their judgment will be the last stage of degradation. Sophie will be the guiding spirit of the household and act as Émile's principal protector from the perversions of corrupt society. 37. Whatever we make of Rousseau's views on women, with all his characteristic paradoxes, Émile must be understood less as a treatise on education, of men or of women, than as a deliberately stark antithesis to the social realities of his time and place. Rousseau denied that Émile was ever intended as a blueprint for an ideal education. His presentation of an isolated individual brought up in an artificial environment is an exercise of the imagination that presents a dramatic antithesis to the world as it is. It also amounts to a statement of despair. No good can come of a society constructed on the foundations of property and inequality. The social contract makes the leap from that counsel of despair to the portrayal of a civic order in which the social conditions from which Émile has withdrawn have somehow been transcended, and civil society can be constructed on a wholly new foundation. The transition from the first two discourses to the social contract is impossible to understand without the intervening step of the discourse on political economy, where the core of his political thought and many of the key concepts developed in the social contract, the general will, the distinction between government and sovereignty, received their first elaboration. This is a fact of no small significance, and it is a pity that this work is so often neglected. Since the article was written for the encyclopedia, there is every reason to suppose that its primary purpose, like that of many other contributions, was not simply to muse in abstraction about perennial questions but to subject contemporary French institutions to trenchant, if oblique, criticism. The article has a more immediate relation to the urgent issues of his time and place and to the conventional currents of debate than do his other works, and it helps to provide a means of tracing the central ideas of his political theory to their foundations in his specific historical context and in the social struggles of his time. Rousseau was writing in a tradition of social criticism that decried the corruption of the court, an inflated royal bureaucracy, and an exploitative system of taxation which served not only public purposes but private gain. In these grievances and proposals for reform, the state generally took center stage, both as the object of complaint and as the proposed agent of reform, often in the same breath. Reformers often presented their cases in the form of claims for the public sphere against the essentially private character of the feudal principles still embodied in the state and the system of privilege. It is against this background that Rousseau's political theory must be understood. It has, for example, been said that he was the thinker who reduced the vis nobiliaire and the vis royale to insignificance and who put the political problem on an entirely new basis, that of pure democracy. 38. This may seem an odd and objectionable proposition to those who regard Rousseau's concept of the general will and his provocative formula forced to be free as supremely undemocratic, even totalitarian. But such interpretations seem less plausible when Rousseau's political ideas are grounded in the context of absolutist France. The discourse on political economy reveals how his theory of popular sovereignty was shaped by a criticism of specifically French conditions, the French absolutist state and its attendant evils, and how traditional debates surrounding these conditions served to fix the terms in which his argument was cast. Like Bodin and Montresquieu, Rousseau approaches the issue of the French state by first considering the household/state analogy, and he effectively declares his opposition to the prevailing principles of that state by immediately attacking the analogy. In its original French usage, political economy, referring to the management of national resources to increase the nation's prosperity, implied an analogy between the household or family and the state. While the state economy is designated political to distinguish its generality and its public character from the particularity and the private nature of the domestic economy, the distinction presupposes a significant similarity between the art of state management and oikonomia, the art of household management. It is this similarity that Rousseau questions in the article on political economy, and, by rejecting the analogy as a basis for redefining the concept of political economy, he is making a statement about the set of historical conditions for which that analogy stands. It is in this context that the general will appears. The concept of the general will is usually treated by commentators, whether hostile or sympathetic to Rousseau, as simply a principle governing the conduct of citizens, but in the political economy, Rousseau's general will has a different object. Here, his argument is, in the first instance, directed not at the individual citizen but at the magistrate or rulers. His purpose in attacking the household/state analogy is to demonstrate that the magistrate cannot legitimately act in accordance with principles appropriate to the head of a household. The principal object of the efforts of the whole house, argues Rousseau, is to conserve and increase the patrimony of the father. 39 This principle of private, domestic economy, if applied to the state, treating the state as a means of increasing the patrimony of the magistrate, is fatal to the public interest. The magistrate, therefore, unlike the father who governs the household, cannot rely on his personal, natural inclinations and passions as a standard for governing the state but must follow no other rule but public reason, which is the law. 40 The concept of the general will is introduced to express the uniquely public principle that should regulate the governance of the political economy, the management of the state. It is the principle to be followed by the magistrate, the government, whose function is simply to execute the public will which expresses the interests of the community. At this stage in Rousseau's argument, then, the concept of the general will represents an attempt to define the state as a truly public thing, not a form of private property, and to locate the legitimacy of government in its adherence to the public will and interests of the people, not the private will and interests of the magistrate. Rousseau would later extend the principle of the general will to the community of citizens, especially in the social contract. In the political economy, Rousseau introduces the concepts around which the social contract is built: sovereignty, the distinction between sovereignty and government, the general will. At least parts of the article seem to have been drawn from the work Rousseau had already done for his projected major study of political institutions, a project he never completed as planned except in the abbreviated form of the social contract, which he described as an extract from it. The essential unity of the discourse on political economy and the social contract is evident in the first version of the latter work, the so-called Geneva manuscript, where some of the major points of the political economy, notably some remarks on the household/state analogy, appear almost verbatim. The political economy and the social contract belong to the same structure of argumentation, and the logic of the latter work remains incomplete in the absence of ideas contained in the former. In the discourse on political economy, Rousseau first draws a distinction between government and sovereignty and proceeds to outline a theory of government, which he treats as synonymous with political economy. In the social contract, Rousseau develops the theory of sovereignty, which is the other side of the coin, only touched upon in the earlier article. In the interim, his interest may actually have shifted from the problem of government to the problem of sovereignty, with a growing conviction that only true popular sovereignty and radical democracy, not simply a reformed and enlightened government, could correct the social ills outlined in his earlier works. In the political economy, the general will is introduced as the first principle of public economy and the fundamental rule of government. Point 41. The point of this formulation is to identify legitimate government as government in which the magistrates belong to the people and not the reverse, so that the interests it serves are not simply those of the rulers. The social contract proceeds from here. Both Bodin and even the less absolutist Montresquieu had constructed the analogy between household and state on the assumption that the king, with the help of his officers, is the appropriate agent of the common good, the representative of universality and the general or public interest, as against the particular and partial interests that comprise the body politic. It is precisely this assumption that Rousseau rejects when he attacks the analogy. His own argument is based on the contrary assumption that rulers are just as likely as are their subjects, indeed, even more likely, to represent a particular or partial interest. For Rousseau, the household/state analogy, in which the state is treated, in effect, as a private estate, simply confirms the reality of the French state and the use of public office, including the office of king, as private property. He insists that a completely different principle, opposed to the private motivations of household management, with its goal of increasing the patrimony of the master, must guide the management of the state. Having criticized the analogy on which the notion of political economy is based, he must then go on to redefine political economy itself accordingly, in keeping with the uniquely public purpose of the state. It is here that he introduces the distinction between sovereignty, the supreme legislative power, and government, or public economy, which merely executes the will of the sovereign. Point 42. Rousseau was, as we have seen, not the first to draw a distinction between sovereignty and government. Bodin had elaborated that distinction long before. But the differences between Bodin and Rousseau on this score are even more striking than the similarities. Rousseau's purpose in adopting a similar conceptual device is precisely the opposite of Bodin's. Although, like Bodin, he identifies sovereignty with the power of legislation and maintains the indivisibility of sovereign power, his object in doing so is quite different. Where Bodin's argument is a defense of royal absolutism, Rousseau's is an attack upon it. Rousseau's distinction, again in a sense like Bodin's, is intended to relegate the functions of the magistrate or government to a subordinate position, subject to and dependent upon a higher principle or general will. Yet his intention is not to consolidate but to undermine the power of rulers. The magistrate stands not only for lesser officials but for all rulers, including kings, and the general will becomes not the will of the ruler, not a manifestation of his supremacy, but an expression of his subordination to the community. Where Bodin subordinates the particularity of the people to the universality of the ruler, Rousseau subordinates the particularity of the ruler to the universality of the people. For Rousseau, the sovereign will is not something that creates a community out of particular and partial interests by imposing itself from without through royal legislation and the art of public management or political economy. Instead, it is something that emanates from the community itself, expressing its actual common interests, and is imposed on those, the magistrate, the government, the agents of public economy, whose function is merely to execute that will. The logic of this argument demands that it culminate in a radical theory of popular sovereignty, giving full effect to the principle that the sovereign will emanates from the community by actually vesting the sovereign legislative power in a popular assembly. In the discourse on political economy, Rousseau did not pursue that logic to its conclusion, but he certainly did in the social contract. If Rousseau's argument owes a great deal in its form to the idiom of absolutism and to the language of a single, supreme, and indivisible public will, he turns that idiom against itself. As many theorists have done, he adopts the form of his adversary's argument to attack its substance. There may be an element of truth in the proposition that the only French tradition of discourse to which Rousseau was not much indebted was constitutionalism, and that, while he was one of the great proponents of the rule of law, his dedication to that principle was distinct from that of French constitutionalists such as Domat or Montesquieu. In particular, in Rousseau's theory, law is identified with the sovereign will, as it was in the absolutist tradition, rather than an external bridle on that will, as it was in the constitutive laws of the French polity. His hostility to intermediate bodies in the state and scorn for representative assemblies, set him off clearly from the constitutionalist tradition. 43. Yet if Rousseau departed from the constitutionalist tradition, it is in part because the mainstream of French constitutionalism, and arguably even its radical Huguenot form, did not imply a transfer of sovereign legislative power to the people even as embodied in representative institutions. Rousseau's concern is not merely to bridle the absolutist monarchy but to overturn it, not simply to guide sovereign power but to transfer it. But there is another sense in which Rousseau's argument is, after all, best understood in relation to French constitutionalism, at least in its more radical form as exemplified by the Huguenot resistance movement. The ideological strategy adopted by the Huguenot constitutionalists in their assault on absolutism was, as we have seen, to confront absolutism on its own ground by stressing the particularity of the monarch, attacking his treatment of the state as private property. They insisted instead on the people's proprietary right in the state, asserting that the people constitute the majesty of the king, and transferred the public mind from the king to the people, embodied in their officers and representative institutions, one mind compounded out of many. Rousseau's strategy is strikingly similar, except in one decisive respect. He also proceeds by attacking the proprietary character of the absolutist state and the particularity of the ruler, and counterposes to them a common public will residing in the community, and he also maintains that the ruler is constituted by the people. At the same time, he perceives a threat not only in the particularity of the monarch but in that of the magistrate in general. He therefore locates the public will not in the public council, in officials and intermediate bodies, or in assemblies of estates, but in the people themselves. Rousseau's attitude towards intermediate bodies is often regarded as one of the more alarming aspects of his thought, an attack on the most cherished principles of liberalism, checks on state power, the freedom of association and opinion, of individual dissent and minority rights, and so on. This is, again, to misread Rousseau's meaning by extracting his argument from its historical setting. Rousseau's refusal to lodge the public will in intermediate institutions does indeed cut him off from the French constitutionalist tradition even in its most radical forms. Yet his rejection of these institutions should not be understood as a totalitarian violation of constitutionalist principles but rather as an attempt to extend and democratize them. Rousseau shares with the radical constitutionalists their concern for transforming the state into a truly public thing which derives its public or general character from the people. That is precisely the message of the discourse on political economy. In the social contract, if not unequivocally in the earlier article, Rousseau advances from the creation of a truly public magistrate, a magistrate answerable in some unspecified way to the demands of the common good, the general will, to the actual embodiment of that common good and the general will in a functioning popular sovereign. If, in the process, he resumes the language of absolutism in order to vest in the people the powers hitherto lodged in the absolute monarchy, he travels that route not past but through the concerns of constitutionalism and the tradition of popular resistance. Chapter 1 begins with his famous proposition that man is born free, and everywhere he is in chains. The social contract as hitherto imagined by philosophers simply represents, in one form or another, a contract of subjection. Rousseau offers an alternative formulation of the principles on which a just and free civic order should be founded. Stripped of inessentials, it comes down to this: each of us puts his person and all his power in common under the supreme direction of the general will, and, in corporate capacity, we receive each member as an indivisible part of the whole. 44 But to make this undertaking more than just an empty formula, it must be understood to mean that anyone who refuses to obey the general will shall be compelled to do so, and this means nothing less than that he will be forced to be free. 45. Rousseau might simply have said that civil society, which replaces our liberty in the state of nature with a new kind of civil liberty, including secure proprietorship of our possessions, requires obedience to law, but, instead of making the point that we relinquish certain freedoms in exchange for, and to gain the protection of, others, he chooses to formulate the meaning of his social contract in a deliberately paradoxical and provocative way. We can, up to a point, discount his penchant for paradox and provocation, but there is clearly something more to be said to allay the suspicion that Rousseau is advocating something like totalitarian democracy. Let us first be clear what Rousseau is not saying. In invoking the general will, Rousseau is not suggesting that it exists as an abstract common good that can be imposed from without whatever the will of the individuals who constitute the sovereign power. It is, above all, a rule of thumb, the question citizens must ask themselves when they exercise their sovereign power. So, for example, the law of public order in assemblies is not so much to maintain in them the general will as to secure that the question be put to it, and the answer always given by it. 46 A legislative assembly, in other words, should ask itself what decision would promote not this or that private interest but the public good. The general will is not, to be sure, synonymous with the will of all. A majority may choose, and choose knowingly, a course that does not express the general will because it is not conducive to the common good, but no one can claim, as a Robespierre might do, to represent the general will against the will of the majority. When the social bond is broken and there is no common sense of what constitutes the public good, the general will is mute. The principle that the liberty of citizens requires the realization of the general will presupposes, indeed, that all the qualities of the general will still reside in the majority. When they cease to do so, whatever side a man may take, liberty is no longer possible. 47. Whatever else we can say about Rousseau's general will, it is clear that it can only reside in a sovereign people and can only be affected by at least a majority. It cannot be imposed by a governor who claims to know better. The point is reinforced by Rousseau's account of the distinction between sovereignty and government. While the act of association that establishes the sovereign power can be treated as a contract, the executive power of government cannot be conceived in this way. It is clear, says Rousseau, that the institution of government is not a contract, but a law, that the depositories of the executive power are not the people's masters, but its officers, that it can set them up and pull them down when it likes, that for them there is no question of contract, but of obedience. 48. But if the people, and not the prince or other magistrates, are truly sovereign, in a way not envisaged by any of Rousseau's Enlightenment compatriots, what checks are there on the sovereign people themselves? It is certainly true to say that Rousseau did not devote his attention to the rights of the minority or to constitutional checks on sovereign power, and it may not be enough to say that, in his time and place, he was preoccupied less by how the sovereign people should conduct themselves than by how their sovereignty could be defended against all other claimants. But the very least that we can say is that his views on intermediate bodies, which are commonly regarded as the most telling evidence of a distinctively illiberal turn of mind, have a rather different meaning if we read them in context. It is again a question of historical perspective. The intermediate bodies that concern the French constitutionalists are not the voluntary associations so important to English liberals, organizations in the private sphere as distinct from, and, at least potentially, against, organs of the state. 49 The French intermediate bodies are the corporate and representative institutions, estates, parliaments, municipalities, and colleges, which constituted part of la police, organs of the polity. It is these institutions whose role in the state constitutionalists propose to increase, in varying degrees and with varying preferences for some over others. But neither are these bodies legislative assemblies on the model of the English Parliament. These were, in effect, feudal remnants, fragments of the feudal parcellized state. They were recognized, and defended, as such by constitutionalists even as late as Montesquieu, who regarded these elements of Gothic government as essential to the moderation and legitimacy of the French monarchy. This implied, too, that the notion of intermediate bodies was, in the 18th century as before, often closely associated with the defense of aristocratic power and might be not only undemocratic but anti-democratic in spirit. In the 18th century, even more explicitly than before, the principle of particular or intermediate powers interposed between king and people was invoked to support the enlargement of power for the nobility, as in the Vis Nobiliae. In these formulations the claims of the nobility against the absolutist monarchy were likely to be equally claims against the third estate. The notion of constitutional checks and balances thus assumed a clearly aristocratic caste. The theory of intermediate powers was opposed to popular power more unequivocally than were English theories of representation, however undemocratic the intentions of the latter might be. Those who, like Montesquieu, preferred the parliaments as the model of intermediate powers only partly modified the aristocratic character of the principle by extending it to include the noblesse de robe, and their principal claim to autonomy was the venality of office. Even in more radical and anti-absolutist or constitutionalist formulations, as we have seen in the case of the Huguenots, the insistence on intermediate bodies had the deliberate effect of limiting not only monarchical but also popular power, for example, by stressing that the right of resistance belonged to the people only as embodied in their officers and corporate representatives. Given the historical meaning and ideological function of these institutions in French political experience, the defense of intermediate bodies did not lend itself so easily to democratic extrapolation and extension, not even to the extent permitted by English theories of parliamentary representation. A democratic argument such as Rousseau's would, in that context, almost inevitably be formulated as an attack on intermediate institutions. The general will redefined. In the end, the question comes down to the particular social interests at stake. For those who felt aggrieved at their inadequate access to the means of extra economic appropriation provided by the state, for those who, even when they were subject to the state's appropriation through taxation, themselves appropriated the labor of others, constitutional reforms designed to give them a piece of the state might serve very well. But these were not the interests represented by Rousseau. His concern, clearly expressed in the Discourse on Political Economy, was for those on whose labor the whole structure of privilege, office, and taxation rested, small producers and notably peasants. Much of the political economy is devoted to the problem of taxation, and Rousseau's proposals for reforming the fiscal system are explicitly designed to relieve the peasants who bear its brunt. It is here that he provides the clearest insight into his view of the existing state as a system of private appropriation and exploitation, and this is the specific target of his proposals for reform. Are not all advantages of society for the powerful and rich? Do they not fill all lucrative posts? Are not all privileges and exemptions reserved for them? Whatever the poor pay is lost to them forever, and remains in or returns to the hands of the rich, and, as it is precisely to those men who take part in government, or to their connections, that the proceeds of taxation sooner or later pass, even when they pay their share they have a keen interest in increasing taxes. 50. The terms of the social contract as it actually exists between the two conditions of men can, Rousseau suggests, be summed up as follows: you need me, because I am rich and you are poor, let us therefore make an agreement, I will permit you the honor of serving me, on the condition that you give me the little that remains to you for the pains I shall take to command you. 51. This is the principle on which taxation is now based. Rousseau proposes a system of taxation based on opposing principles, by reforming the state to eliminate the use of taxation as a means of private appropriation and by transferring the tax burden for clearly public purposes to those more able to bear it, in a system of progressive taxation. He dismisses with contempt the idea that the peasant will lapse into idleness if not compelled to work by the demands of taxation, because for him who loses the fruits of his labor, to do nothing is to gain something, and to impose a fine on labor is a very odd way of banishing idleness. 52. Rousseau was not, of course, alone in proposing to reform the system of taxation, privilege and exemption, corrupt administration and venal offices. Similar reforms were part of the Enlightenment agenda in general, with its demands for rationalization of the state and the fiscal apparatus, the unification of law and administration, and a system of office open to merit. All these proposals for reform were in one way or another, directly or indirectly, conditioned by the function of the state as an instrument of appropriation, a private resource, even if some reformers wanted only to extend access to its fruits. And many reformers were convinced of the need to redistribute the burden of taxation in order to stop the drain on the countryside which fed the luxuries of city and court. Yet Rousseau was alone among the great Enlightenment thinkers to focus on the political structure specifically as a system of exploitation, and to do so not simply from the paternalistic vantage point of enlightened elites but from the perspective of the petty producers whose labor was exploited. He could not be content with reforms that would merely rationalize the apparatus of office that appropriated the fruits of peasant labor. To the extent that his political reforms were intended to attack the state not simply as an inefficient, unequal, or illiberal system of administration and representation but as a system of exploitation, he had eventually to conclude that only absolute popular sovereignty, as the sole means of displacing altogether the proprietary state, would suffice. Once Rousseau had decided on the necessity of true popular sovereignty if the state and its officers were indeed to be subject to public reason, he was obliged to consider how the general will could actually operate, not merely as a notional standard for the behavior of rulers and citizens but as a practical and active principle of political organization, a will actually emanating from the people and expressed in practice as law. His answer was again shaped by the particular conditions of the existing French state and by the particular ways in which his adopted countrymen had formulated their own responses to questions about the common good, how it is to be determined and implemented. The typical French solution, as we have seen, conjured up a single public will, usually embodied in the monarch, or a collection of partial and selfish interests woven together by the king and the officers of the state. None of these solutions, not even those which replace the monarchical will with one mind compounded out of many, simply redefine the common good as a public interest constituted by private interests which would magically coalesce by the workings of an invisible hand, or aggregate themselves in the process of deliberation and legislation by a parliament representing private interests. That may have been the English model, but it did not conform to French conditions. When Montesquieu argued that republican government required special virtue, and that monarchy had the advantage of allowing the implementation of the common good with minimal virtue or self-sacrifice on the part of its subjects, he was expressing an assumption common to all these formulations, that while self-interest could serve as the basis of society, perhaps through the networks of commerce, the common good would not naturally emerge out of the interplay of private interests but required either the virtuous suppression of natural self-love or the active intervention of a harmonizing state, not, it must be emphasized, through the medium of representative bodies that assembled all competing interests but as a single unifying will most likely embodied in the absolutist monarch or at least a legal despotism. If the English, and their Scottish spokesmen, in contrast thought, or purported to think, otherwise, especially in the 18th century, their optimism did not reflect a greater faith in human nature or an absence of deep divisions in English society. It had more to do with the particular conditions of their economy, a rising capitalism, especially during that brief period when England's commercial empire reigned supreme. It also presupposed the traditionally unitary character of English representative institutions and the relatively secure and united propertied classes whose triumph over both king and people was expressed in the supremacy of Parliament. French pessimism on this score did not prevent political thinkers from proposing self-love and self-interest as the proper motivating forces of the body politic. Indeed, as we have seen, it became a common theme to suggest that selfish passions translated into interest could be the basis of public well-being, and even that society could fruitfully be conceived as a commercial transaction. Yet this view of society, far from disputing the need for strong monarchical power, generally served to emphasize its necessity. The disruptive and divisive character of commercial transactions, in which all parties pursue their own selfish gain, was as essential to this imagery as were the benefits of commerce. Arguments that, in England, might serve to support a doctrine of limited government might, in France, appear in defense of royal absolutism or even, as in physiocratic doctrine, laissez-faire, laissez-passer enforced by legal despotism. In any case, whether such arguments were marshaled in support of absolutism or moderate constitutional monarchy, The notion of a polity based on the harmony of selfish interests tended to postulate as its necessary condition an alien integrating will. This is the context in which Rousseau formulated his conception of the general will as an expression of the common good emanating from the sovereign people. Much of his work, even before the social contract, had been devoted, directly or indirectly, to attacking the conception of society as a commercial transaction in which everyone sought his own gain in the other's loss or enlisted the aid of others only by persuading, or, more likely, deceiving, them to see their own profit in granting it. It is the consequence of property and inequality, he wrote, that each man must therefore incessantly seek to interest them in his fate, and to make them find their own profit, in fact, or in appearance, in working for his. This makes him deceitful and sly with some, imperious and harsh with others, and makes it necessary for him to abuse all those whom he needs when he cannot make them fear him and not find his interest in serving them usefully. 53. For Rousseau, such mutual deception was not a cure but a symptom. It was nonsense to suppose that the social bond and the common good could be based on the antagonisms of interest that divided people. Rousseau was bound to be especially hostile to this self-contradictory notion in view of its association with the idea of an external mediating will in the person of a powerful ruler. It clearly seemed to him especially absurd to imagine that a single, monarchical will, or even the will of a plural magistrate, which itself represented a very particular interest, could weld together a common good out of these antagonistic particularisms. At the same time, it was entirely in keeping with his conception of personal autonomy to adopt the view that self-love ought to act as the source of the public good. He therefore set himself the task of discovering how self-love and self-interest could produce a common good without the mediation of commercial transactions or mutual deception and without the intervention of an alien will. His object was to find a form of social organization in which the social bond was based not on what divided people but on what united them, a common interest composed of interests that people really had in common. It is, then, a mistake to think that in his concept of the general will Rousseau is proposing the suppression of natural instincts and the submergence of self-interest in an abstract general will, the individual in the collectivity, nor is it helpful to suggest some kind of antithesis between the individualism of a Diderot and the collectivism of Rousseau. 54 Individual interests are not, for Rousseau, in principle opposed to the general will, any more than amour de soi is synonymous with amour propre. Interests are partial as opposed to general only when circumstances put them necessarily and essentially in opposition to the interests of others, in the sense that one person's gain is another's loss. Society as it is now constituted forces interests into such mutual antagonism. Rousseau simply acknowledges that no amount of reason or enlightenment will induce these divisive impulses to serve as the basis of social cohesion, at least not without mass delusion or autocratic imposition, both of which are not only undesirable but unreliable. The point is precisely that people cannot be made to will what is against their self-interest. Summarizing the argument of his discourse on the origin of inequality, Rousseau writes elsewhere: when finally all particular interests conflict with one another, when self-love amour de soi in ferment becomes egotism amour propre, so that opinion, making the whole universe necessary to each man, makes men born enemies to one another and compels each man to find his advantage only in the other's loss, then conscience, weaker than inflamed passions, is extinguished by them, and remains in the mouths of men only as a word designed for mutual deception. Each one then pretends to wish to sacrifice his own interests to those of the public, and all of them are lying. No one wants the public good unless it accords with his own, thus this accord is the object of true politics which seeks to make people happy and good. 55. This is far from saying that self-interest is in principle opposed to the common good, indeed, it is to assert that it must be the source of the common good. If the general will has any meaning, it is only on the understanding that people actually do have individual self-interests in common, interests that are common not only when mediated by commerce or an external will, but intrinsically, and politics must be built on this common foundation. The social contract outlines the political principles appropriate to a society so organized. Though Rousseau is never unequivocally clear about the social preconditions for such a political order, his social criticism, especially in the first and second discourses, suggests very strongly that a complete transformation of society would be required. He never tells us how this transformation might be brought about. In the social contract, the best he can do is introduce a kind of deus ex machina, the legislator who lays the foundation for the new society and then withdraws himself. But elsewhere, for example, in his letter to D'Alembert, Rousseau gives indications of how his ideal society might be constituted: a small community of independent petty producers, more or less self-sufficient peasants and artisans. However utopian this picture may be, and however naive in its understanding of modern economics, it expresses clearly the principle which for Rousseau is the basis of a free society, that no one should be able to appropriate the labor of others or be forced to alienate his own. In the social contract, he suggests that the fundamental principles of the common good are liberty, the absence of individual dependence, and equality, which is the condition of liberty. These require a distribution of power and wealth in which no citizen can do violence to another, and no citizen is rich enough to buy another, and none poor enough to be forced to sell himself. 56. It is, at the very least, clear that there are conditions without which the social contract cannot exist. For the general will to represent an expression, not an unnaturally, and impossibly, virtuous or forcible violation, of their own self-interest, people must actually, objectively, have interests in common. The common ground shared by interests in society as it is actually constituted is simply too narrow. To widen the scope of commonality requires the removal of those social relations and institutions, most especially inequality, that render people in reality and necessarily enemies by interest. Democratic sovereignty, it appears, is the necessary condition for a state based on public reason, rather than on the private interest of the magistrate, and social equality, the breakdown of the division between appropriators and producers, is the condition of democracy. Rousseau's controversial concept of the general will should, then, be treated not as an idiosyncrasy but as an innovation on an old French theme, not as a disturbingly illiberal answer to English questions about the relation between private rights and public interests, but as a radically democratic answer to French questions about the source of universality and the public will. 7. The English Revolution. Between late October and early November of 1647, in the midst of civil war, something extraordinary happened at Putney, south of London. Certainly one of the most remarkable episodes in English history, it was and remains a unique historical event. In the course of civil war, the new model army, the distinctively well-organized and disciplined military force constructed by Oliver Cromwell and his supporters in their conflict with the Royalists, was proving to be not just an effective military machine but a militant political force. Yet deep divisions had emerged between the army grandees and radicals within the rank and file. Against the oligarchic leanings of Cromwell and his allies, and even in fear of a restored monarchy, radicals had drafted a constitution, the first ever in history, intended to establish something like a democratic form of government based on a conception of inalienable rights, an agreement of the people for a firm and present peace, upon grounds of common right and freedom, as it was proposed by the agents of the 5 regiments of horse, and since by the general approbation of the army, offered to the joint concurrence of all free commons of England. This draft constitution was the subject of a thorough debate, which began in St. Mary's Church, Putney, and continued at the lodgings of the Army's Quartermaster General. That there exists a documentary record in the form of a transcript taken down at the time is a truly astonishing piece of historical luck. It allows us to follow, in the colorful and moving words of the participants themselves, a debate conducted not only in the cool light of reason but also in the heat of passion, about some of the most fundamental questions of social organization and political governance. These debates are being conducted not by philosophers or theologians but by activists and soldiers, speaking in their own language, often the language of the levelers, political militants and theorists accustomed to addressing not scholars, priests or lawyers but craftsmen, yeomen farmers and the army rank and file. The Tudor era. The remarkable events at Putney no doubt have much to do with personalities and the unpredictable contingencies of civil war, but the issues at stake and the terms in which the ideological battle was joined are inexplicable without reference to a larger historical context, the specific patterns of English economic and political development. In Chapter 1, we considered briefly how the social and political organization of England, in particular, the process of state formation and the development of agrarian capitalism, differed from that of its neighbors and specifically from what may have appeared, in the 17th century, to be the most advanced and powerful kingdom, France. The absolutist state in France was built on a foundation of corporate institutions and competing jurisdictions, while England already had a more strongly unitary state. The French ruling class still depended to a significant extent on extra economic powers, or politically constituted property, which now included office in the monarchical state, giving them access to the fruits of peasant labor in the form of taxes instead of only rents. English landlords, relying more and more on purely economic forms of appropriation, depended on their tenants' profitable production. A vast proportion of land in France remained in the possession of peasants. In England, land was more concentrated in the hands of large proprietors and worked by tenant farmers, increasingly on economic leases, which made them unusually subject to the pressures of economic competition. While French agriculture in the 17th century was still largely tied to traditional methods of peasant farming, English landlords and their tenants were already becoming increasingly interested in agricultural improvement, finding means to enhance the productivity of labor in response to competitive pressures, especially by innovative use of land, which required redefinition of property rights. This would produce a unique historical dynamic of self-sustaining growth that sharply distinguished England from its neighbours, a difference that would be clearly visible when the English economy alone escaped the general European crisis of the late 17th century. Between the 16th and 18th centuries, in response to the imperatives of competition and improvement, there were mounting assaults on customary rights, assertions of exclusive private ownership against communal rights to common land, challenges to customary tenures and an assortment of use rights to private land, together with various oppressive practices and extortionate rents, accompanied by legal and theoretical efforts to redefine the meaning of property, all of them fiercely contested. These distinctively English patterns in the development of the state and property, not surprisingly, gave rise to specific kinds of conflict, and they define the major political issues in particular ways. So, for example, where taxation was the major grievance for French peasants, English smallholders were more concerned with protecting their customary rights and warding off expropriation. The developments that produced these specifically English conditions stand out in sharp relief during the 16th century. The Tudor monarchy, while continuing the process of state centralization that had begun long before, consolidated it in particularly visible ways, not least in the establishment of a state church. At the same time, the realignment of property relations caused major social disruptions. Historians may still disagree about the condition of the English economy in the 16th century, whether it was marked by economic growth or declining living standards, or, indeed, both, but, while it may be safe to say that, in the 17th century and even perhaps in the latter part of the previous one, living standards for sections of the population were relatively high by European standards, and by the 18th century would be more unambiguously so, there is little doubt that many paid a heavy price for it. The 16th century was marked by widespread dispossession and distress, causing social upheavals, riots and rebellions of various kinds, as well as the first compulsory system of poor relief, which says much about both England's wealth, the newly consolidated powers of the central state, and the social disruptions it was compelled to confront. Some historians dispute the extent of eviction by enclosure in the 16th century, in particular, enclosure to replace arable with pasture, and there were certainly other economic causes of dispossession and poverty. But there is no mistaking where contemporary observers, not least the Tudor monarchy and its officials, sought to place the blame. A growing propertyless class, which they attributed mainly to enclosure for highly profitable sheep farming at a time when the economy was not yet ready to absorb a host of dispossessed laborers, was producing a plague of vagrancy and vagabondage. This rabble of masterless men aroused deep trepidation among the ruling classes and spawned a distinctive literature of social criticism, intended not to justify rebellion by disadvantaged classes, nor even necessarily to voice a protest on their behalf, but to articulate the anxieties of their superiors, indeed the Tudor monarchy itself, with a view to bringing the ruling classes to their senses in the face of growing lawlessness, theft, and the danger of civil disorder. 1. Under the Tudors, one act after another was passed, without much effect, to limit enclosure. It is certainly true that the monarchy had reasons to exaggerate the threat, if only to challenge the power of the landed aristocracy, but there were also critics of enclosure who were more inclined to promote aristocratic power against an overweening monarchy. One such critic was Thomas Starkey. His dialogue between Pole and Lupset, apparently written in the 1530s but undiscovered till the 19th century, lays out a program of reform which, though he served as chaplain to Henry VIII, seems intended to balance the powers of the centralizing monarchy with a stronger aristocracy, creating an educated and enlightened ruling class capable of maintaining civil order by improving the conditions of the people. There was also a group of highly placed clerics of Lutheran inclinations in the Church of England, the so-called Commonwealthmen, who, though never openly attacking government or calling for political reform, presented a devastating picture of England's social conditions: spiraling prices, dispossession, poverty, homelessness, and growing vagrancy. The blame, it seems, lay largely with ungentle gentlemen, those greedy enclosers, landlords, and graziers, who, like their sheep, were caterpillars of the Commonwealth. 2. This is the context in which Thomas More's classic, Utopia, was composed. It begins with observations on the social consequences of war, which are general to all European powers, and then comments pointedly on a social evil peculiar to England, which can be taken as the underlying theme of the whole book. The increase of pasture, by which your sheep, which are naturally mild, and easily kept in order, may be said now to devour men, and unpeople, not only villages, but towns, for wherever it is found that the sheep of any soil yield a softer and richer wool than ordinary, there the nobility and gentry, and even those holy men the abbots, not contented with the old rents which their farms yielded, nor thinking it enough that they, living at their ease, do no good to the public, resolve to do it hurt instead of good. They stop the course of agriculture, destroying houses and towns, reserving only the churches, and enclose grounds that they may lodge their sheep in them. As if forests and parks had swallowed up too little of the land, those worthy countrymen turn the best inhabited places into solitudes, for when an insatiable wretch, who is a plague to his country, resolves to enclose many thousand acres of ground, the owners as well as tenants are turned out of their possessions, by tricks, or by main force, or being wearied out with ill usage, they are forced to sell them. By which means those miserable people, both men and women, married and unmarried, old and young, with their poor but numerous families, since country business requires many hands, are all forced to change their seats, not knowing whither to go, and they must sell almost for nothing their household stuff, which could not bring them much money, even though they might stay for a buyer. When that little money is at an end, for it will be soon spent, what is left for them to do, but either to steal and so to be hanged, God knows how justly, or to go about and beg? And if they do this, they are put in prison as idle vagabonds, while they would willingly work, but can find none that will hire them, for there is no more occasion for country labor, to which they have been bred, when there is no arable ground left. More's response to this catastrophe is not an elaborate analysis of England's ills, nor a program of reform, nor a systematic political theory, but a fantastical fiction portraying Utopia or not place, a supremely well-ordered and happy republic without private property. This masterpiece has been interpreted as everything from pure fantasy, with no political intent, to a founding text of modern socialism. There is, of course, no decisive way of adjudicating these differences of interpretation, though it seems, on the face of it, implausible that more truly believed in a community of property. A man of substantial property, he was himself an encloser, and he showed no sign in his active political life of subscribing to egalitarian, let alone collectivist, principles, nor, for that matter, did he evince much compassion for the lower classes. 3 Even his zealous, not to say bloodthirsty, opposition to the Lutheran heresy, as Lord Chancellor he took an active part in the persecution of heretics, was inspired in part by his conviction that it was to blame for the peasant revolt in Germany, which aroused the fears of English men of property like More himself. Even in his radical Utopia, he outlines a justification of colonization based on a principle that would later serve the English well, that people can be deprived of their land by just war if they fail to make productive use of it. Had More embarked on a program of practical reform, he might have found himself, at most, not very far from Thomas Starkey, who was influenced by him, in seeking ways to civilize the ruling classes. But whatever his conception of the ideal society, it seems likely that his immediate objective, if indeed he had one, was to hold up a mirror to ungentle gentlemen, challenging their excesses with a utopian image of their opposite. For all the turmoil of the 16th century, there was, nonetheless, a fundamental unity of purpose and practice between monarchy and landed classes, as partners in a distinctively centralized state. The English aristocracy was no longer a militarized feudal nobility, but neither did the Tudor state possess a standing army, and both depended on their partnership to maintain social order. To be sure, the most effective popular rebellions were those supported by local elites, and, in the following century, the landlords would mobilize popular forces in their own conflict with the monarchy. Yet, when in the Civil War the English ruling class came into fatal conflict with the king, it was a battle for control of an already unified English state, and not, as in the French wars of religion in the 16th century, a struggle between competing jurisdictions or a war between a centralizing monarchy, on the one hand, and, on the other, nobles or municipal authorities protecting their independent powers and privileges, their own little fragments of the state, their parcellized sovereignties. These historical conditions were reflected in the distinctive patterns of English political thought. In the 16th century, for example, the specific development of English society and the English state produced a tradition of political thought in which individuals, without mediation by corporate entities, were conceived as the basic constituents of the state, nicely summed up by Sir Thomas Smith, then Queen Elizabeth's ambassador to France. In a treatise on the English body politic, at least in part intended for the edification of a French audience and therefore assuming no knowledge of English conditions among his readers, he defined a commonwealth or société civile as a société or common doing of a multitude of free men collected together and united by common accord and convenance among themselves, for the conservation of themselves as well sick in peace as in war. For this represents a telling contrast to the definition of a commonwealth by his contemporary, Jean Bodin, who, reflecting on French conditions, defined it as composed not of free individuals but of families, colleges, or corporate bodies. Smith did not draw any radical conclusions from this definition of the body politic. He took for granted a limited parliamentary franchise, and his conception of representation in Parliament simply assumed that the propertied classes would govern, while other classes would be present in Parliament, as all men, of whatever station, had a right to be, not as members or even as electors but by virtue of the men of property who represent the interests of the Commonwealth. The sort of men which do not rule, those who do not enjoy the parliamentary franchise, include day laborers, poor husbandmen, merchants or retailers which have no free land, copyholders, all artificers, as tailors, shoemakers, carpenters, brickmakers, bricklayers, masons, and c. These have no voice nor authority in our commonwealth, and no account is made of them but one alike to be ruled, not to rule other. Ch. 24. The consent of Parliament, he adds, is taken to be every man's consent. It would be a pupil of Sir Thomas Smith, Bishop John Ponet, often associated with the Commonwealthmen, who would elaborate a justification of violent resistance by private individuals. He produced, in other words, a theory of resistance based on Smith's conception of political society as constituted by a multitude of individuals. In this respect, the contrast between Smith and Bodin is replicated in the difference between Ponet's ideas of resistance and those of the French constitutionalists, whose point of departure remained the contest among corporate jurisdictions and a right of resistance as a function of office, precisely the view of resistance that Bodin was seeking to counter. In Ponet's short treatise of Politique Power, 1556, he adopts a conception of the state that might be called modern in its application to an impersonal institutional entity and not simply the personal rule of a monarch, and, for all his religious preoccupations, he emphasizes the secular nature and purpose of the state. The state's objective is the weal and benefit of the people, and government is a trust, in which the office holder acts as a proxy, attorney, or proctor to the people, who can withdraw the mandate granted to their governors if the government ceases to act in the common interest as defined by the people themselves. While, as we have seen, Protestant doctrine had been used to justify more radical resistance than its canonical founders, Luther and Calvin, had ever been ready to contemplate, Ponet goes beyond existing doctrines in spelling out the right of private men forcibly to resist unlawful or unjust officers and rulers. The difference between Ponet and his constitutionalist counterparts in France or elsewhere on the continent is sometimes put down to the relative security of Protestants in England, or, indeed, Scotland, which allowed them to risk more radical ideas of individual or private resistance, but Ponet's conception of individual rights surely has structural roots in a distinctively English conception of the polity as constituted not by corporate entities or even a single mystical body, the people as a corporate entity, but in a multitude of free men collected together, an idea that is rooted in a distinct historical reality. The case of Smith and Ponet illustrates that the idea of a commonwealth constituted by a multitude of individuals, like the conception of the body politic as grounded in corporate entities, could accommodate a fairly wide range of political opinion. The idea of a corporate community did not, to be sure, disappear from English political thought. But, while on the continent it could operate across a spectrum of opinion from the most unforgiving doctrines of obedience to fairly wide-ranging justifications of resistance, in English conditions it no longer served a useful purpose in resistance theories. Some thinkers would still find it helpful to invoke a mystical corporate community not to justify resistance but to sustain a theory of political obligation and the duty to obey political authority in England. Yet even the most notable defender of royal absolutism, Thomas Hobbes, would feel compelled to counter doctrines of resistance by constructing his argument on a foundation of individual rights and a political society created by a multitude of individuals. In the 16th century, the most noteworthy English exponent of a mystical corporate body as a source of obligation was Richard Hooker. His Of the Laws of Ecclesiastical Polity, the first 5 books of which were published in the 1590s, the last 3 appeared posthumously in the early 17th century, is a classic of Anglican orthodoxy. Aimed against a challenge from Puritan clerics, it was intended to affirm the royal supremacy over the Church. But in the course of his argument, he raises more general political questions and lays out a theory of obligation based on a kind of mystical community to which every individual belongs and whose prior act of submission is binding on future generations. Proceeding from what first appears to be an unambiguous theory of government by consent, for any prince or potentate to exercise the power of making laws not by commission from God or else by authority derived at the first from their consent upon whose persons they impose laws is no better than tyranny. He goes on to say that to be commanded we do consent when that society, whereof we be a part, hath at any time before consented, without revoking the same after by the like universal agreement, ix. To make the point clearer still, he tells us, wherefore as any man's deed past is good as long as himself continueth, so the act of a public society of men done 500 years sith and standeth as theirs who presently are of the same societies, because corporations are immortal, we were then alive in our predecessors, and they in their successors do live still. This means, among other things, that in many things assent is given, they that give it not imagining they do so, because the manner of their assenting is not apparent, an idea of tacit consent that would, as we shall see, be taken up by Locke, to somewhat different purposes, though perhaps not as different as some interpreters insist. Hooker was, it seems, opposed to rule by the arbitrary will of one man, without known laws, but his notion of consent is perfectly compatible with absolute monarchy, as he makes clear when he offers this as his first example of cases in which men give consent not imagining they do, when an absolute monarch commandeth his subjects that which seemeth good in his own discretion, hath not his edict the force of law whether they approve or dislike it. But, however we choose to interpret his theory of consent and the limits it does or does not place on arbitrary power, his notion of the corporate community is striking not only in the ways it differs from Thomas Smith's idea of a commonwealth created by a multitude of individuals, but also in the ways it shares with Smith certain common assumptions about the nature of the English body politic. Hooker takes for granted the absence or weakness of intermediary corporate entities and jurisdictions standing between individual and state. Like Thomas Smith, he assumes the existence of an unusually unified state, a fairly homogeneous and united ruling class and a unitary representative body, which can be said to represent the whole community, in sharp contrast to the French estates, which lie at the heart of Baudin's Commonwealth. Hooker's corporate community, in other words, begins to look more like a national community, embodied in an English nation-state. If the unity of national state and national church seems less than modern, this very particular English unity is possible only because, and to the extent that, the English state, in contrast to parcellized sovereignties and competing jurisdictions elsewhere in Europe, represents a truly sovereign power. The reality of sovereign power, then, is certainly reflected in English political theory, but the reflection in this period, with the notable exception of Thomas Hobbes, is and remains largely indirect. It is not expressed in a clear idea of indivisible sovereignty. Since in England there was no fundamental conflict of jurisdiction between the monarchy and ruling classes, there was no need to assert the power of one over the other with a conception of indivisible sovereignty. On the contrary, the ancient idea of the mixed constitution was widely held in English political thought, at a time when a French thinker like Baudin was very keen to repudiate such notions and to replace them with one clear and undisputed center of political authority, a single, indivisible and absolute sovereign power. The English attachment to the idea of the mixed constitution, as against the French invention of a clear and systematic idea of sovereignty, did not, as we have seen, mean that France enjoyed a more unified sovereign state. The English mixed constitution expressed the reality of a unitary state, in which monarchy and aristocracy were fundamentally united in joint control of state power. The idea of the mixed constitution was another way of describing, in theoretical terms, the joint control of the state more conventionally expressed in the formula the Crown in Parliament, which to this day is used to describe the essence of constitutional power in Britain. Although the state was jointly controlled, it possessed the features of sovereignty far more than did the French state at the time. The same paradox appears in English and French conceptions of law and the sovereign power of legislation. While Baudin was insisting that the essence of sovereignty was the power to make law and that law was simply the will of the sovereign, the English remained attached to their conception of the common law as the embodiment of age-old custom. They tended to talk about Parliament not so much as making law but as discovering some pre-existing law, perhaps some custom or unwritten constitutional principle that had existed time out of mind. Yet, in reality, the English legal system was already in the 16th century far more unified than the French, and Parliament, or the Crown in Parliament, really did have legislative functions more like Baudin's sovereign power. Again, the English conception of law took for granted some long unchallenged practices, while the conceptual innovations of a thinker like Baudin reflected critical attempts to resolve at least in theory real conflicts over state power, which in practice would remain unresolved until the Revolution. Crown, Parliament, and multitude. When the Stuarts embarked on their absolutist project, England's ruling classes were still committed to the long-standing partnership between Parliament and Crown, which, despite some moments of tension, had served them very well, but there was neither an inclination nor a social base for a continental-style absolutism. The propertied classes in general were not in principle opposed to the monarchy. Indeed, they regarded it as a necessary bulwark against social disorder. Both monarchy and aristocracy were strengthened by the bargain in which the demilitarization of the aristocracy, which ceded its traditional coercive powers to the state, was compensated by the state's defense of landed property, underwriting and protecting the aristocracy's purely economic powers of exploitation. At the same time, the more the propertied classes came to depend on economic exploitation, the less they could tolerate a state that continued to act in the traditional ways of a feudal monarchy. What members of the ruling class wanted was a state that maintained order and sustained their own absolute property rights. They certainly did not want monarchs who themselves behaved like feudal magnates, with their own personal followings, their own economic interests and resources in competition with the landed class. The English ruling class had little to gain from a state which served as just another kind of property, instead of simply serving to protect private property outside the state. So, to the extent that the political development of the monarchical state lagged behind the economic development of the ruling class, conflicts were bound to arise, quite apart from other sources of conflict, such as religious controversies, the complexities and instabilities of Britain's multiple kingdoms, or problems generated by particular royal personalities, which in the case of the stubborn Stuart kings are hard to ignore. We should not, nonetheless, underestimate the tenacity of the partnership between Parliament and Crown, which was, if anything, strengthened by the long history of social disorder, riots and regional uprisings, religious and political, that preceded the Civil War. However varied the causes, certain social issues were never far from the surface, issues having to do with the realignment and redefinition of property. All this was accompanied by a proliferation of religious sects and open challenges to the authority of the established church, the national church which had contributed so much to the centralizing project of the state and which, since the English Reformation, had played an indispensable role in maintaining the state's institutional and ideological authority. On the eve of the Civil War, then, religious and political authority were already in a precarious state, and this certainly predisposed the ruling class to cling to its partnership with the monarchy, in defense of social order. It is clear from the events leading up to the breach between Parliament and Crown that the propertied classes were willing to go some distance with the king. Still, there were limits, and the Stuarts repeatedly exceeded them, not least, of course, when Charles I ruled for 11 years without convoking Parliament. The imposition of taxes without parliamentary approval, especially in order to support the king's military adventures, was, needless to say, especially unpopular. At any rate, whatever the causes, long-term and immediate, national and local, relations finally broke down and war ensued. If the landed class had long been united in supporting the partnership between Crown and Parliament, it was no less united in its opposition to the Stuart absolutist project. By far the majority of ruling opinion, inside Parliament no less than in the country outside, fell within the range of opposition to absolute and arbitrary government, at least, monarchical government unaccountable to Parliament. Until late in 1641, parliamentary classes in general remained opposed to what the king was doing, and a substantial majority in Parliament supported the radically anti-absolutist legislative program, including attacks on the Laudian Church, introduced in the preceding months. Nevertheless, while in 1641 Parliament was all but unanimous in its anti-absolutist program, historians now repeatedly emphasize that many, indeed most, MPs had no real wish to dispense with monarchy as such. They were generally not, in other words, Republicans. We cannot dismiss as mere rhetoric their claims, when they went to war in 1642, to be fighting for king and parliament. Still, they were equally certain that they could not tolerate, that their own class interests could not sustain, a continental-style absolutism. There was, besides, no clear division between an old feudal aristocracy defending the king, and a new bourgeoisie, or a capitalist aristocracy, trying to throw off the fetters that impeded its pursuit of progressive economic interests. The landed class was far more homogeneous than that old formula suggests, and little remained of the old-style feudal aristocracy. Yet by now there were other forces in play that would disrupt this unanimity. The 1620s had marked a turning point in the political role of the English multitude. Before the king suspended Parliament for 11 years in 1629, his financial problems, among other things, had led to repeated calls for new parliaments to raise the necessary revenues. At the same time, a growing gentry meant that there were more aspirants to membership in Parliament, and elections were more contested than ever before. The electorate was also changing. Inflation alone had the effect of making basic property qualifications less exclusive, widening the social base of the electorate, but expansion of the franchise was also a matter of policy. The gentry were becoming more aware of the political advantages to be gained from mobilizing the people, both in pursuit of their internal rivalries and in disagreements with the crown. In subsequent decades, there would be retreats, not least by Oliver Cromwell, from this opportunistic commitment to a wider franchise, but between 1621 and 1628, the Commons voted repeatedly to extend the franchise. By 1640, writes one eminent historian of the period, the situation in the counties as well as the boroughs had changed out of all recognition from Elizabethan times, and we witness the birth of a political nation, small, partially controlled, but no longer coextensive with the will of the gentry. 5. Popular mobilization was not confined to voting. By 1640, the people were taking to the streets with growing regularity. The first acts of the Long Parliament in the autumn of that year were greeted with joyful demonstrations by large crowds in the streets of London. In December, 15,000 people signed the root and branch petition demanding the abolition of episcopacy, and hundreds of them carried the petition to the House of Commons. Archbishop Laud was impeached for treason a week later. The people took to the streets regularly thereafter. From January 1641, there were almost daily popular riots in London. When the Earl of Strafford was executed in May of that year, it was largely under pressure from the mob, for whom he had become the chief representative of the absolutist monarchy. At the end of that year, Parliament issued the Grand Remonstrance, listing its grievances, more than 200 of them, against the king in particularly provocative terms. What made the list especially provocative was that it was clearly intended as an appeal directly to the people outside Parliament, with the objective of mobilizing popular sentiment against the crown. This was a new mode of politics, which put the wind up some parliamentarians and suddenly transformed them into royalists. At first, the mobilization of popular forces, especially in London, the hub of the nation and disproportionately huge both in its population and in its economic importance, had been the opposition's trump card. But, if riots and popular agitation had been useful instruments of war against the king, they always threatened to exceed the bounds of ruling class objectives. As the parliamentary debate about the Grand Remonstrance makes clear, it was the calculated appeal to the people, as much as the substance of the document, that some found so alarming and caused them to change sides. We can get a taste of the growing unease from Sir Edward Deering, who had been on the side of the people in the execution of Strafford but was driven into the royalist camp by the Grand Remonstrance. "Mr. Speaker," he said, "when I first heard of a remonstrance, I presently imagined that like faithful counsellors, we should hold up a glass unto his majesty. I thought to represent unto the king the wicked counsels of pernicious counsellors, the restless turbulency of practical papists. I did not dream that we should remonstrate downward, tell stories to the people and talk of the king as of a third person." The Grand Remonstrance proved to be a major turning point in the creation of a significant royalist faction. But it was not the first time, nor the last, that anxious members of Parliament expressed their fears of popular mobilization. Before Deering, Sir George Digby, still an active opponent of the king in 1640, had changed sides. Not the least of his worries was the role of the multitude in carrying the root and branch petition to Parliament. He warned the House against the mobilization of Irregular and tumultuous assemblies of people, be it for never so good an end. Here is no man of the least insight into nature, or history, but knows the danger, when either true or pretended stimulation, of conscience, hath once given a multitude agitation. Can there be of greater presumption, than for a multitude to teach a parliament, what is, and what is not, the government according to God's word? The defection of nervous parliamentarians made it possible for the king to rally a substantial force well beyond his personal followers and the relatively small sections of the propertied classes whose interests were inextricably bound up with his, such as the old company merchants who benefited from royal monopolies. At the same time, it meant that the parliamentary cause was now led by those more inclined to popular mobilization. The process of defection, which had begun when some parliamentarians took fright at the impeachment and execution of the Earl of Strafford and at the Grand Remonstrance, would be repeated several times in the following years of civil war, as increasingly radical dangers drove more sections of the opposition away from the parliamentary cause. Even the victorious parliamentarians of the Long Parliament were prepared to negotiate with the king as late as 1648, as, indeed, the leaders of the new model army had been in 1647. The next to last stage of that peeling away was the conflict between Cromwell and the Levellers, and the final stage came in the Restoration. Political ideas in the English Civil War. The Civil War was not only a time of military conflict but a period of unique intellectual ferment. The breakdown of authority encouraged an unprecedented outpouring of political debate. The population was unusually literate by the standards of the day, and people were regularly exposed not only to the ruling ideologies but to subversive ideas, typically in sermons from their often sectarian parish preachers. A wide range of issues and conflicts were canvassed in a vast profusion of pamphlet literature, addressed not just to the usual elites but to the common man and woman. Yet the breakdown of authority is not enough to account for the airing of grievances and aspirations that might otherwise have remained submerged beneath ruling class hegemony. The very structure of English society and politics, the specific need of the ruling classes for alliances and popular mobilization, placed radical ideas on the agenda in unprecedented ways. Let us consider, as it were from the top down, some of the many political ideas that were circulating at this turbulent moment. Before the reign of James I, it was widely accepted that England had a mixed constitution, and this idea continued to play an important part in English political thought across a wide political spectrum. It could be used to defend the rights of Parliament against the Crown, but it certainly did not preclude a major, and in some versions even a dominant, role for the king, as long as it was understood that all rule was ultimately subject to the law as promulgated by the Crown in Parliament, which meant the monarch together with the two houses of Parliament. The erudite King James I himself challenged that idea by claiming, in his book The True Law of Free Monarchies, 1598, and elsewhere, that kings ruled by divine right and were not accountable to any earthly authority. He also famously commissioned a translation of the Bible, the Authorized Version or King James Bible, which was intended to displace the English-language Calvinist Geneva Bible, not least because of what he took to be its seditious marginal commentaries sanctioning resistance to monarchical authority. Yet even James, while admitting no constitutional limits on his rule, conceded, at least in theory, that the king should rule according to existing law. Few Englishmen were willing to take a very strong and unambiguous position on the absolute powers of the king, and there was only a short period in the 17th century when a small number of royalist thinkers made more absolute claims for royal sovereignty. The most famous of these is Thomas Hobbes, whom we shall discuss in what follows. Another was Sir Robert Filmer, whose major defense of royal absolutism, Patriarchat, though written in the 1640s, remained unpublished until long after his death. It was resurrected and, for the first time, printed in 1680 during the renewed conflicts between the king and Parliament, only to be famously and fatally attacked by John Locke, who, as we shall see, singled it out as the main target of his own assault on absolutism. For the moment, we need only keep in mind that strong absolutist arguments were very unpopular in England. Both Filmer and Hobbes, in their different ways, remained untypical, even among royalists. For that matter, the English never seemed to be much bothered about locating a single, absolute, and indivisible sovereign power, residing in the king or in parliament. They had long grown accustomed to their mixed constitution, the joint rule of king and propertied classes in parliament. When the time finally came, then, how did the ruling class defend its right to rebel against the king? There were, of course, well-established doctrines of resistance available to them, not least the constitutionalist doctrines of the monarchomics that had emerged from the French wars of religion. In France, the idea of popular sovereignty could readily be invoked to sustain the autonomous jurisdictions of aristocrats and lesser magistrates, but this was not in the first instance the preferred ideological strategy of English parliamentarians. In fact, at least in the early years of the Civil War, the principal theorists of the parliamentary cause actually repudiated doctrines of popular sovereignty. They seemed very reluctant even to claim the sovereignty of Parliament and to replace the Crown in Parliament with an unambiguous parliamentary supremacy. The battle the English were fighting was different from that of the French. It was not, again, a war of competing jurisdictions and fragmented sovereignties. It was not a matter of particular corporate bodies and privileges defending their autonomy against a monarchical drive to unify the state and replace corporate fragments with one overarching sovereign power. In an already unified sovereign state, which was constituted by king and parliament together, parliament was not asserting its own, popular sovereignty against the king's competing claims so much as accusing him of violating their partnership, of breaching their composite sovereignty. In the period leading up to the Civil War, when tensions between king and ruling class were mounting, Parliament in 1628 produced the Petition of Right, which has come to be regarded as a cornerstone of the English constitution. The distinctive tone of English conflicts between crown and ruling classes is nicely captured in this document and in the debate surrounding it in Parliament. The petition undoubtedly claimed certain powers for Parliament, yet it represented itself not as an assertion of parliamentary sovereignty but as a statement about the rights and liberties of the subject. In other words, it is not about competing jurisdictions or sovereignties so much as about the rights of the citizen, or subject, against a state whose unified jurisdiction is taken for granted. It represents a different kind of constitutionalism, which does not concern the rights of one kind of lordship against another, or the claims of lesser lords against greater ones, or lesser magistrates against princes and kings. It has more to do with the relations between individual and state, even if the individuals most immediately concerned are members of the propertied classes. The debate in Parliament is also telling. When the Commons had accepted the Petition of Right and it went to the Lords, there was a proposal to add a clause to leave entire that sovereign power wherewith your Majesty is trusted. It is perhaps significant enough that those who proposed this amendment saw no incompatibility between the demands of the petition and this assertion of royal power. But even more interesting is the argument advanced by one MP against the proposed clause, in a conference between the two Houses of Parliament. In a climate of discontent and anger, argued Sir Henry Martin, the vulgar multitude may not be very friendly to the sacred sovereign power. This petition will run through many hands, he said. And men will fall to arguing and descantying what sovereign power is. What is the latitude? Whence the original? Where the bounds? Etc., with many such curious and captious questions. Sovereign power is then best worth when it is held in tacit veneration, not when it is profaned by vulgar hearings or examinations. For Martin, this may have been a rhetorical ploy, but he understood the mindset of the ruling class very well. The less said about sovereignty the better. Why raise the issue at all? Why let the vulgar start asking awkward questions about the sources, scope, and limits of sovereign power? Let sleeping dogs lie. And so their lordships did, as the Petition of Right was passed without the embarrassing clause. This whole episode is richly revealing. It tells us much about the disposition of the ruling classes and their relations with the crown. Grievances they certainly had, but they were apparently confident enough of their partnership with the Crown and their joint role in the state not to feel a strong need to clarify the issue of sovereignty. Besides, whatever issues divided Parliament and Crown, they were united in their common front against the vulgar multitude. This brings us to another factor that may help to explain the reluctance of parliamentary leaders and thinkers to invoke the doctrine of popular sovereignty. When the French articulated the right of resistance, they had the option of reserving it to lesser magistrates or corporations. But what would happen if the basic constituents of the state were conceived not as colleges and corporations but as a multitude of free men? What implications would it have where corporate powers had largely given way to a centralized state, where the intermediate institutions between the individual and the state had been weakened, and where individuals and their private property had been detached from extra economic powers and identities? One possibility, of course, was to attach political significance to property, as distinct from prescriptive corporate status or privilege, and this was, of course, done. But the purely quantitative measure of property was more dangerously elastic than qualitative differences of privilege and rank. Would a right of resistance then be claimed by the popular multitude? The mainstream parliamentary justification of opposition to the king in 1642 tended to be somewhat equivocal. Parliamentarians were inclined to say not so much that the people had a right of rebellion but that the king was the one who was rebelling, so that Parliament had the duty to restore the constitution and the traditional balance between Crown and Parliament. Any true Republicans, certainly in today's conventional sense, as genuine opponents of monarchy in principle, stayed largely under cover until 1648, when the conflict had apparently reached a point of no return. There were, however, a few early attempts to establish a theory of parliamentary sovereignty, the most notable being Henry Parker's observations upon some of His Majesty's late answers and expresses, 1642. Parker claimed that power is originally inherent in the people and that royal authority is derived from that original power through the medium of contracts and agreements. But like French theorists of resistance, Parker still had in mind the people as a corporate entity, on the grounds that it is only as a collectivity that the people were superior to the king, so the people could exercise their powers only through their constitutional representatives. More particularly, he argued that, once having established a parliament to represent them, the people could not reclaim their original power. It was up to Parliament to guard the interests of the people and to resist the king when he violated their liberties. Parker certainly did not call for the abolition of the monarchy and continued to speak in the language of a mixed constitution, or the king in Parliament, but he did give Parliament, as the people's representative, the last word. Parliament, he argued, may not desert the king, but being deserted by the king, when the kingdom is in distress, they may judge of that distress, and relieve it, and are to be accounted, by the virtue of representation, as the whole body of the state. This argument may have appeared more risky in England than it had in France, because the notion of the people as a corporate entity had already been weakened both in theory and in practice, giving way to the idea of the people as a multitude of individuals. This may help to explain why royalists could counter Parker's argument by claiming that, if Parliament can rebel against the king, there was nothing to prevent the people similarly rebelling against Parliament. Parker's defense of parliamentary sovereignty was too extreme even for some prominent parliamentarians. In what appears to be a reply to Parker, the distinguished lawyer, John Selden, 1584–1654, long known as a defender of the subjects' liberties and the rights of Parliament, argued against Parker's first premise. In his Table Talk, written in the early 1640s but unpublished until 1689, Selden, in the entry on contracts, explores the implications of contracts between the people and their rulers. Contracts would mean nothing, he insists, if we could just withdraw from them whenever they cease to be convenient. If once we grant we may recede from contracts upon any inconveniency that may afterwards happen, we shall have no bargain kept. If I sell you a horse and do not like my bargain, I will have my horse again. By the same rules of contract, the principle that the people as a collectivity are greater than the king simply cannot stand up. Just because the people made the king, they are not therefore greater than he, any more than I am greater or richer than you after I have given you my whole fortune and left myself destitute. If I made you greater, greater you remain. Selden's friend Thomas Hobbes was to use related arguments, but in outright defense of royal absolutism. As for genuine republicanism in the Civil War, some prominent historians insist that Republicans never represented more than a small minority against the mainstream of parliamentary thinking. Others point to an important body of Republican thought, including political works by the poet John Milton, that had emerged by the late 1640s, which was to have substantial influence in the 18th century, not least in the American Revolution. Yet it is not always clear what is meant by republicanism, and the concept is especially ill-suited to capturing the English political experience. The Roman idea of a civic community, to which republicanism is commonly traced, in its original form presupposed a ruling aristocracy that governed itself collectively and in amateur style, with a minimal state. The English context was very different. England had long had an effective central administration, and this political form, the product of distinctive social developments, was unlike any other in Europe or anywhere else. The partnership of monarchy and parliament was recognized even by so-called republicans, who might argue against absolutism and for a mixed constitution without necessarily advocating abolition of the monarchy. The term republicanism is often used by historians of political thought in reference not so much to anti-monarchism as to political theories that place strong emphasis on a community of citizens, the importance of civic virtue, and the accountability of any political authority to the civic community. But in the English context, a republican emphasis on the civic community, a community of citizens, is often hard to distinguish from other forms of anti-absolutism. The civic community was likely to be identified with Parliament no less by Republicans than by more moderate defenders of Parliament against the Crown. This could mean specifically the accountability of any government to a representative institution like Parliament, at which point this classical republicanism shades into less radical forms of mainstream parliamentarism. In specifically English conditions, what does stand out in sharper relief, as we shall see in a moment, is the division between those for whom the ruling class in Parliament was the rightful embodiment of the civic community or popular power and those for whom the people outside Parliament were truly sovereign. The idea of republican liberty is not very helpful in identifying this division, not least because the Roman Republic was an oligarchy and the original Roman idea of liberty was never democratic. In the concept of republicanism, even the distinction between oligarchy and democracy may disappear from view, making it hard to distinguish, for instance, between oligarchic republicans and more radical defenders of the people's liberty against the crown, such as the Levellers. More particularly, the people outside Parliament is a category without meaning in any other context but the English. It has no bearing on the Roman civic community where the republican idea was born, nor on the Italian city-state where it was revived, nor indeed in the Dutch Republic, while in absolutist France, the relevant players in the contest between absolutist kings and those who opposed them were, as we have seen, necessarily different. It is certainly true that, by the end of the 1640s, there were prominent radicals who favored an unambiguous parliamentary supremacy and severe restrictions on the power of the Crown and the House of Lords. There were those who even supported the abolition of the monarchy. But some so-called republicanism is not unambiguously opposed to monarchy as such. Republicans in this sense could be advocates of the mixed constitution and could even accept some kind of constitutional monarchy. Even the great Republican Algernon Sidney, 1622–83, who was to be condemned for treason in 1683 after the failure of the exclusion program, continued to speak of a mixed constitution even while calling for revolution in the manuscript that led to his death, the Discourses Concerning Government, finally published in 1698. One thing, at any rate, is clear: even those MPs who were willing to go the whole distance and abolish the monarchy, and to assert some kind of popular sovereignty, were likely to take away with one hand what they had given with the other. They generally situated popular sovereignty in Parliament, and not in the people outside, to say nothing of the restrictions they would have placed on the right to elect parliament. This was true even if they allowed power to revert to the multitude in moments of extreme crisis, as when Cromwell mobilized a popular army whose rank and file he would allow to fight but not to vote. Henry Ireton, Cromwell's son-in-law and the chief spokesman of the grandees in the Putney debates, was himself a Republican of this radical but undemocratic variety. This is exactly the point at which more democratic forces like the Levellers parted company with these oligarchic Republicans, claiming sovereignty not just for Parliament but for the multitude, and not just in extreme emergencies but in normal political life. The body of literature that has come to be known as classical republicanism, of which the most important exponent was James Harrington, 1611–77, did produce a distinctive conception of citizenship and civic liberty, which can be said to distinguish it from the traditions of liberalism associated with thinkers like John Locke. The Republican conceptions of citizenship and liberty imply something more than the passive enjoyment of individual rights or the negative freedom from external impediments to action. Republican liberty, as Quentin Skinner has argued, is the absence of dependence in any form. The very existence of arbitrary power, however permissively or even benignly it may be exercised, reduces men to servitude, so that free individuals can exist only in free states, governed by a civic community of active citizens. But Republicans of this kind seem to have been no less wedded than were less Republican parliamentarians to an exclusive political nation. At the very least, their conception of citizenship did not preclude a division between propertied elite and laboring multitude. Harrington, in the years following the publication of his Commonwealth of Oceania, dedicated to Cromwell, in 1656, wrote in opposition to the restoration of the monarchy and was imprisoned in 1661. But even a genuinely radical Republican like this was not necessarily a Democrat in the sense that we, or even the Levellers, would understand the term. In Oceania, Harrington makes some significant observations about the connections between political and economic power. Political power, insofar as it rests on control of the food supply, is grounded in landed property. In some respects, this observation was a double-edged sword. On the one hand, it was the basis of Harrington's claims for the supremacy of representative bodies, at least in places where, as in England, land was no longer in the hands of a feudal nobility but was widely distributed among commoners. This principle could also be taken to mean that property should be more widely and equitably distributed, so that the body of men who are fit to be citizens might be enlarged, or at least land ownership should be stabilized by means of the kind of agrarian law he proposed, regulating the acquisition and inheritance of land in order to maintain a relatively wide distribution of political power. This kind of regulation might even be understood as opposing the increasing concentration of landed property that was continuing in England. On the other hand, on the basis of the same principle, Harrington was very emphatic that citizenship could belong only to those who had the wherewithal to live of themselves, that is, it would exclude a substantial number of people without property or dependent for their livelihood on laboring for others. Even in his more or less utopian Commonwealth, he never imagined the disappearance of people such as these, though their numbers might be limited. In the real world of his own contemporary England, many people would have been excluded from full rights of citizenship on the basis of such Harringtonian principles. The Levellers and the Putney debates. If the main parliamentary leaders were reluctant to invoke the notion of popular sovereignty because they feared its subversive possibilities, their fears were soon to be justified. The war and popular mobilization inevitably opened that Pandora's box. During the revolutionary period, the world was indeed turned upside down. Radical religious sects defied some of the most basic principles of ecclesiastical hierarchy and even conventional social morality. Various groups in which religious and political ideas were inseparable challenged political authority and the dominant system of property, their ideas ranging across a broad spectrum up to and including the most radically democratic doctrines and even the repudiation of private property itself. By 1647, a wide-ranging program of political reform was taking root in the new model army. Many in the army rank and file were driven by anger, often generated by Parliament's refusal to pay the soldiers, but many were also motivated by democratic opposition to the parliamentary oligarchy, and even those officers of a less radical disposition were forced to adopt a more militant stance, if only to maintain army unity and discipline. The army itself became a major political issue, its very existence a bone of contention among parliamentarians. When fear of military radicalism and of the rabble of ordinary soldiers drove some parliamentarians to call for the new model army to be disbanded, the army stood firm, refused to accept Parliament's order to disband, and retaliated with a coherent and radical political program. Largely the work of Henry Ireton, it called for constitutional and religious reforms that went well beyond what Parliament had hitherto demanded, not to mention a purge of Parliament itself to rid it of corrupt MPs and the army's chief opponents. The army was united in defying Parliament's orders to disband, but that unity disguised the divisions within its own ranks and the tenuous control now exercised by Cromwell's officers over the rank and file. There is even debate among historians about whether the army's seizure of the king in June of 1647 really had the approval of Cromwell or was simply an action by radicals, accepted by Cromwell and Ireton after the fact. These internal divisions had taken shape in the election of regimental agitators, whose function was to represent the interests and grievances of the rank and file. It was these agitators who established links with radicals especially in London, and specifically the Levellers. Soon they became the conduits for more wide-ranging discussions, in which not only the nature of the new regime in England but also the most fundamental issues of religion and politics were openly debated in the most democratic way by officers and ordinary soldiers. The division between the army grandees and the Levellers represented a substantial divergence between what has been called an oligarchic republicanism and a more democratic radicalism. The thinkers and activists who have been called Levellers represented a fairly wide range of views. The name itself seems to have appeared earlier in the century to describe people who rose up against practices such as enclosure, levelling hedges, fences, or walls, but increasingly the term was used pejoratively to accuse certain radicals of wanting to equalize or level, indeed even to abolish, private property. The man who is commonly regarded as the most important Leveller writer, John Lilburne, 1615–57, never showed any inclination to do away with private property. This is perhaps not surprising in a man destined to be a middling merchant himself, apprenticed to a wholesale cloth merchant from 1630 to 1636, though later impeded by monopolies in his attempts to carry on in the same trade. In approximately 80 pamphlets, he consistently defended the rights of the people, generally under the heading of life, liberty, or estate. His radicalism consisted above all in his insistence on the power of the people, as against either king or parliament. One of the leaders of the London crowd when it took to the streets to call for the impeachment of Strafford, he spent the rest of his career defending the ancient rights and liberties of England, the freedom of the people against tyranny and arbitrary rule, the freedom of conscience, the right to due processes of law, and so on. In 1638 he was punished for printing and circulating unlicensed books, and aggravated his situation by denouncing episcopacy. Thereafter, he was to be tried 3 times for treason, and between 1645 and 1652 imprisoned 7 times. In 1652 he was banished for life because of his opposition to corruption and his consistent defense of political and religious liberty, which were evidently no more welcome to Cromwell than they had been to the king and his supporters. Lilburne returned to England in defiance of the banishment order and was tried for treason, acquitted but again imprisoned. He died a few years later, having become a Quaker like many other disappointed radicals. Yet throughout this long and courageous history of struggle in defense of liberty, Lilburne was never a Leveller in the sense intended by those enemies who accused people like him of seeking to abolish all distinctions between rich and poor and promoting common ownership. Nor was Lilburne exceptional in taking for granted the right of private property. This was typical of the people we now know as Levellers, who were active during the Civil War. In fact, as we shall see, their views on property provoked some even more radical activists, the Diggers, to describe themselves as true Levellers, to distinguish themselves from those less inclined really to level property. Still, despite explicit denials, the levelers continued to be accused, for example, by Ireton in the Putney debates, of endangering the whole institution of property, and these accusations were not simply tactical. They testify to a real threat posed to ruling class interests by the leveler program. Even if the mainstream levelers fell short of advocating communal property, they nonetheless espoused some very radical political ideas which threatened to undermine the rule of the dominant propertied class. At the root of these radical ideas is the notion that the people were sovereign, not Parliament, not some other representatives of the people, not the people in mythical corporate form, but the people as popular multitude. This idea may have made its first explicit appearance in 1645, in England's Misery and Remedy, an anonymous pamphlet in defense of Lilburne attributed at one time or another to various levelers, including Lilburne himself. Although in general the levelers represented small and middling proprietors, craftsmen, traders and yeoman farmers, many of them, including some of their most influential spokesmen, were not only well educated but also fairly prosperous. Even the Putney debates display a range of views, some more radical than others, but on the whole, we cannot go far wrong if we assume that the levelers were principally spokesmen for smaller independent proprietors as against large landowners and wealthy merchants, especially the old monopolists. At a time when small proprietors were an increasingly endangered species, as property was becoming increasingly concentrated, they opposed practices such as enclosure and other attacks on customary rights, which accelerated the concentration of property, and they defended the right of the craftsman or farmer to the fruits of his labor. They were especially opposed to the association of privilege and political rights with large properties. Their program included reform of taxation. In order to shift the burden to larger proprietors, they strongly opposed taxes that hit the small man hardest, like the excise, and other forms of indirect exploitation of small producers, like the costs of litigation, the laws on debt, church tithes, and so on. They attacked trade monopolies. Here they had something in common with many richer parliamentarians. In defense of free trade, they defended customary rights and sought security for customary tenures, which were increasingly being challenged by larger landowners, and they called for various political reforms such as annual or biennial parliaments, reform of the legal system. They despised lawyers, and the extension of the franchise. Always bound up with their political program was an overriding commitment to religious toleration. Perhaps the most radical aspect of their political program was their emphasis on local self-government, and levelers not only challenged executive government but also called for a weaker parliament, in the interests of stronger local government. The agreement of the people, which provoked the Putney debates, ranged over a broad spectrum of constitutional, political, and religious issues, regular and frequent election of parliament but with increasing devolution of government to local control. The agreement makes no mention of executive prowess, an extension of the franchise, religious toleration, democratic control of the military, the abolition of tithes and certain other taxes. In the debates, the chief spokesman for the grandees was the outstandingly clever and articulate Commissary General Henry Ireton, certainly a revolutionary if not a democrat, son of the lesser gentry and married to Cromwell's daughter. The most eloquent spokesman for the other side was Colonel Thomas Rainsborough, 1610-48. The issues in dispute drew a sharp line not only between different constitutional positions but divergent class interests. That part of the debates that raised the most fundamental political questions turned on the reform of the franchise. The discussion went beyond matters of policy to more fundamental underlying issues, indeed to the very foundations of political order and the system of property. To sustain their political claims, the radicals invoked some revolutionary ideas about the fundamental rights of men. They did indeed mean men, and the basis of legitimate government. They argued that every man in England, even the poorest, had a right not to be governed except by his own consent, and that this right was attached to the person and not to property. These ideas were sharply challenged by Ireton and Cromwell, who saw the dangers, not only to government but to property itself, that would follow from taking such arguments to their logical conclusion. Leveller views on the franchise have been a subject of fierce debate among historians. Part of the problem lies in the tactical retreats of the Levellers in their negotiations with the army grandees, evidence of which can be found in the Putney debates and in the various revisions in the agreement of the people. Some historians have argued that the Levellers would have excluded not only dependent people like women, beggars, and alms-takers, but also all hired laborers. But the dominant view now is that, while none of the Levellers ever questioned the exclusion of women, even women, however radically militant they often were in other respects, failed to demand the suffrage for themselves, the starting position of the Leveller leaders, from which they retreated in order to get the agreement of Cromwell and Ireton, was universal adult male suffrage. At the very least, they supported a household suffrage, in which every head of household represented his dependents, women, children, and live-in servants. The more radical position was certainly very prominent in the Putney debates, eloquently articulated by the leading Leveller spokesman, Colonel Rainsborough. The debate on the franchise revolved especially around the clause in the agreement of the people which demanded, that the people of England, being at this day very unequally distributed by counties, cities, and boroughs for the election of their deputies in Parliament, ought to be more indifferently proportioned, according to the number of inhabitants. There are, to be sure, certain ambiguities in this formulation, and the clever Henry Ireton was very quick to seize on them. The clause could be read as calling simply for correction of anomalies in the current voting system. Not only were there places with a very wide franchise and others with a very limited electorate, but a large town might have no representative at all, because it had not been incorporated prior to some specific date in the past, while some practically depopulated rural areas did. Perhaps, then, the demand for representation apportioned according to population went no further than sorting out these inequities. Cromwell and Ireton would not have objected to a change of this kind, and they actually did institute such electoral reforms, but Ireton immediately saw in the clause something more. He notes the reference to distribution according to the number of inhabitants, the people of England, etc., and remarks that, "This does make me think, that the meaning is that every man that is an inhabitant is to be equally considered, and to have an equal voice in the election of those representatives. And if that be the meaning, then I have something to say against it." Rainsborough makes no effort to disguise that the more democratic construction of this clause is exactly what he has in mind. And here he states, in the most eloquent and moving speech, the principle on which he stakes his claim. For really I think that the poorest he that is in England has a life to live as the greatest he, and therefore truly, sir, I think it's clear that every man that is to live under a government ought first by his own consent to put himself under that government, and I do think that the poorest man in England is not at all bound in a strict sense to that government that he has not had a voice to put himself under. Ireton immediately sees the implications of this argument. Rainsborough's claim that the poorest man in England has the same rights as the greatest implies that certain rights inhere in men as men, and it is, unfortunately, always men, just by virtue of their living and breathing, because the poorest he has a life to live, he also possesses the right not to be governed except by his own consent. Give me leave to tell you, Ireton replies, that if you make this the rule, I think you must fly for refuge to an absolute natural right, and you must deny all civil right. It can perhaps be argued that, while the Levellers themselves were still clinging to the rights of freeborn Englishmen, Ireton on their behalf constructed a conception of natural right. At any rate, Ireton's distinction between natural and civil right is a critical one, around which much of the debate revolves. Englishmen, says Ireton, do have certain rights, but they are rights historically established by English constitutional traditions and practices. These traditions do not include an equal franchise, any more than they include equality of property. To establish the kind of right that Rainsborough demands means circumventing the English constitution and appealing to some more universal, absolute right, not based on historical precedents but on the laws of nature itself. This may be more than some Levellers intended to claim. After all, they repeatedly talk about the birthrights or native rights of freeborn Englishmen, not of mankind in general. In fact, their argument often rests not so much on an appeal to natural right as on an alternative account of English history. In answer to Ireton's claim about England's ancient constitution, for example, John Wildman insists that our very laws were made by our conquerors, and whereas it's spoken much of chronicles, I conceive there is no credit to be given to any of them, and the reason is because those that were our lords, and make us their vassals, would suffer nothing else to be chronicled. So the historical record to which Ireton is appealing records history as the ruling class has dictated. There is another, suppressed story to be told, and here Wildman is alluding to a theme widespread among radicals, that the present constitution of government and property is the legacy of conquest, the Norman conquest, and can therefore enjoy no legitimacy. But if the argument often turns on the popular radical theme of the infamous Norman yoke, there is no doubt that something like a more universal conception of natural rights keeps emerging from beneath that historical argument. In fact, the Norman yoke is illegitimate not just because it has destroyed a more ancient order in England but apparently also because it violates certain more basic principles. Those principles may not be systematically laid out in the Putney debates, but they did get full expression elsewhere, most notably in Richard Overton's An Arrow Against All Tyrants, which begins, "To every individual in nature, is given an individual property by nature, not to be invaded or usurped by any, for every one as he is himself, so he hath a self-propriety, else he could not be himself, and on this no second may presume to deprive any of, without manifest violation and affront to the very principles of nature and of the rules of equity and justice between man and man." It is on this notion of self-propriety, the inviolable property that every man has in his own person, that the levelers base their claims not only to the franchise and other political rights but to freedom of conscience and religion. This idea was later to be put to different uses by John Locke, but in the hands of the levelers its radical implications are unmistakable, and Ireton spells them out thus: "Once you claim this kind of natural right," he argues, "then I think you must deny all property too." Ireton's argument here needs to be looked at more closely. The view that private property itself is a natural right may seem familiar and even commonplace, and John Locke, the political theorist who did most to provide a systematic defense of this view, based it, as we shall see, on something like the Leveller idea of self-propriety. To argue that private property is a natural right may seem the most powerful defense of propertied interests, yet in the Putney debates we find a defender of the propertied classes like Ireton arguing instead that property is not a natural right but merely a human convention, established by human constitution, grounded in history rather than in nature. But Ireton's view was not at all unusual. It had, as we have seen, long been common in the Western tradition to argue that property is a convention, or, at least, that even if the institution itself is divinely ordained, as Ireton himself concedes, its specific form and distribution are merely conventional. The idea that property is a right by convention rather than by nature had never in the Western tradition seemed threatening to propertied interests and, in the English context, may even have seemed far less dangerous. Ireton sees that, far from weakening the defense of property, this may indeed be a safer ideological strategy for the propertied classes, because it is not so easy to explain and justify gross inequalities of property on the basis of a natural right vested in the individual. His own argument is simply that the present system has existed as long as anyone can remember, that it belongs to the English Constitution, and that any attack on the Constitution is a threat to any social order and peace, and hence finally to property itself. If rights inhere in the person, he argues, why would a man not then also have, by the same right of nature, the right to anything he needs to sustain his person, the same right in any goods he sees, meat, drink, clothes, to take and use them for his sustenance, and indeed a right to make use of land itself in any way he liked? How could any ownership of property, even the most modest, be secure with such an unrestricted and disruptive conception of rights, never mind the more obvious consideration that a majority of poor voters are likely to play havoc with the rights of the rich? What limits are there to such natural rights? I would fain have any man show me their bounds, where you will end, and take away all property. Rainsborough, like other levelers, denies any intention to destroy the institution of property. Many of the people he represents, after all, are proprietors themselves. At the same time, if forced to make a choice, these radicals, or some of them, seem prepared to put aside the sanctity of property. As Major William Rainsborough says, the chief end of this government is to preserve persons as well as estates, and if any law shall take hold of my person, it is more dear than my estate. So the rights of persons prevail over the rights of property, which is precisely what disturbs Henry Ireton. The position advocated by Ireton is that the franchise should not belong to anyone whose stake or interest in society is only what he may carry about with him, who has only, to use Colonel Rainsborough's words, a life to live, only the interest of living and breathing, a man who is merely, as Ireton puts it, here today and gone tomorrow. Only those who have a fixed and permanent interest in society, in the form of landed property or the so-called freedom of a corporation, an officially licensed right to conduct trade, only men such as these have a real stake in the state, and so the fate of the community should be in their hands. When asked directly whether any man can be bound to obey laws to which he has not himself consented, by electing those who make the laws, Ireton says unequivocally, yes, with one proviso, that he can freely leave if he is dissatisfied. A man with a permanent interest, one with property that does locally fix him in this country, cannot freely leave, while the propertyless, or even those who possess only money, can come and go as they please. In that respect, they are no different from foreigners who visit our shores. We all expect foreign visitors to obey our laws while they are in our country, and to respect those who make the laws, even though they have no right to vote for the legislators. The levelers keep insisting on their native rights and ask what the soldiers have fought for in the war, if they are now to be denied those rights. They fought, Edward Saxby declares, to recover our birthrights and privileges as Englishmen. There are many thousands of us soldiers that have ventured our lives, we have had little property in the kingdom as to our estates, yet we have had a birthright. To this, Ireton's reply is straightforward. What the army fought for was the right to be governed by a representative body and a known law rather than by the arbitrary rule of one man. And they fought for the freedom to do business and acquire property. Their true birthright is the English Constitution itself, principles of property and government that have stood the test of time, and the security they derive from this constitutional order. To put it another way, the levelers demanded something closer to democracy in its literal meaning as rule by the common people. Ireton offered them constitutional or limited government instead. The radicals did try to compromise on some of their proposals, in order to reach an accommodation with the grandees, but events were soon to overtake them. The king escaped, a leveller mutiny was suppressed and army discipline re-established. In December of 1648 came Pride's Purge, when, with or without direct orders from Cromwell, Colonel Thomas Pride drove all opposition to the army grandees out of Parliament. The king would soon be executed, and Cromwell's Commonwealth would truly be in power. Later, Cromwell repudiated his most radical allies and arrested their leaders. Thereafter, the levelers more or less disappeared from the political scene. But whatever the fate of leveller thinkers or the availability of their writings, the ideas they represented were already too much a part of the revolutionary culture to disappear with them, and radical ideas such as theirs, to say nothing of the multitude's intrusion into politics, set the agenda for political debate thereafter, not least in the ideas of more canonical theorists like Thomas Hobbes and John Locke. The levelers were not the most radical group to emerge during the Civil War. 6 There were others who found their proposed political reforms inadequate and their doctrine of natural right insufficient. There were those, in particular the digger Gerard Winstanley, who were willing to acknowledge and accept the dire consequences that Ireton perceived in the concept of natural right, consequences that levelers like Rainsborough denied, and to insist that there could be no true liberty without destroying the system of property. Yet even the levelers had proved too radical, and they lost the political battle. their ideas nonetheless remained a potent force and had a lasting effect on the ideological front. The revolution and their part in it had irrevocably changed the terms of political debate. One measure of their influence is what happened to the notion of government by consent. The idea of government founded on a contract or the consent of the people had long existed, as we have seen, in various versions, from defenses of secular authority to justifications of resistance. But not till the levelers introduced their innovations did the idea of government by consent become the basis of a democratic theory. A definition of the people as consisting of a multitude of individuals may already have established itself, and, in the case of someone like John Ponnet, this idea may even have produced a theory of individual resistance. But the levelers took these ideas much further, while also redefining consent. Here, it was not corporate communities but individuals who would do the consenting, and more than that, the consent would have to be constantly renewed. It is worth noting, too, that the emphasis here is on the original, natural, and inviolable rights of the people, not on any sort of mutual agreement or contract which stresses the obligations of subjects as much as their rights. The people, furthermore, though it would still leave out at least half the population, women, would come much closer to comprising the popular, laboring multitude, rather than an exclusive political community of property holders. And these people would exert their popular sovereignty not just by reclaiming their rights in tyrannical emergencies but regularly and repeatedly, in the normal exercise of their everyday political rights as citizens. After this theoretical innovation, and after the historic events that brought it into being, English political theory was never the same again. Theorists of a far less radical disposition, including even a defender of royal absolutism like Hobbes, felt obliged to meet the radical argument on its own ground, even to show that their preferred, and less democratic, forms of government met this new test of political legitimacy. In John Locke's time, when the threat from below seemed, to propertied classes, less immediate than the threat from above, leveller ideas could be selectively mobilized by far less democratic forces in their battles with the crown, about which more in what follows. The Whig aristocracy, led by Locke's mentor, the first Earl of Shaftesbury, could even associate themselves with the Green Ribbon Club, whose eponymous symbol had been the insignia of the levellers, worn by mourners in remembrance of the murdered Rainsborough. So the influence of leveller ideas can be found not only in later radical traditions, in the American Revolution or in the philosophy of the modern British Labour Party and even socialist movements, but in more conservative political ideas which have attempted to appropriate, domesticate and neutralize the radically democratic ideas that emerged in the English Revolution. Thomas Hobbes. The mobilization of the multitude in Parliament's conflict with the Crown created radicals and royalists together. The English ruling class had a particular need for popular support in pursuit of its struggle against monarchical power, but that need itself divided the propertied classes between those who were willing to take the risk and those who found the king, even with his absolutist aspirations, a safer bet. Just as some MPs were from the beginning more anxious than others about the dangers of popular mobilization, some observers very quickly saw its theoretical as well as its practical implications. No one saw them more clearly than Thomas Hobbes, the man who, despite the almost universal unpopularity of his ideas in his own time and place, is regarded by many as England's greatest political philosopher, if not always for the substance of his arguments, then at least for their rigor, ingenuity, and style. Fear of the multitude was very much on his mind. Already in 1628, in the year of the Petition of Right, he had revealed his political inclinations, translating the history of the Peloponnesian War by Thucydides, whose main attraction for Hobbes was that he regarded democracy as, to use Hobbes's own words, a foolish thing. In 1640, Hobbes wrote his first major political work, The Elements of Law, Natural and Politic, privately circulated until its publication in 1650, in which he defended absolute sovereignty, in response to the claims of the Short Parliament. A few months later, Hobbes was, as he would later claim, the first of all that fled, escaping to France when the Long Parliament convened in November 1640 and began its proceedings against Strafford and Laud. Hobbes evidently feared that Parliament would prosecute him, too, for the subversive, absolutist, ideas expressed in the Elements of Law. In self-imposed exile in France, he wrote this at a time when mobs at home were demanding the abolition of episcopacy, and when the House of Commons was giving formal expression to its appeal for popular support in the Grand Remonstrance. In this Hobbes developed the principles outlined in the Elements of Law, elaborating an argument that effectively denied the political legitimacy of the multitude and those who claimed its support. This work, written in Latin and published a decade later in English as Philosophical Rudiments Concerning Government and Society, would also form, with some significant and telling variations in response to intervening events, the basis of his great classic, Leviathan, written at the end of his exile and published in 1651, after which he returned from France. Hobbes was a remarkable and in many ways contradictory figure. In an autobiographical poem he describes himself as born a twin with fear in 1588, the year of the Spanish Armada, and fear was certainly to figure prominently in his life and his work. Yet there is nothing cautious about his provocative ideas. The son of a lowly cleric, he was not a wealthy man himself, but throughout his life, after his education at Oxford, he associated with and faithfully served aristocracy, especially as tutor and secretary to William, 2nd Earl of Cavendish, and later to William Cavendish, 3rd Earl of Devonshire. Yet his work displays a consistent, if paradoxical, egalitarianism which seems genuine and deeply rooted despite the reactionary political purposes to which it is applied. There can be no doubt of his commitment to royal absolutism, and while in France, he even served as mathematics tutor to the exiled Prince of Wales. Yet his arguments in favor of absolutism were so unorthodox, indeed so clearly inspired by radical ideas, that even royalists found him dangerous. Some even accused him of being democratic, to say nothing of those who attacked his views on religion as little short of atheism. In 1666, after the Restoration, the House of Commons cited Hobbes's atheism as a cause of the fire and plague of London, and only intervention by influential friends, including, possibly, the king, his former pupil, saved him from being punished for heresy. Not only did Hobbes's defense of absolutism start from what looked like dangerously radical premises, but it also treated with contempt all more traditional justifications of monarchical rule. Not for him the divine right of kings or reliance on biblical precedent. Hobbes chose to found his argument on the latest and most advanced principles of science and mathematics, as might be expected from someone who was acquainted with Galileo and who even, apparently, served as secretary for a short time to Francis Bacon, besides carrying on a scientific correspondence with Descartes. Nor was his defense of absolutism incompatible with the execution of the king and his replacement by the protectorate. Hobbes's argument in Leviathan could, as we shall see, just as well legitimize an Oliver Cromwell as a Charles or James Stuart, and, in fact, it has been suggested that his classic work was written as part of the so-called engagement controversy of 1649-52, in which people debated the propriety of taking an oath acknowledging the legitimacy of the existing Cromwellian regime. Finally, this purveyor of some very unappealing and misanthropic political ideas seems to have been a rather attractive, humorous, and lively personality, a brilliant conversationalist, and a generous man, charitable to the poor, for instance, in a way that his famous successor John Locke, ostensibly more democratic, more kindly disposed to human nature, and certainly richer, never was. And whatever else we may say about him, he is without doubt one of the greatest prose stylists among English philosophers. In the early 1640s Hobbes put his genius, and his taste for paradox, to work on the new ideological and theoretical problems thrown up by the politics of this turbulent moment in English history. The most obvious problem he confronted was how to defend absolute monarchy in the face of powerful and almost universal opposition to it. The Elements of Law, composed when Parliament was assembled for the first time in 11 years and the tensions leading to civil war were coming to a head, already laid out his defense of absolute sovereignty. Here, his main objective was to defend the king against the claims of Parliament. The role of the multitude in this work was simply to transfer its powers unconditionally to an absolute sovereign. Indecisive, Hobbes elaborates this argument in a way that indicates a preoccupation with another, more far-reaching problem than the rights of Parliament against the Crown. Among the most difficult questions for a man of his persuasion had to do not just with Parliament but with the political role of the multitude outside Parliament. This is an aspect of Hobbes's thought that commentators have neglected. Yet it was Hobbes who translated into theoretical terms the opposition, from both royalist and parliamentarian camps, to the multitude's invasion of the political domain. Parliament's reliance on popular support gave a new political function to people who up to now had lacked an acknowledged presence in the political arena, a recognized role as active citizens. Not only did the parliamentary opponents of the king claim legitimacy for their cause on the basis of the multitude's support, they also seemed to be moving in the direction of empowering the multitude itself. The gentry had shown itself at times willing to expand the franchise, and in moments of crisis, parliamentary leaders were ready to include in the political nation, at least temporarily, an even wider body of people, if not as electors then as agents of resistance to tyrannical rule. Eventually, the political personality of the multitude as revolutionary agents would be given dramatic expression by the mobilization of the new model army, and finally, their spokesman would demand full rights of normal citizenship. In the Elements of Law, Hobbes confronted this process of political inclusion in its earlier stages. In his later work, he would face its more extreme and radical manifestations. We need to remember, too, that any political rights claimed by the multitude in England would belong not to Jean Bodin's colleges and corporate bodies but to Sir Thomas Smith's multitude of free men collected together. This could be taken to mean, as the Levellers insisted it did mean, that political rights belonged not just to some corporate entity or its official representatives but to each and every man just by virtue of being alive. Hobbes took on this challenge, too, and met these claims on their own terms. The Elements of Law and Decisive. Both the Elements of Law and Decisive have the effect of denying the political role of the multitude, or, to put it more accurately, in these texts Hobbes finds a way of redefining and neutralizing that role. Where there had been other defenders of obedience to secular authorities who had relied on ascribing consent to a corporate body of the people, Hobbes adopts a more difficult solution, ascribing consent to a multitude of free and equal individuals, each endowed with natural rights unmediated by any corporate body or representative. He then sets out to demonstrate that the political task of the multitude is to create an absolute sovereign power, and it does this by handing over its own powers, wholly and unconditionally. The multitude expresses its political personality not by resisting tyrannical rule but by giving up its right to resist. Hobbes's argument, especially indecisive, is ingeniously constructed. He starts with certain propositions about what human life would be like without government, in the so-called state of nature, depicting human nature in the starkest and most dismal terms and bringing into sharp relief just those qualities in human nature that make civil society, society with government, necessary and desirable. Since all men seek glory and profit in comparison with others, they would normally be inclined to strive for domination over others more than simply for their company. So the principal feeling they have for one another is not goodwill but fear. The main reason for this mutual fear is that men are naturally equal. The great inequalities among human beings are not natural but civil, that is, created in and by civil society and its laws. More specifically, they are equal enough to be able to kill one another. Driven by the natural desire to avoid evil, their chief motivation is the fear of death, the greatest evil in nature. This inclination to avoid evil in general and death in particular is as natural and inevitable as the motion by which a stone is impelled to roll downward. Hobbes here introduces the idea of natural rights, but in his own distinctive way. If self-preservation, or the avoidance of death, is a natural impulse, it is reasonable for human beings to do everything necessary to preserve themselves. When we speak of rights, we mean nothing more than that liberty which every man hath to make use of his natural faculties according to right reason. I.7. So the foundation of natural right is that every man must do his utmost to protect his life and members. But, of course, Since every other man has the same right, the end result is that no one is secure, and the state of nature is a state of war of all men against all men. The exercise of natural right proves to be self-defeating, and some way must be found out of this impasse. Natural law dictates that a way must be found to provide the security lacking in the state of nature. The answer is civil society, where every person is protected against every other by the coercive force of government. There are, argues Hobbes, two ways for men to join together in civil society, either by coercion or by consent, that is, by conquest or by agreeing to help one another. Government by conquest is perfectly legitimate and even in a sense consensual, so much for the illegitimacy of the Norman yoke, and those subjected to it are bound to obey their masters, unless they choose to die. As for government established by direct consent, people may agree to pursue the same goals and the common good, but there will inevitably be constant disagreement and conflict among them, and constant dissent when their private interests seem to diverge from the common good. Human beings, in other words, have many and divergent individual or particular wills, so the secret of civil society is to unite their wills into one single will, to submit their own individual wills voluntarily to some single person or council. The object is to create a kind of civil person, an artificial entity with a will of its own, apart from the individual people who compose it. This entity, to which each particular man hath subjected his will, whether that entity is embodied in a single person, as Hobbes clearly prefers, since a single person can more easily embody a single will, or in an assembly, is said to have the supreme power, or chief command, or dominion, which power, and right of commanding, consists in this, that each citizen has conveyed all his strength and power to that man, or council, which to have done is nothing else than to have parted with his right of resisting, v.11. Hobbes stresses that this supreme or sovereign power is absolute, unlimited by laws or constitutional restrictions. For power to be limited, it would have to be limited by some other power, which would then become sovereign. So in every state, whatever illusions people may have about it, there exists some ultimate authority which is sovereign and absolute. There is no mixed constitution for Hobbes. Here is a carefully elaborated defense of absolute rule, which provides a persuasive case for the kind of absolute power sought by Charles I, and against Parliament's demands for its rightful place in the mixed constitution. Yet, on the face of it, an absolute parliamentary sovereignty would do just well as an absolute monarchy. It would, at any rate, satisfy Hobbes's definition of sovereign power, if not his real preferences. But there is more to his argument than this, and its significance, in his historical context, is clear enough. At least as interesting and significant as Hobbes's definition of sovereignty is what he has to say about the multitude. Hobbes has painstakingly constructed a theory of government by consent, created by a multitude of individual men voluntarily, in pursuit of their own self-interest. This much is consistent with the distinctive English idea of a commonwealth constituted by the people as individuals rather than as a corporate body or a collection of corporate entities. So far, what he says might even be consistent with the views of the Levelers. Yet, for Hobbes, this multitude of individuals can and must establish an absolute sovereign power in order to constitute a political society, and this same multitude cannot by its own volition simply dissolve the sovereign power it has itself created. Hobbes is very insistent about what a multitude of men is and is not, what it can and cannot do. The multitude is many individuals, not one. As a single collectivity, it does not exist, except insofar as the individual wills and powers of which it is composed are transferred to some single artificial entity, a multitude of men, gathering themselves of their own free wills into society. Is not any one body, but many men, whereof each one has his own will, and his peculiar judgment. 6.1. The multitude as a collection of individuals has no collective identity, no legal status. It cannot promise, contract, acquire right, convey right, act, have, possessi, and the like, unless it be every one apart, and man by man, so as there must be as many promises, compacts, rights, and actions as men. 6.1 Note. Nor can anyone claim legitimacy for an act of rebellion on the grounds of support by the multitude. Since only individuals can act or consent, no one can claim the support of the multitude, nor can the multitude claim any status apart from those, and only those, individuals who compose it. In the Elements of Law, Hobbes showed that the rights claimed by Parliament belong to the sovereign, in this case the king, by arguing that civil society and the sovereign power had been created by a transfer of power from the people to the sovereign. Indecisive, he finds it necessary to emphasize that, once civil society and the sovereign power have been established, the people or multitude has no further political role. Where there is a sovereign monarch, that monarch acts for the people. Where the sovereign power consists of more than one person, the people can act only in the form of an assembly, such as Parliament. There are clearly no circumstances in which the people outside Parliament, in the streets or anywhere else, can act as a political body. When we say the people, or multitude, wills, commands, or doth anything, it is understood that the city, i.e., the state which commands, wills and acts by the will of one, or the concurring will of more, which cannot be done, but in an assembly. 6.1 Note. If in Elements Hobbes was challenging the claims of Parliament against the Crown, in Decisive he is forced to turn his attention not only to a recalcitrant Parliament but, even worse, to the mob in the streets. In Decisive, Hobbes is clearly preoccupied with sedition and the prospects of civil war. Neither must we ascribe any action to the multitude, as it's one, but, if all or more of them do agree, it will not be an action, but as many actions, as men. For although in some great sedition, it's commonly said, that the people of that city have taken up armes, yet is it true of those only who are in armes, or who consent to them. For the city, the state, which is one person, cannot take up armes against itself. 6.1. But why, then, cannot each individual withdraw his consent and overthrow the sovereign by means of many such individual acts combined, or perhaps, in extremis, an individual act of tyrannicide? Even if, answers Hobbes, it were true that the sovereign power is merely the product of each man's agreement with every other to join in mutual self-help, the dissolution of that agreement would require every single individual to withdraw his consent, something that seems very unlikely. Furthermore, even if a rebellion were supported by a majority, that majority itself would have no standing. No such majority can claim to be acting on behalf of the whole multitude, because the principle of majority rule, the principle that everyone is bound by the majority's decision, is itself a product of civil society and cannot apply outside it or against an established government. The contract that establishes civil society is not just an agreement among individuals in a compact of mutual self-help. The sovereign power is certainly established by their mutual agreement, but it is an agreement to transfer their powers to someone else. So they are obligated not only to each other but to the sovereign power to whom they conveyed their powers and rights. Wherefore no subjects, how many soever they be, can with any right despoil him who bears the chief rule, of his authority, even i.e., especially without his own consent. 6.20. It is hard not to admire the skill with which Hobbes has gone about his task. He not only accepts that the English state is a multitude of free men collected together but even insists on giving that proposition its most radical construction: the Commonwealth is a multitude of free and equal individuals, each possessing the same natural rights as all others, rights inherent in the individual person, not in his corporate status or in his property. Hobbes then constructs an absolutist argument on premises of which no leveller would be ashamed. Hobbes makes use of the proposition that the multitude is a collection of individuals rather than a corporate entity, not in order to stress the political rights of the multitude but, on the contrary, to deprive the multitude of its political personality. To put it more precisely, in his theory the political function of the multitude is to cancel itself. The very act that establishes the multitude as a political entity is the act by which people give up their right of resistance. And he has turned the idea of individual rights on its head. Yes, indeed, Every man possesses certain rights by nature, but he cannot enjoy his natural rights without effectively giving them up to a sovereign power. It is worth pausing here to summarize again the ways in which Hobbes's argument is conditioned by the specific historical circumstances he is confronting. The immediate context is clear. Parliament, in its challenge to the absolutist aspirations of the king, has not only claimed its rightful share of the crown in Parliament. It has also mobilized the multitude outside Parliament and justified its own resistance by claiming the support of the many. Hobbes has undermined Parliament's case by repudiating both the mixed constitution and the political status of the multitude. But there are also more fundamental, so to speak structural, reasons for this concerted attack on the rights of the multitude, rooted in specifically English conditions. In France, as we have seen, Baudin's groundbreaking theory of sovereignty had countered doctrines of resistance that vested the right to resist in corporate bodies and their representatives, by claiming that such bodies had no autonomous powers. All such lesser powers derived from the higher, ultimate, absolute, and sovereign power. Baudin makes no attempt to argue that these corporate bodies somehow consented to an absolute monarch. Taking for granted that the state is a patchwork of fragmented jurisdictions, he simply argues that, among all the apparently independent powers and entities which represent merely particular or regional interests, there must be some superior power that unites them into one and represents the interests of the whole. Hobbes, too, invokes such a sovereign power, but he does so in a different context. He is not dealing with a French state in which a growing absolute monarchy both supports and competes with a ruling class that claims its own autonomous powers and privileges. Hobbes's context is a unified English state, in which the ruling class has forfeited its independent powers to the state, accepting and even sharing in that unified state. This ruling class depends on private property and economic exploitation more than on the independent powers of jurisdiction or corporate privilege. This much is obviously clear to Hobbes, even if we do not accept the arguments of commentators who call him a bourgeois thinker or attribute to him a precocious understanding of England's growing capitalism. It is also clear that the English ruling class, economically strong as it is in its control of land, and politically powerful as it is in its control of Parliament, does not enjoy the kind of independent jurisdictional and military power that would permit a successful challenge to the crown without the support of the popular multitude. So Hobbes has to cope not with Baudin's colleges and corporate bodies but with Sir Thomas Smith's multitude of free men collected together. If that multitude is, as Smith suggests, united by common accord and convenance among themselves, for the conservation of themselves as well in peace as in war, if individuals are united in a commonwealth by common and mutual consent for their conservation, Hobbes now has to show that their conservation requires an absolute sovereign power and that such a power is itself established by their common and mutual consent. And now, in the midst of civil war, he has to confront the multitude not only as a theoretical abstraction or as a passive mass but as a real political agent, a multitude of common folk whose political role is growing every day. His task is to acknowledge this reality while removing its sting. Leviathan. When Hobbes was writing Deceive, the Civil War was just beginning. By the time he wrote Leviathan, events had moved far and fast. The new model army had been mobilized, the king had been executed, Parliament had passed acts to abolish the monarchy and the House of Lords, and Cromwell had established the Commonwealth. These events were accompanied by fierce debates, at every level, inside and outside Parliament, in broadsides, pamphlets, and philosophical treatises, debates about the legitimacy of regicide, about the authority of Cromwell's regime and whether it was right to take the oath of engagement to be faithful to it, about the extent and limits of political reform. And, of course, a wide range of radical ideas and movements had emerged, forcing onto the agenda much more far-reaching political programs than even Cromwell had in mind. In this new context, Hobbes revived, elaborated and modified the arguments of Deceive. By this time, he not only had to come to terms with the intervening dramatic events but with significant changes in his own circumstances. His earlier work had provoked violent reactions, especially among theologians, and he apparently lost his position in the exiled royal household thanks to their interventions. The hostility felt by Hobbes for critics of this kind is vividly evident in the ideas on religion outlined in Leviathan. That hostility, together with his willingness, or need, now to reconcile himself to Cromwell, gives that work much of its distinctive flavor. Leviathan is, to be sure, a self-conscious effort to elaborate a science of politics with the same kind of certainty enjoyed by physics and mathematics. Its philosophical foundations are carefully and systematically constructed, in explicit or implicit debate with other philosophers as far back as Aristotle, with the most ostentatious applications of the latest scientific principles. Yet if all this makes Leviathan seem less like a political tract written for a specific occasion than a treatise designed for all times and all seasons, there can be little doubt of its political and personal urgency, to say nothing of its burning anger. The argument of Leviathan is generally the same as that of Deceive, and much of the text is little more than repetition or paraphrase of the earlier work. But the few substantive divergences between the two books are significant. One of the most striking features of Leviathan is the space Hobbes devotes to religion. Something like half the book deals with the Christian commonwealth. This preoccupation reflects not only his anger at his theological critics but, above all, his conviction that religion has been a major cause of civil war. In his History of the Civil War, Behemoth, written after the Restoration, the corruption of the people by ministers, papists, and sectarians would head his list of reasons for that great disorder. There can be no doubt that religious liberty had been a principal objective in the revolutionary program, and more particularly, religion had played a central role in legitimating rebellion against the king. In Leviathan, Hobbes's main objective in the discussion of religion was to demonstrate that true Christianity requires obedience to secular authority. There can be no conflict between church and state. A man cannot serve two masters, and there is no universal church that can claim precedence over every particular secular power. The church in every commonwealth is subject to its own civil sovereign. In this respect, Hobbes's views on religion merely sustain his absolutist political argument. Yet it is one of the many paradoxes in Hobbes's thought that the theological arguments he mobilized to make this absolutist case, materialist and secularist arguments inimical to orthodox brands of Christianity, whether Catholic, Anglican, or Presbyterian, seemed to his critics to have more in common with the religion of radicals like Winstanley than with the theology of royalists like Archbishop Laud. As for the main political argument, Leviathan, like Deceive, starts with the natural condition of humanity. This time, Hobbes spells out in greater detail the characteristics of human nature which make civil society necessary. Applying the principles of physics and its laws of motion, he tries to reduce human motivations to their most basic, as it were atomic, components, treating human passions, notably, of course, the impulse to avoid pain, the instinct of self-preservation, and the fear of death, as instances of matter in motion, the principles of attraction and repulsion. The result of this exploration is an account of the state of nature much the same as that depicted in Deceive, a state of war, of all against all. This might not mean constant fighting, but it would generate a state of fear and uncertainty during which there would be no assurance that open war would not break out. Life would be, in Hobbes's most famous phrase, solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. And again he spells out the laws and rights of nature that must lead to the establishment of civil society. Without it, there can be no security of the person or property, let alone comfort and commodious living. In the state of nature, there is no proper distinction between mine and thine, since every man gets what he can, so the right of property is a civil right which depends on the sovereign power. Here, too, all men are naturally free and equal, all endowed with the same rights of nature, yet those natural rights are self-defeating without a sovereign power, and here, too, the state of war is ended by mutual agreement among individuals to transfer their powers to an absolute sovereign. Starting with the most extreme premises about natural equality, he ends with an equally extreme absolutism. His starting premises about natural equality, which imply that there is no systematic and universal inequality among human beings that could account for domination and subjection, even extends to the relations between men and women. Hobbes goes further than most political theorists in acknowledging the equality of women, but just as his convictions about the equality among men does not prevent him from justifying absolute rule by some over others, he can find reasons for the almost universal dominion of men over women. It is men who generally found commonwealths, probably because they are generally stronger and monopolize coercive force, and so civil law almost universally gives men dominion over their families. But the subjection of women to men, like the subjection of men to a sovereign power, is in principle consensual. In both cases, the basic reason for consent appears to be fear, either fear of the conqueror himself or fear of others from whom the subject person is seeking protection. In Leviathan, as indecisive, Hobbes is fighting his battle on several fronts. He is, at least implicitly, challenging various available anti-absolutist arguments, such as those of the monarchomics in France, but he is also taking issue with existing absolutist theories, if only to fill loopholes in them and to make them more airtight against new and unprecedented challenges. A conception of sovereignty such as that of Bodin would certainly serve some of Hobbes's purposes. For example, it challenges the notion of a mixed constitution, and Hobbes is able to use something like Bodin's conception to argue against the claims of Parliament by demonstrating that power must be absolute and indivisible. Bodin's definition of law as simply the will of the sovereign is also useful to Hobbes. In the English context, it can be used against the common law tradition and against Parliament's claim to be the paramount interpreter of common law. But if the French doctrine of sovereignty is capable of serving many of Hobbes's purposes, there is one major thing it cannot do: it cannot cope with a multitude of free individuals who claim the right of resistance and even more active and continuous political rights. Some commentators have argued that the individualism of Hobbes's argument was forced on him by monarchomic theories of resistance, as well as by his scientific aspirations, the thought experiment of breaking down the civil order into its atomic particles. These French theories of resistance were based on the idea that the royal power ultimately derived from the people as a collective entity. The people, though individually inferior to the king, were collectively superior to him. Therefore, as a corporate community they had a collective right to resist through the medium of their representatives. So Hobbes, it has been argued, set out to deny that such a corporate community existed in the first place. Outside civil society, he maintained, there exists only a multitude of individuals. Only a sovereign power can transform such a motley collection of individuals into a community. So the sovereign power is not created by or answerable to some pre-existing community. On the contrary, the sovereign power creates the community itself. Now Hobbes was certainly thinking of the monarchomics in some of his arguments. But it still remains unclear why it would not have sufficed simply to take over Bodin's argument against the monarchomics. Why was it not enough just to say, as Bodin did, that the unity of the Commonwealth can be created only by a sovereign power, without which there exists only a collection of disunited, fragmented and particular interests which cannot represent a single overarching common good? Why was Hobbes compelled to think in terms of individuals endowed with natural rights, and to defend absolutism by starting with a multitude of free and equal individuals? Hobbes's argument about the multitude, as we have already observed, addressed some very specific conditions in England, conditions which French thinkers like Bodin were not compelled to confront. The monarchomics, for example, asserted not the rights of individual citizens but the autonomous powers of nobles and various corporate bodies. The issue, in other words, was not so much the rights of persons as the rights of office, or, to put it another way, it was not so much a question of rights at all so much as a question of powers and privileges. If anything, resistance was a duty attached to public office, not an individual right inherent in humanity. These French doctrines of resistance assigned no political role to the multitude, and in countering them, an absolutist thinker like Bodin did not have to deal with either a theory of individual rights or with the multitude's claims to political agency. The problem he faced was not so much popular activism as the pretensions of lesser nobles and municipal officials and their claims to own a fragment of the state. His task, then, was to challenge the autonomy of these corporate powers and privileges, which continued to play such an important part in the French polity. He simply had to deny their independence and to demonstrate that they ultimately derived from the sovereign power. In the fragmented polity of France, he was also able to counter their claims by invoking a larger, more comprehensive corporate entity, the kingdom as a whole, represented by the sovereign power. Hobbes, as we have seen, faced a wholly different set of problems when he wrote *Deceive*. The structure of the English state and English property relations in general, as well as the immediate conditions of England in 1640 in particular, meant that the monarch, faced not with a host of fragmented jurisdictions but with a unitary representative and legislative body, had no greater claim than did Parliament to represent the body politic in its entirety, in the way the French king could claim to represent a larger corporate entity than did the estates or lesser magistrates. English conditions also compelled Hobbes to deal with the multitude, and with the rights of citizens, in completely new ways. The intervening developments between Deceive and Leviathan obliged him to take the argument one step further. In Deceive, Hobbes imagines a multitude of free individuals who contract with one another to transfer their powers, once and for all, to an absolute sovereign. From then on, the sovereign represents them and they have no right to call back the powers they have given away. Even in the unlikely case that every individual were to agree with every other to withdraw the powers they have granted to the sovereign, they still could not dissolve the sovereign power, because their mutual agreement to transfer their powers to someone else means that they have an obligation not only to each other but to the sovereign power they created and which they cannot remove without its consent. In Leviathan, the argument undergoes some subtle but significant changes. One of them, emphasized by Quinton Skinner, is a modified definition of liberty. In Elements, Skinner points out, Hobbes never clearly defined freedom or liberty, while in Deceive, in order to counter Republican arguments that the very existence of absolute or arbitrary government reduces men to servitude, he offers a clear and simple definition of liberty as nothing other than the absence of impediments to motion. However absolute the sovereign power may be, our subjection to it cannot be equated with servitude. Finally, in Leviathan, Hobbes defines liberty not simply as the absence of impediments to motion but the absence of external impediments. This is, for Skinner, a moment of great historical significance. 7 Hobbes can now distinguish between liberty and power, the absence of impediments to action, on the one hand, and, on the other, the capacity to act. Intrinsic limitations or constraints, such as the fear that leads to submission, may take away our power, but only external obstacles can take away our liberty. This represents a landmark in the modern theory of liberty because Hobbes is here the first to answer the Republican theorists by proffering an alternative definition in which the presence of freedom is construed entirely as absence of impediments rather than absence of dependence. 8 In this way, Skinner argues, Hobbes sets in train the divergence between Republican and liberal conceptions of liberty. Hobbes also modifies his account of the agreement that creates the sovereign power. In Deceive, the agreement to establish a sovereign power was formulated like this: I convey my right on this party, upon condition that you pass yours to the same. 6.20. In Leviathan, the wording is different: I authorize and give up my right of governing myself, to this man, or to this assembly of men, on this condition, that thou give up thy right to him, and authorize all his actions in like manner. 17. The new element here is the idea of authorization. People create a sovereign to represent them not simply by transferring their powers to him but by authorizing him to act on their behalf, making themselves the authors of the sovereign's every action. What is the effect of this apparently minor change of wording, and why did Hobbes feel obliged to introduce it? On the one hand, the new formulation appears to make the powers of the sovereign even more absolute or unlimited. In the earlier version, although there is no agreement between people and sovereign but only an agreement among the people to transfer their powers, Hobbes may have felt that there was still some hint of a compact with the sovereign when he suggested that the original agreement creates a double obligation, a bond not only between each subject and every other but also between each subject and the sovereign. In the new formulation, Hobbes emphatically denies any suggestion of a mutual bond or obligation between subject and sovereign. He insists that the sovereign is party to no compact or covenant, has no contractual obligation to his subjects, is subject to no contractual conditions and therefore can be guilty of no breach of any covenant. The argument is strengthened by the claim that the sovereign's every act is not only his own but that of its authors, the subjects who authorized him and whom he represents. So having been authorized to maintain peace and preserve the lives of his subjects, he has an unlimited right to determine the means to achieve those ends, without conditions and without interference from his subjects. He can, indeed must, even control the public expression of opinion. And he can do all these things as tyrannically as he likes without breaking any rules of justice. Hobbes expects his sovereign to rule by means of law that is known to his subjects, but there is no real check against the ruler's tyrannical behavior except his own rationality. If every act of the sovereign is authorized, to accuse him of injustice would be to accuse the author of committing an injustice against himself. On the other hand, the very same formulation has another, apparently contrary meaning. The transfer of powers indicive is performed once and for all. The people have permanently alienated their powers and cannot under any circumstances take them back or bestow them elsewhere. In Leviathan, by contrast, subjects do not simply give away the power to act but always remain the authors of the sovereign's acts. So the act of authorization may imply some limiting conditions after all. If subjects simply give away their powers, what the sovereign does with those powers is, in a sense, no longer their business. But if every subject remains the author of the sovereign's actions, those actions must, in the end, be consistent with the author's purposes. If the authors authorized a sovereign power to preserve their lives and their security, the sovereign may have unlimited rights to decide how to do this, but the one thing the authors cannot have authorized him to do is to fail at this task. And so, Hobbes tells us, the obligation of subjects to the sovereign is understood to last as long, and no longer, than the power lasteth, by which he is able to protect them. For the right men have by nature to protect themselves, when none else can protect them, can by no covenant be relinquished. The end goal of obedience is protection, which, wheresoever a man seeth it, either in his own, or in another's sword, nature applieth his obedience to it, and his endeavor to maintain it. XXI. And clearly, any sovereign power, with its capacity to keep the peace, is subject to violent death, in foreign wars or in intestine discord. When the sovereign power can no longer keep the peace or protect its subjects, it no longer exists, and obligation ends, which may bring Hobbes closer to Spinoza. In the face of Hobbes's insistence on the unlimited and absolute nature of sovereign power, this concession may seem empty. It certainly does not mean that he is imposing liberal standards of legitimacy upon the sovereign power, entitling subjects to resist a ruler that exceeds the limits of legitimate authority. At best, it means that rulers who fail to maintain their power have, ipso facto, lost their authority to rule. Yet in its historical context, this principle is significant enough, for one of its main consequences, and perhaps its main purpose, is to legitimate the power of Oliver Cromwell. In the earlier formulation, the sovereign authority no longer belongs to the people after the original agreement. Even a defeated Stuart king would continue to possess that authority once it had been granted and passed on to him by its original recipient. But now, in Leviathan, since the people's authority has never been truly alienated, it does not belong to the fallen king or his successors but still to the people. At least, authority passes, if not directly to the people themselves, then to whoever can preserve the peace, whoever can fulfill the purpose for which they created the sovereign power. By definition, it belongs to the victorious man or men whose sword can guarantee the protection which compels obedience, in this case Cromwell, who would become the Lord Protector. With his concept of authorization, then, Hobbes has perfected his defense of absolutism built on radical premises. On the face of it, his conclusion is deeply anti-democratic. Any de facto government, any government capable of maintaining order, no matter how tyrannical, must be regarded as legitimate. It must even be regarded as based on consent, authorized by its subjects. Yet Hobbes's absolutist theory of authorization has the effect of legitimating a revolutionary regime. As one interpreter of Hobbes's work has argued, the first modern revolution had taken place, and Hobbes believed it would be wrong to seek to reverse it. 9. While his conclusions were anything but democratic, Hobbes reached them by appropriating some of the most radically democratic ideas of his day. The levelers had accomplished a revolution in political thought by insisting that consent to government must be given by a multitude of individuals rather than by some corporate body that claims to represent them, and that such consent must be given continuously, not just by reserving the right of resistance in extremis but in the form of the vote, and not in one act of submission that binds them indefinitely. Hobbes met the leveler challenge with his theory of authorization, a theory of continuing consent without voting. With that theory, he put the finishing touches on a justification of absolutism built on the premise that men are free and equal in the state of nature, that they are endowed with certain natural rights, and that they cannot be bound to obey any government to which they have not, as a multitude of individuals, given their continuous consent. John Locke. Although radicals like the levelers effected a revolution in political theory and set the agenda of political debate in England from then on, in practice they were roundly defeated, as Cromwell turned against the radical alliance which had brought him to power while frightening away the bulk of the parliamentary classes. With that betrayal, the Commonwealth lost the wider social base that might have sustained the Republican Revolution, but the irony is that even this was not enough to reassure less radical parliamentarians. The experience of the Civil War, with the revolutionary forces it had unleashed, ended by reuniting the propertied class, not behind the parliamentary project that had driven them to conflict with the king but, on the contrary, behind the restoration of the Stuart monarchy. Anything, even a renewal of the absolutist threat, was evidently better than a world turned upside down. The restoration was not, of course, the end of the matter. It simply postponed until 1688 the realization of the parliamentary project begun in 1641. The years between 1660 and 1688 saw renewed and growing conflicts not so very different from the ones that had brought about the Civil War. By the late 1670s, there had emerged parliamentary opposition ready to take on the king yet again, and another decade of crisis finally ended in success. The so-called Glorious Revolution ended Stuart rule, bringing William and Mary of Orange to the throne, and with them, or so historical convention informs us, the kind of constitutional monarchy and parliamentary supremacy that remains in place today, the kind of political order, in other words, that the ruling class in Parliament had sought in 1641. In the renewed conflicts between Parliament and Crown, there was yet another recurring theme. Among the aristocrats who led the parliamentary opposition in the 1670s and early 1680s, there were, again, some who were prepared to further their cause by forging alliances with radical forces, especially in London. Between 1679 and 1681, there was what amounted to a revolutionary crisis, the Exclusion Crisis, sparked by, ultimately failed, attempts to exclude from the royal succession Charles I's presumptive heir, his brother James, on the grounds that he was a Roman Catholic and, it was feared, likely to revive the Stuarts' absolutist project. The most important leader of these radical Whigs, as they came to be called, was Anthony Ashley Cooper, 1622–83, 1st Earl of Shaftesbury, a wealthy and improving landowner who was also deeply involved in colonial trade, employer, patron, and friend of the philosopher John Locke. The association between the two men was very close, and Locke appears to have been actively involved in Shaftesbury's political activities. Their dealings with radicals have persuaded some commentators that Locke's true sympathies lay with the radicals, and they have interpreted his political writings, specifically his famous two treatises of government, on that assumption. But Locke's relationship with radical ideas is more complicated than that and requires closer scrutiny. Locke, born in 1632, the son of a country attorney and small landowner on the fringes of the lesser gentry, began his career as an Oxford don. Although he started as a lecturer in Greek, rhetoric and moral philosophy, he began to study medicine informally. In 1666 he met Shaftesbury and soon joined his household as secretary, family tutor, and physician, in which capacity he saved his employer's life by removing an abscess of the liver. Before and after his mentor's death in 1683, Locke held various government posts having to do with the colonies, plantations, and trade, matters in which Shaftesbury, Lord Chancellor for a time in the 1670s, was keenly interested. Locke managed to amass a tidy, if moderate, fortune from his inheritance, his government salaries and various investments in lucrative commercial ventures. Because of his, or at least his patrons, involvement in subversive activities, he cautiously removed himself to Holland for a time in the 1680s, returning after the Glorious Revolution and serving the new government. Locke's intellectual interests were many and varied. He published significant works on economics and theology, an influential work on education, Some Thoughts Concerning Education, 1693, and the groundbreaking Letter on Toleration, 1689, a powerful plea for religious toleration. He was keenly interested in agriculture, and this interest, as we shall see, is reflected in his theory of property. Probably his most famous work, which became one of the most widely read books of the 18th century and a major influence in the Enlightenment, was an essay concerning human understanding, 1690, a treatise on the origins and nature of human knowledge. The essay was addressed in part to the rejuvenation of the gentry which Locke believed was in decline, self-indulgent, extravagant, and slothful. Among his aims was to show how ordinary literate people might become more industrious and rational, in the words of his second treatise of government. Locke was writing a kind of natural history of the human psyche, in the tradition of Francis Bacon's natural histories of plants, animals, and various human practices and institutions. Like Bacon, Locke urges his readers to purify their minds by freeing themselves from the yoke of custom, fashion, and received opinion. Then, as autonomous, self-directed individuals, they should reason about their own ideas and those of others. Gentlemen are warned that without self-improvement, they will eventually be replaced by those of lower condition who surpass them in knowledge. Point 10. Locke's argument is based on the by now familiar concept of the mind as a tabula rasa, a blank slate, at birth, on which sensations from the natural and social environment are imprinted. His view that knowledge derives from sense experience is the basis of empiricist theories of knowledge, but it also implies that most human differences are due not to heredity but to different circumstances and education. At the same time, throughout his works, though cherishing the self-made man, he is convinced that the rich and poor will always be with us and that the former will always dominate the latter. Not only does he take for granted the relations between master and servant, he even justifies slavery. Still, the ruling class, if only out of prudent self-interest, must govern in an enlightened and rational way, resisting tyranny while upholding political institutions limited by law and accountable to some kind of electorate, in a pluralistic society enjoying freedom of speech, association, and religion. He stresses the value of labor, industry, thrift, sobriety, and moderation, in sharp contrast, for example, to Hobbes's fondness for the classic heroic, and aristocratic, virtues of courage, nobility, magnanimity, honor, and glory. Locke's most important intervention in political debate, the two treatises, was published anonymously in 1690, and he always denied authorship throughout his life, acknowledging it only in a codicil to his will. There has even been much debate about exactly when the treatises, which, for all practical purposes, represent a single work, was written. It used to be thought that it was written not long before its publication, and thus represented a justification of the Glorious Revolution after the fact. It is now more generally accepted that the treatises was written a decade earlier, probably in 1679 to 81, that is, around the time of the exclusion crisis. This makes it not a retrospective justification of a revolution already safely completed but a subversive call to revolutionary action. If this is so, it certainly explains Locke's reluctance to admit authorship, especially since the revolution never looked absolutely secure to its participants. Whatever Locke's motivations in writing this work, it was to have great influence in later centuries, across a wide political spectrum, not least in the American Revolution and in other revolutions thereafter. One thing, and perhaps only one, is clear and uncontroversial about Locke's two treatises of government. It is a powerful attack on absolute monarchy, a call for limited, constitutional, parliamentary government and the rule of law. These are the qualities that people have in mind when they describe it as a founding text of liberalism. Beyond that, the interpretation of Locke's political ideas remains a subject of fierce controversy. In particular, commentators are divided about how radically democratic Locke was, whether, for example, his political ideas came close to those of the Levellers or, on the contrary, represented the interests of the Whig aristocracy. Another major subject of debate has to do with Locke's position in relation to the rise of capitalism, whether capitalism is a meaningful category at all in discussions of the 17th century and, if it is, whether Locke can be considered a commentator on, or even an advocate of, those social and political changes we associate with capitalism in its early stages. It will by now to be clear to readers of this book that its author regards the rise of capitalism as a useful idea, for reasons laid out especially in Chapter 1 and earlier in this Chapter 11. It should also be blindingly obvious that to speak of the rise of capitalism, or to situate Locke in that historical context, in no way suggests that he or his contemporaries had any notion of capitalism or any prescience about future historical developments. It simply means, as we have seen, that he lived at a time of significant changes in relations and conceptions of property, which were always fiercely contested, and that Locke was very conscious of the issues at stake in both practice and theory. He was, as will be argued in what follows, on the side of the improving landlords, and his argument was ideally suited to the interests of a progressive landed aristocracy engaged in capitalist agriculture and colonial trade, in short, to the interests of men like Shaftesbury. This is not to deny that Locke was, in the context of his time and place, some kind of radical, but his radicalism, as we shall see, had more politically in common with Cromwell or Ireton than with the Levellers. What makes his political theory especially complex and interesting is that he arrives at Ireton's conclusions, though without any hint of repudiating monarchy, while starting from Leveller premises. He adopts radical ideas to make the strongest possible case against absolutism but is always careful to limit their most democratic implications. The two treatises of government. The first treatise, less commonly read than the second, is a detailed refutation of the case for royal absolutism in Patriarcha, written by Robert Filmer decades earlier but resurrected and published by supporters of the king in the monarchy's new conflicts with Parliament. In painstaking detail, in language dripping with irony and ill-disguised contempt, Locke takes apart Filmer's ingenious and idiosyncratic argument that royal power descends from Adam and the patriarchal power bestowed on him by God. Locke's efforts here are devoted less to laying out a coherent political theory of his own than to challenging Filmer's logic, as well as his biblical scholarship, by demonstrating, sometimes unfairly, the absurdities and inconsistencies in Patriarcha, but the fundamental premises of the first treatise, though spelled out more systematically in the second, are clear. Men are naturally free and equal, and no free man can be bound to obey a government without his own consent, so that no absolute government can be regarded as legitimate. In the second treatise Locke is no longer just debating with one specific author, and he constructs a systematic and more or less coherent political theory. Like Hobbes, he begins with a state of nature and outlines the conditions that make civil society necessary and desirable. But where Hobbes concludes that any government capable of maintaining order, and, more particularly, an absolute government, is better than the state of war which would exist in its absence, Locke's purpose is precisely to deny the legitimacy of the kind of government Hobbes advocates. For Locke, a government's capacity to keep the peace is not enough to compel obedience to it, and something more is required to explain how men, born free and equal, acquire an obligation to obey. Locke's argument is not always easy to follow. His concept of the state of nature is especially ambiguous. He is, to begin with, very keen to dissociate his conception of the state of nature from Hobbes's state of war. The state of nature, he insists, is a condition governed by certain laws of nature, certain divinely ordained moral precepts, which human reason can discover. Locke's account of human nature also seems far less grim than that of Hobbes. Human beings, it seems, are capable of living together without government, and they even take pleasure in each other's company. If Hobbes bases civil society on the worst in human nature, Locke founds it on the best of human qualities, reason, and the capacity to live by moral rules. Yet this version of the state of nature appears to be less an account of some historical reality than a kind of moral ideal. Its main purpose is to serve as a standard against which to judge what counts as a legitimate government, a true civil society. Just as Hobbes's worst-case scenario was designed to emphasize the necessity of absolute government, Locke's optimistic portrait is meant to rule out all absolutist forms as contrary to natural liberty, equality, and reason. At the same time, there seems to be another state of nature in Locke's theory, not just a moral ideal but something like a historical condition, if not an actual historical stage in human development, then at least what the world would really be like without government. Here, the emphasis seems to be on human selfishness, perhaps based on a belief in original sin. If men really could live together governed only by their own reason and by the laws of nature, Locke now makes clear, civil society would be unnecessary. In the end, Locke's real state of nature is not a million miles away from the condition of uncertainty that is Hobbes's state of war. Society without government is fraught with uncertainties and inconveniencies. In particular, in the state of nature, where the only laws are natural laws, and where every man must execute the laws himself, there is no impartial judge to whom people can appeal in case of conflict, so each man must be judge in his own case. Such conditions are inevitably unstable, and no one can be certain that the smallest conflict will not end in war. Since Locke, as we shall see, imagines the historical state of nature as a form of social organization in which private property already exists, the likelihood of conflict is, of course, that much greater. So men, and it is indeed men, have found it useful, even necessary, to establish civil society. Locke's account of the state of nature may not be as clear and consistent as it could be, but his message here is reasonably unambiguous. Free, equal, and rational men agree to establish civil society in order to avoid the inconveniences of the natural state, as they do in Hobbes's version of the story. But since rational men can never be understood as having agreed to something that would worsen their condition, much depends on how their natural condition is presented. For Hobbes, any form of government capable of maintaining peace and order is better than the state of war. In Locke's case, what men are trying to avoid is not, or not simply, a state of war but a condition in which their obedience to natural law is made too uncertain and unsafe by the absence of a common and impartial judge. This has important implications in establishing the criteria of legitimate government. Against the background of Locke's state of nature, free men can never be understood as having agreed to absolute government, a government not subject to the rule of law. In relation to a ruler who is above the law, people would still be in the state of nature, comparable to their relations with other men at a time when there was no impartial judge to settle conflicts between them. The ruler would here be judge in his own case. In fact, in such circumstances the government's use of its coercive powers on its own subjects, the use of its official powers of enforcement and punishment, would be force without right, and therefore nothing better than a state of war. Locke's civil society, too, is established by agreement among free individuals, but unlike Hobbes's government founded by consent, the agreement to establish civil society is not simultaneously a transfer of power. Men, according to Locke, first agree to form a society and then, in a separate act, establish some form of government, not by unconditionally handing over their powers but as a kind of trust. Government, in other words, is entrusted, but only on certain conditions, with the powers each man enjoyed in the state of nature. If those conditions are violated, power returns to the people. They do not, however, thereby return to the state of nature. The dissolution of government does not, as seems to be the case for Hobbes, mean the disintegration of society. This account of the state of nature and the formation of civil society for Locke means, among other things, that men do have a right of revolution, a right to resist and overthrow a tyrannical or unlawful government, and they can do so without fear of dissolving society itself. In the end, the differences between Hobbes and Locke have less to do with fundamental disagreements about human nature, or about what the world would be like without government, than with very immediate political considerations. Hobbes's objective is to legitimize absolute government, whether in the hands of a Stuart king or a Cromwellian protector. Locke is seeking to justify resistance to a Stuart king and the establishment of parliamentary supremacy. Both men make use of radical ideas and arguments, Hobbes to turn them on their head in defense of absolutism, Locke to strengthen his anti-absolutist case. But if Locke's anti-absolutist argument is more consistent with radical principles than is Hobbes's absolutism, more consistent, for example, with the Leveller view of self-propriety and rights, his use of radical ideas is, in its own way, no less complex and ambiguous than Hobbes's. Locke's political theory as outlined in the second treatise might be understood as a theoretical expression of the alliance between the Whig aristocracy and London radicals, a mobilization of radical ideas in order to advance the interests of the propertied classes. It is also useful to keep in mind that when Locke was writing, England was no longer in the throes of civil war, popular radicalism had been effectively suppressed and the threat from below was less immediate than the threat from above. This may have given him the confidence to appropriate revolutionary ideas which radical parliamentarians in the 1640s, men like Cromwell and Ireton, had rejected and feared. But the fact that Locke adopts the very Leveller concepts that Ireton, in the Putney debates, so forcefully refuted does not by itself make Locke a Leveller. A major part of Locke's theoretical strategy is to adapt such radical ideas for the sole purpose of making the strongest case for Parliament against the king, and for the right of revolution, while at the same time depriving those ideas of their most democratic implications. Readers will remember that, during the Putney debates, Ireton warned against the consequences of adopting a conception of natural right. Followed to its logical conclusion, he insisted, it would end by endangering all property. Yet Locke adopts precisely such an idea of natural right. He even bases it on the Leveller principle that every man has a property in his own person, from which follow certain inalienable rights. Locke cannot have been familiar with the transcript of the Putney debates, even if he knew about Leveller ideas, but such ideas were in the air, and his argument proceeds uncannily as if his object were to demonstrate that Ireton's fears, like Filmer's warnings, were unfounded. He seems to be saying that a doctrine of natural right, based on the Leveller concept of self-propriety, can be construed in such a way as to argue for a right of revolution against an absolute monarch but without any levelling consequences, any danger to property, or any threat of popular democracy. Ireton, like Hobbes and many others, took it for granted that the surest way to sustain the interests of the propertied classes was to insist that property, or at least its existing form and distribution, was simply a human convention, not derived from natural right but upheld by constitution and tradition. Locke, by contrast, sets out to demonstrate that property itself does indeed exist by right of nature, and he not only denies that the notion of natural right represents a threat to the existing social order but even finds a way of turning the concept of natural right to the defense of property and inequality. We shall return to Locke's theory of property in a moment. But there are also other ways in which he adapts something like Leveller ideas to something like Ireton's politics. At the heart of Locke's political theory is his doctrine of consent. Again, no free man can be obliged to obey a government to which he has not consented. Much, then, depends on what is meant by consent, and, as we have seen, it could, in 17th century England, mean almost anything. For the Levellers it meant that free men must have the right to vote. For Hobbes it meant that men have effectively consented to absolute monarchy or at least any existing government capable of staying in power and keeping the peace. What, then, does it mean for Locke? Locke cites with approval Hooker's notion of consent which, though it meant something less extreme than it did for Hobbes, implied that men were bound by agreements made in the distant past. But Locke is far more concerned than Hooker to rule out absolute government, so there is obviously more to be said about his doctrine of consent. Point 12. We can probably learn more about Locke, again, by reading the second treatise against the background of the Putney debates. In response to the Leveller question of whether any free man can be obligated to a government to which he has not given his individual consent, a consent requiring constant renewal in the form of the franchise, Ireton replied that of course there are cases in which people are obliged to obey without consenting by means of the vote. Foreigners, who certainly do not enjoy the right to vote, are expected to obey the law. They are free to leave the country if they choose not to obey. By contrast, men with a fixed, permanent interest in the form of property cannot easily depart and leave everything behind, so their political obligation must be based on consent. Those without property, who merely have the interest of breathing, are more like foreigners in this respect. They are here today and gone tomorrow and require no special rights apart from the right to depart. Locke, at first glance, appears to be on the Leveller's side, with his insistence on the universal right of all free men to be governed by their own consent. Yet he finds an ingenious way of making universal consent consistent with Ireton's less democratic conclusion. Locke, like Ireton, cites the example of the foreigner who visits our shores. Locke, like Ireton, points out that such a person, indeed anyone who uses our highways and breathes our air, is expected to obey our laws. But there is one significant difference between Ireton and Locke. While Ireton cites this as a case of obligation without consent, Locke suggests that, even in such cases, consent has actually been given after all. The point is simply that there are two kinds of consent, express and tacit, the latter probably derived from Hooker's notion of a secret consent and the idea that people can give their consent even without knowing that they do so. Anyone who lives and breathes within our borders has given tacit consent to our government and has thus accepted the obligation to obey. Locke has shown how, even with Leveller premises, we need not arrive at Leveller conclusions or suffer the consequences feared by Ireton. Ireton and the Levellers both argued on the basis that consent meant the franchise, so Ireton was compelled to demonstrate that obligation did not require consent. Locke adopts a different strategy. Obligation does require consent, but consent does not require the franchise. For that matter, Locke's argument is not inconsistent with the view that an individual can be represented in Parliament without the right to vote, just as propertyless men could, according to Thomas Smith or Richard Hooker, be present in Parliament or, as later thinkers would describe it, virtually represented. Locke never tells us in so many words what he thinks about the franchise, except for one passage, 158, that appears to propose nothing more than the correction of the notorious anomalies in the voting system, in much the same way that Ireton himself had suggested. We need to remember, too, that throughout the 17th century, regulations on the franchise fluctuated constantly, as the ruling class shamelessly manipulated the right to vote, its generosity growing whenever it needed popular support against the crown, as was the case during the exclusion crisis. It is possible that Locke would have advocated this tactical expansion of the franchise at such a critical moment. But it remains significant that, with the doctrine of tacit consent, he neatly severed the connection between consent and the franchise, which both Ireton and the Levellers had taken for granted. Locke seems to have a more elastic idea of consent than does Ireton. Had he not already laid a foundation for excluding absolutism as a legitimate form of government, his tacit consent might come dangerously close to Hobbes's view that the mere existence of a functioning government implies consent. But however easily, even unconsciously, people may give their consent, according to Locke, there are, again, only certain kinds of government to which free men can be understood as having consented, and these do not include absolute monarchy, because such a government defeats the very purpose for which civil society was established in the first place. When a ruler acts not according to the law but by his own arbitrary will, or when he interferes with a properly constituted legislative body or tries to change the means of electing it, when government subjects the state to a foreign power, all of which Stuart kings could be accused of doing, or when government, including legislative bodies, violates the trust reposed in it by invading the liberties and properties of the subjects, government is dissolved and the people have a right to constitute a new one. In general, as long as a properly constituted legislative power, Parliament in England, exists and is allowed to go about its business without undue interference, it can be assumed that no right of revolution exists, though there may be times when even legislators act contrary to their trust. In any case, if the normal processes of changing government have been denied to the people, they have a right to rebel and set up a new one by extra-parliamentary means. It should be emphasized here again that granting people the right of revolution need not entail granting them more normal, everyday political rights, as we already know from Cromwell and Ireton, who granted some people the right to take up arms against a government but not the right to vote for one. We also know that even the most radical convictions about natural equality need not be expressed in equally radical views of political equality. The view that men are naturally free and equal was, in the 17th century, consistent with everything from radical democracy to royal absolutism, everything from Winstanley to Hobbes, and Locke seems to stand somewhere between these extremes. The disconnection between natural and political equality is even more vividly demonstrated in what Locke has to say about women. He may not go as far as Hobbes in explicitly granting the equality of women, but in his argument against Filmer's patriarchal defense of royal absolutism, Locke goes quite far in asserting joint parental or even maternal powers in the family against the kind of absolute paternal right on which Filmer bases his case for the absolute power of kings. Locke does not deny the superiority of fathers, or the foundation in nature of the husband's authority over his wife. But he goes some distance in denying a divine command that subjected Eve to Adam, or women to men, and accuses Filmer of substituting his own fancies for divine truths. Yet none of this has implications for the political rights of women. So much does Locke, like virtually all his contemporaries, including, apparently, women themselves, take for granted the exclusion of women from the political sphere, that in giving them a more exalted role in the household he senses no political danger, no possibility of being misunderstood as proposing to admit women into the realm of politics. Locke, beginning with the Leveller idea of self-propriety and natural right, ends in a political position perfectly consistent with Ireton's more oligarchic stance. He does, to be sure, seem to hold a fairly radical view on the right of revolution in extreme emergencies, a right he is prepared to grant to the people in general, that is, perhaps, to all free male heads of households, and not just to their representatives in Parliament. This was a view shared only by the most radical Whigs. But, as the examples of Cromwell and Ireton dramatically demonstrate, even a more radical view of revolution did not, in 17th-century England, necessarily rule out the exclusion of many free men from more normal political rights. After all, the rank and file of the new model army had been accorded a right of revolution in no uncertain terms, but the very same army grandees who had mobilized them insisted on denying them the simple right to vote for their representatives in Parliament. When asked why the army had fought, if they were to be denied political rights, Ireton replied that they had won enough by gaining the right to be governed by a representative body and a known law rather than by the arbitrary rule of one man, and the freedom to do business and acquire property. This, too, is what it means to be a member of political society, but to be an elector, endowed with the franchise, is another matter altogether. Point 13. Locke's theory of property. Although the chapter on property seems to have been added to the second treatise after its original completion, it certainly plays a significant part in Locke's political theory. It is here that he fleshes out the theory of natural right which forms the basis of his anti-absolutist argument. He does so by elaborating the principle that every man has a property in his own person from which other rights follow. But if, for Locke as for the levelers, the property that men have in their persons entails certain inalienable natural rights, it does not, as we have seen, necessarily entail all those political rights envisaged by the levelers. A closer look at Locke's distinctive elaboration of self-propriety and how it differs from that of the levelers reveals a great deal about both his theory of property and his politics. God, says Locke, hath given the world to men in common. 26. Yet the view that the world began as a common dominium was, as we have seen, fairly conventional in the Western tradition and could accommodate everything from a strong defense of private property to Winstanley's radical repudiation of property. Locke sets out to demonstrate not only that men's common ownership of the earth is compatible with private property but that such property is grounded in natural right. Here he puts to brilliant use the idea of self-propriety. Though the earth, and all inferior creatures be common to all men, Locke begins, yet every man has a property in his own person. This no body has any right to but himself. The labor of his body and the work of his hands, we may say, are properly his. 27. Self-ownership, and the property that every man has in his own labor, then becomes the source of property in things and land. Anything in which a man mixes his labor, anything which, through his labor, he removes or changes from its natural state, anything to which he has added something by his labor, becomes his property and excludes the rights of other men. This is how private property grows out of common ownership, not by common consent but by natural right, as an extension of a man's person and his labor, in which he has an exclusive right by nature. In any case, although God did give the earth to men in common, he did not give it to them in order to waste it. He gave it to the industrious and rational for the sake of improvement, to add to its value, usefulness, and productivity by means of labor. Locke does, to be sure, maintain that there are certain limits on accumulation established by natural law. The most obvious, apart from the physical limits of the capacity to labor, is that no man should accumulate so much that he cannot consume it and lets it go to waste or spoil. Nor should he accumulate so much that he damages the interests of his fellows. He must leave enough, and good enough, to respect everyone else's right to subsistence. These spoilage and sufficiency limitations seem to mean that a man's own capacity for labor together with that of his family, and his own capacity for consumption together with that of his household, set strict natural, and moral, limits on what he can accumulate. So it is hard to imagine how large accumulations and vast inequalities of wealth can be consistent with natural law. Locke has a simple answer. There is one development in human society that changes everything: the invention of money. Money makes it possible for people to accumulate more than they themselves can consume without violating the natural law of prohibition against spoilage. The decision to attach some kind of value to gold or silver as a medium of exchange means that wealth can be accumulated in a form that keeps indefinitely. It also permits exchange and profitable commerce, which in turn create an incentive for increasing productivity and wealth. Without money and commerce, there would be neither possibility nor motivation for improvement and accumulation. The improvement of land encouraged by money and commerce also means that less land can support more people. On the one hand, this might be taken to mean that, although people now can accumulate more without violating the spoilage limitation, they have no need to do so in order to live well. They can produce more wealth, and they can therefore leave more for others. Locke has indeed been interpreted as opposing large concentrations of property in this way. On the other hand, Locke suggests that money, commerce, and improvement, by making land more productive and giving it more value, actually add to the common stock of humanity. This means that people can accumulate more without depriving others and without violating the sufficiency limitation. A man who accumulates and improves large holdings, far from violating the rights of others, actually enhances their well-being. In such conditions, furthermore, many people can even live without any property at all, because they can exchange their labor for a wage. It turns out that the labor which gives a man a right to property may be someone else's labor. Locke clearly takes for granted that some will have large properties and others none at all. Indeed, some will create the wealth of others by working for them. Master and servant, he writes, are names as old as history, 85, and servants, a term that, in the 17th century, included many wage laborers, can sell their labor without losing their natural liberty, as long as the relation between master and servant is a contractual one, not an unconditional and permanent alienation but a sale of labor for a certain time. Locke also justifies slavery, but on different grounds. A man who loses his liberty by conquest in a lawful war may be spared his life in exchange for his permanent servitude. And where land is improved and profitably utilized, even the servant may be better off than the owners of unimproved land. Nor does Locke stop there, for the invention of money has yet another implication. Since money has value only because men have consented to it, this also implies that they have consented to its consequences. It is plain that men have agreed to disproportionate and unequal possession of the earth, they having by a tacit and voluntary consent found out a way, how a man may fairly possess more land than he himself can use the product of. 50. Although specific laws and constitutions regulate specific systems of property, the inequality to which men have consented is not dependent on any such specific laws. It applies wherever money exists. This appears to mean that no government can override that agreement by seeking to alter the conditions of inequality to which men have agreed. The invention of money and everything that follows from it changes conditions so radically that natural law, together with man's natural freedom, equality, and common possession of the earth, become consistent not only with private property but also with gross inequalities. And all of this has the legitimacy that comes from free consent. Locke was not the only, or even the first, to suggest that property originates in labor, but he was certainly the first to elaborate this principle so systematically, both as a theory of property and as a theory of natural right. He also, as we shall see, gives a very specific twist to the idea that property originates in labor, which sets him decisively apart from his predecessors. Locke's conception of natural right is central to his argument against absolutism, but the implications of his theory of property go well beyond his anti-absolutist politics. Here, again, we can learn a great deal about Locke by considering his theory against the background of the Putney debates. Readers may recall Major William Rainsborough's remark at Putney that the chief end of this government is to preserve persons as well as estates, and if any law shall take hold of my person, it is more dear than my estate. The Levellers certainly believed in the right of private property, but Major Rainsborough was here giving the person priority over property, and this was precisely the principle Ireton most feared. Here, as elsewhere, Locke finds a way of circumventing this consequence of Leveller doctrine. Locke states unequivocally that the chief end of civil society is the preservation of property, 85. This seems unambiguous enough, and at first glance appears to leave no room for rights that inhere in the person as distinct from property. Yet when, in his controversial chapter on property, he defines property itself, Locke often uses a broad definition which includes life, liberty, and estates. Formulae such as life, liberty, and property, or persons, liberties, and estates had become conventional in asserting the rights of the subject since the petition of right, appearing, for example, in the Grand Remonstrance, and Lilburne had asserted the ancient fundamental right of every Englishman to be protected from arbitrary and illegal intrusions on his life, liberty, or estate. Locke's inclusion of all these rights in the single category property certainly implies that the purpose of government is, as Major Rainsborough insists, to preserve persons as well as estates, that every man, even one without estates, possesses something that government is obliged to preserve, and that therefore such a person has certain basic rights. It is on the basis that rights inhere in the person, with or without a fixed interest in the form of property, that Colonel Thomas Rainsborough demands an extension of the franchise even to the poorest he. Ireton sees the danger of invoking rights that inhere in the person just by virtue of living and breathing, which implies that such rights exist by nature and not by convention or the English Constitution. But Locke has found a way of ascribing natural rights to the person while avoiding the hazard foreseen by Iriton, and has, yet again, made Leveller principles consistent with Iriton's politics. His doctrine of consent, for instance, makes it possible to speak of such natural rights without requiring anything more than what Iriton is willing to concede, that the rights of every person are adequately protected by the existence of a representative body and a known law rather than by the arbitrary rule of one man. As for property, when Locke describes it as a natural right, he seems to mean something rather different from what the Levellers intended, or more particularly, he is answering a different question. In the debate between Rainsborough and Iriton, both parties seem to agree that the institution of private property is divinely ordained, though this does not preclude the belief that in the beginning the earth was given to men in common. For example, in response to the accusation that the doctrine of natural right endangers all property, Rainsborough insists that he has no such intention and that the demand for a voice in government certainly does not imply the destruction of property. Property, in fact, exists by divine law, the law of God says it, else why God made that law, thou shalt not steal. Although Iriton repudiates the idea of natural right as the basis of property, he does not deny this divine commandment, nor does he suggest that property as such has no divine authority. But this, for him, is not the main issue. The question is whether the existing distribution of property and, more particularly, the distribution of political rights that goes with it are legitimate. Iriton argues that the institution of property in general may exist by divine law, but the particular right of any individual to any particular property is no more divinely ordained than is the right to elect parliament. Divine law, he says, extends not to particular things. It does not determine particulars but generals, in relation to man, and to property, and all things else. Any connection between divine law and a particular man's property is very remote, and our property descends from other things. Particular rights to property, no less than political rights, derive from convention and historical precedent. If we challenge those conventions and precedents by appealing to some trans-historical natural right, we shall endanger all property. After all, if every man has a natural right to whatever he needs for his subsistence, then surely no private property can be secure. Colonel Rainsborough does indeed invoke some kind of natural right, though he denies any intention of endangering private property. But the significant point is that neither he nor the other Levellers invoke natural right as a way of explaining how people come to have a property in some particular thing. Certainly, the Levellers dispute the legitimacy of the historical and constitutional precedents invoked by Iriton to support the existing distribution of property and political rights. The Levellers offer different historical precedents, and they claim certain native rights which have been violated by the Norman conquest. They do call on a notion of natural right or self-propriety to support their historical claims, but the main object of that notion is liberty, not private property. The Leveller argument was most clearly laid out by Richard Overton in his pamphlet An Arrow Against All Tyrants, whose eloquent and frequently cited definition of self-propriety was quoted earlier. Overton certainly insists that mine and thine could not exist if men had no inviolable property in their own selves, but he simply means that no man can securely enjoy what he possesses if his natural freedom is subject to usurpation and his person to arbitrary violation. As to the origin of material property itself, Overton says nothing, but we can get some sense of what he thinks from his reference to the principles of Magna Carta, repeated in the Petition of Right, and his quotation from Sir Edward Coke's commentaries. No man shall be diseased, that is, put out of season, have taken from him, or dispossessed of his freehold, that is, lands or livelihood, or of his liberties or free customs, that is, of such franchises and freedoms, and free customs, as belong to him by his free birthright, unless it be by the lawful judgments, that is verdict of his equals, that is of men of his own condition, or by the law of the land. By the due course and processes of law. The relevant property rights here are various civil and customary rights, recognized by statute or customary law, freehold tenures, the freedom of corporations, franchises or licenses to conduct business, and so on. Overton says nothing about the natural origin of property. He only insists that a man's natural freedom gives him an inalienable right to the due course and processes of law, and that no interference with his property is legitimate without such processes. The emphasis, again, is not on property as such but on liberty and the illegitimacy of arbitrary power. The Leveller argument seems to be something like this: every man has a property in his own person. From this follow certain liberties: the liberty not to be subject to anyone else's authority without consent, the liberty to follow one's own religious beliefs, and, indeed, the liberty to enjoy one's possessions without unlawful interference, that is, without interference by any power not properly constituted, accountable and acting according to the due processes of law. Certainly, the Levellers undoubtedly dispute the legitimacy of the historical and constitutional precedents invoked by Ireton, and they do so by claiming native rights which have been violated by the Norman conquest. The argument based on self-propriety makes clear what the Levellers think about legitimate power, but it does not explain how some people come to have legitimate possessions. It does mean that political rights cannot be based on property in the sense of estates. These rights belong to the person. And it also means that the existing distribution of property represents little more than theft, acquired by conquest and preserved by illegitimate power. The Levellers want to dissociate political power from wealth and privilege, and they want to protect small property from unjust and oppressive interference. But there is nothing in their arguments that would be inconsistent with Ireton's principle that particular properties exist by convention. The point is simply that some conventions are legitimate and others not, depending on whether they respect or violate natural liberty. If demonstrating the natural origin of particular properties was not the objective of radicals like the Levellers, John Locke's purpose is rather more complicated, though the issue has been somewhat confused by commentators who emphasize the continuity between Leveller ideas of self-propriety and the Lockean theory of property. Locke sets out precisely to answer the difficult question of particulars, how anyone should ever come to have a property in anything. 25. His reasons are complex, but one clear objective is to strengthen the inviolability of property by making it independent of, and prior to, civil society. If men have a right to property before and apart from civil society, which belongs to them by nature and not by grant from government or the community, that simply reinforces the principle that no government can interfere with property unlawfully. Locke is also undoubtedly trying to meet, yet again, a challenge from Filmer. In support of his claim that political power and property descended by grant from God to Adam, Filmer takes issue with all those who claim, and this, in one way or another, includes thinkers as diverse as Hobbes and Ireton, and perhaps even the Levellers, that property exists by the consent of men, because this implies that possession of the earth was originally common. Filmer simply argues that, if this were so, private property would be an unimaginable sin against God's will, and, at the very least, it would have required the universal consent of mankind, of which there is absolutely no evidence. Locke, in his refutation of absolutist theory in general and Filmer in particular, takes on this argument too. He demonstrates how it is possible for private property to be consistent with God's grant of the earth to men in common, how men might come to have a property in several parts of that which God gave to mankind in common, and that without any express compact of all the commoners. 25. But there is more to Locke's conception of natural right than its role in his case against absolutism, as becomes evident when we compare him, again, to the Levellers. We may begin to understand the differences between Locke and the Levellers by considering one simple fact: the Levellers had no strong incentive to accept Ireton's argument that natural right was an enemy to custom and convention. They certainly wanted to repudiate some conventions and customs, those that established the current system of power and privilege. But one of their main objectives was to protect certain customs, the customary rights and tenures of ordinary freeborn Englishmen, which were being attacked by the dominant classes. So the Levellers were not really interested in demonstrating that natural right took precedence over custom in general. What they wanted to show was that certain customary rights had the support of more universal, even natural, principles, and that the extinction of these rights without due processes of law and by an illegitimate government was a violation of natural liberty. Locke appears to have no comparable attachment to customary rights. His theory of natural right does indeed endanger custom and convention, but not in the sense feared by Ireton. Locke's theory of natural right threatens not the properties of landlords like Shaftesbury but the customary rights of commoners. At any rate, Locke adapted and modified the Leveller idea of self-propriety in an ingenious way, again preserving the delicate balance which is characteristic of his political theory in general, on the one hand, a radical anti-absolutism, and on the other, a careful limitation of its democratic implications. Locke's theory of property gives substance to the notion of natural right which he deploys so powerfully in his attack on absolutism. To invoke a natural and inalienable right to life, liberty, and estate, which no government is entitled to violate, certainly adds strength to the case against absolutism. The argument that property is rooted in an individual right which belongs to every man was also designed, again, to counter Filmer's claim that all political power and property are derived from God's grant to Adam and not from some universal, male, human right. There may be other political reasons for Locke's argument too. It has, for instance, been suggested that the chapter on property, and the importance Locke attaches to labor as the source of property, represents a gesture to the industrious classes whom Shaftesbury's party was courting in its attempts to forge an oppositional alliance during the exclusion crisis, though we shall see in a moment that labor has a rather flexible meaning in Locke's theory of property, which fits the improving landlord no less than the industrious classes who work with their own hands. At the same time, the chapter on property also helps to neutralize some of the more democratic possibilities inherent in the radical conception of natural right. The theory of property includes a neat justification of gross inequality, which makes Locke's revolutionary theory compatible with the existing distribution of property in England. In all these ways, the chapter on property has an important political meaning for Locke, but it also has implications that go far beyond its consequences for his theory of politics. The chapter represents a major rethinking of property in principle, which has to do with distinctively English historical developments. Improvement. Locke's argument on property turns on the notion of improvement. The theme running throughout the chapter is that the earth is there to be made productive and that this is why private property, which emanates from labor, trumps common possession. The very word improve, it is worth noting, in its original sense, derived from the Anglo-French empereur, means to turn to profit or to manage for profit, and this is clearly the sense in which Locke and his contemporaries used it. Locke repeatedly insists that most of the value inherent in land comes not from nature but from labor and improvement, 'tis labor indeed that puts the difference of value on everything. 40. It is clear, too, that the value he has in mind is exchange or commercial value. He even offers specific calculations of value contributed by labor as against nature. I think, he suggests, it will be but a very modest computation to say, that of the products of the earth useful to the life of man, 9/10 are the effects of labor, and then immediately corrects himself. It would be more accurate to say that 99/100 should be attributed to labor rather than to nature. 40. An acre of land in unimproved America, which may be as naturally fertile as an acre in England, is not worth 1/1000 of the English acre, if all the profit an Indian received from it were to be valued and sold here. 43. Unimproved land is waste, so that a man who takes it out of common ownership and appropriates it to himself, he who removes land from the common and encloses it, in order to improve it has given something to humanity, not taken it away. We already know that, for Locke, there is no direct correspondence between labor and property, because one man can appropriate the labor of another. It now appears that the issue for Locke has less to do with the activity of labor as such than with its profitable use. In calculating the value of the acre in America, for instance, he refers not to the Indian's labor, his expenditure of effort, but to the lack of profit he receives, in the absence of a well-developed commerce. The issue, in other words, is not the labor of a human being but the productivity of property and its application to commercial profit. In a famous and much debated passage, Locke writes that the grass my horse has bit, the turfs my servant has cut, and the ore I have digged in any place where I have a right to them in common with others, become my property. 28. Much ink has been spilled on this passage and what it tells us, for example, about Locke's views on wage labor, the labor of the servant who cuts the turfs. But what is truly striking about this turfs passage is that Locke treats the turfs my servant has cut as equivalent to the ore I have digged. This means not only that I, the master, have appropriated the labor of my servant, but that this appropriation is in principle no different from the servant's laboring activity itself. My own digging and my appropriating the fruits of my servant's cutting are, for all intents and purposes, the same. But Locke is not interested in simply passive appropriation. The point is rather that the landlord who puts his land to productive use, who improves it, even if it is by means of someone else's labor, is being industrious, no less, perhaps more, than the laboring servant. We have become so accustomed to the identification of producers with the employers of labor, as in automobile producers in conflict with trade unions, that we fail to see its implications, but it is important to keep in mind that certain very specific historical conditions were required to make it possible. Traditional ruling classes in pre-capitalist societies, passively appropriating rents from dependent peasants, would never think of themselves as producers. The kind of appropriation that can be called productive is distinctively capitalist. It implies that property is used actively, not for conspicuous consumption, nor simply to obtain the means of extra economic coercion, but for investment and increasing profit. Wealth is acquired not simply by using coercive force to extract more surplus labor from direct producers, in the manner of rentier aristocrats, but nor is it acquired by buying cheap and selling dear in the manner of pre-capitalist merchants. Wealth is created by increasing labor productivity, output per unit of work, to produce profits that are realized in market transactions. By conflating labor with the production of profit, Locke becomes perhaps the first thinker to construct a systematic theory of property based on something like these capitalist principles. He is certainly not a theorist of a mature, industrial capitalism, but his view of property, with its emphasis on productivity for profit, already sets him apart from his predecessors. His idea that value is actively created in production is already vastly different from traditional views which focus simply on the process of exchange, the sphere of circulation. Only William Petty, often called the founder of political economy, had suggested anything like this labor theory of value in the 17th century. Locke in his economic works is critical of those landed aristocrats who passively collect rents without improving their land, and he is equally critical of merchants who simply act as middlemen, buying cheap in one market and selling at a higher price in another, or hoarding goods to raise their price, or cornering a market to increase the profits of sale. Both types of proprietor are, in his view, parasitic. They are anything but producers. Yet his attack on proprietors of this kind should not be misread as a defense of working people against the dominant classes. He certainly praises industrious artisans and tradesmen, but his ideal seems to be the great improving landlord, whom he regards as the ultimate source of wealth in the community, what he calls the first producer, a man like Shaftesbury, capitalist landlord and investor in colonial trade, a man who is not only industrious but whose vast property contributes greatly to the wealth of the community. Locke's view of property is very well suited to the conditions of England in the early days of agrarian capitalism. It clearly reflects a condition in which highly concentrated land ownership and large holdings were associated with a uniquely productive agriculture, productive not just in the sense of total output but output per unit of work. He also, like Sir Thomas Smith, takes for granted the triadic structure of English agriculture, the triad of landlord, tenant, and servant or wage laborer, which, though not widespread throughout the country, was well established in the southern and southwestern parts of England that Locke knew best. His language of improvement echoes the scientific literature devoted to the techniques of agriculture which flourished in England at this time, especially emanating from the Royal Society and the groups of learned men with whom Locke and Shaftesbury were closely connected. More particularly, his constant references to common land as waste, his praise for the removal of land from the common, and indeed for enclosure, had very powerful resonances in that time and place. Point 14. We need to be reminded that the definition of property was, in Locke's day, a very immediate practical issue. A new definition of property was in the process of establishing itself, challenging traditional forms not just in theory but in practice. It was constantly arising, for example, in disputes over common and customary rights. Increasingly, the principle of improvement for profitable exchange was taking precedence over other principles and other claims to property, whether those claims were based on custom or on some fundamental right of subsistence. Enhancing productivity itself became a reason for excluding other rights. Point 15. There are in the 17th century already examples of legal decisions, in conflicts over land, where judges invoke principles very much like those outlined by Locke, in order to give exclusive property precedence over common and customary rights. Such arguments were used to support the landlord seeking to extinguish the customary rights of commoners, to exclude them from common land, to turn common land into exclusive private property by means of enclosure. Enclosure, exclusion, and improvement, as Locke had said, enhanced the wealth of the community and added more to the common stock than it subtracted. In the 18th century, when enclosure would rapidly accelerate with the active involvement of Parliament, reasons of improvement would be cited systematically as the basis of title to property and as grounds for extinguishing traditional rights. This is not the only way in which Locke's theory of property supported the interests of landlords like Shaftesbury. We have already alluded to Locke's justification of slavery. His views on improvement could also be easily mobilized in defense of colonial expansion and the expropriation of indigenous peoples, as his remarks on America and its native peoples make painfully obvious. If the unimproved lands of the Americas represented nothing but waste, it was a divinely ordained duty for Europeans to enclose and improve them, just as industrious and rational men had done in the original state of nature. In the beginning all the world was America, 49, with no money, no commerce, no improvement. If the world, or some of it, had been removed from that natural state at the behest of God, anything that remained in such a primitive condition must surely go the same way. Locke may not have been alone in devising a justification of empire that had less to do with jurisdiction than with property, but he went far beyond the simple principle of residential nullius invoked by other defenders of colonial appropriation. The issue for him was not simply vacant or unused land but rather land left unimproved for profitable commerce. Nor was he simply arguing, as Grotius had done, that things become property when and because they are used and transformed. The right of property, and that includes colonial appropriation, for Locke derived from the creation of value. Point 16. John Locke constructed a powerful defense of parliamentary, limited government, but without embracing democracy. It would take a very long time, and a great deal of struggle, before parliamentary government was democratized even to the point of universal male suffrage of a kind approaching what the Levellers had demanded, to say nothing of the vote for women. When these victories were won at last, they were certainly worth winning, but by that time, the franchise could no longer make the kind of difference that the Levellers had hoped it would. The issue had by then been settled in favor of capitalist property. The old political struggles over common and customary rights had been lost, and many spheres of social life were subject not to the requirements of democratic accountability but to the imperatives of capitalist competition and profit maximization. The Lockean paradigm in 18th century England. Much of the scholarly debate about 18th century Western political thought, and Anglo-American thought in particular, has for some time now revolved around the relation between virtue and commerce, a debate in which John Pocock is the major reference point. 17 Pocock's narrative as it concerns 18th century England goes something like this. In the mid-1690s there was a financial revolution that produced a sudden and traumatic discovery of capital, in the form of public credit and with it the growth of government patronage. The critical and emblematic moment was the establishment of the Bank of England. This represented nothing less than a revolution in the nature and idea of property. The essential shifts in the structure and ideology of English property which some people see earlier in the 17th century, or even in the 16th, were, it would seem, of little consequence. The real transformation of property, the transformation of its structure and morality, occurred with spectacular abruptness in the mid-1690s and was accompanied by sudden changes in the psychology of politics. This revolutionary shift marked the beginning of commercial society. It was the moment when relations among citizens, and between them and government, began to take the form of capitalist relations, which, in Pocock's terms, means relations between creditors and debtors. 18. Political discourse, says Pocock, had to find ways of dealing with this transformation, to contest or justify a new commercial, oligarchic and imperial Britain. The vocabulary of classical republicanism was mobilized to deal with a revitalized conflict between landed and moneyed interests, preceded and shaped by a conflict between real property and government patronage, and here we can find the origins of commercial ideology, in the controversy between virtue and corruption. One of the main ideological requirements for the new commercial ideology in its defense against opposition was to finesse the antithesis of virtue and commerce. It had to challenge the counterposition of an independent landed interest and a more or less corrupt, or at any rate corrupting, moneyed interest. The answers provided by ideologues of commercial society generally had to do with the civilizing effects of commerce, which eliminates the need for civic virtue by taming the passions or harnessing them to the public good. So the main axis of controversy in 18th century political discourse concerns the opposition between a conception of property which stresses possession and civic virtue, and one that stresses exchange and its civilizing of the passions. This narrative also has the effect of displacing Locke from the center of the modern revolution in property and the theorization of an emergent capitalism. Locke is, according to this argument, irrelevant to the ways in which capitalist or commercial society was reflected on, criticized or legitimate. He is irrelevant both in the sense that commercial society did not yet exist and was not yet an issue in his period, and in the sense that the categories, the vocabularies, used to conceptualize commercial society in the 18th century were different from and often opposed to Locke's. There is, to be sure, considerable controversy about Pocock's narrative and his assumptions about the relations between virtue and commerce in early modern European discourse. There are those who object not only to his analysis of Britain but to his analytic categories in general. After all, civic humanism in Italian city-states linked commerce, liberty, and virtue, and commerce was readily embraced by Dutch republicans. Others insist that the importance of republican discourse in 18th century England has been grossly exaggerated, and still others that American thinkers, building on both English and other European traditions of discourse, were perfectly capable of combining liberal and republican discourses, or, indeed, civic virtue and commerce. But, even when questions are raised about the nature and extent of civic humanism or republicanism, or about the relation between virtue and commerce in political discourse, the fundamental terms of the debate remain unchallenged. It has already been suggested here that the idea of republicanism is a rather blunt instrument, which is particularly ill-adapted to the specificities of English politics. Much the same can be said about commerce, whether or not it is conceived as antithetical to, or as a substitute for, virtue. The very idea of commerce, to say nothing of commercial society, conceals as much as it reveals. The distinctive development of capitalism set England apart from other commercial societies. The commercial, oligarchic, and imperial order of the 18th century was grounded in agrarian capitalism and its very specific property regime, and any opposition between landed and moneyed interests presupposed a more fundamental commonality among the propertied classes. Both country gentlemen and merchants, whether Tories or Whigs, belonged to the capitalist property regime. The so-called commercial revolution did not just materialize from nowhere, nor was it simply a linguistic transformation. It was the end of a long process of development, the development of what we are calling agrarian capitalism. This was a process that created a powerful capitalist landed class, which, having defeated absolutism, came out of the revolution of 1688-9 effectively in command of England and in strong position to consolidate the property regime they had been establishing throughout the previous century. The foundation of the Bank of England, Pocock's revolutionary moment, was a result of their victory, particularly the greatest among them, the Whigs, who had led the revolution of 1688 and were its main beneficiaries. The fact that the Bank of England emerged in response to the needs of an emergent landlord capitalist class made it different from any other public bank in Europe and tells us much about the specificities of English history. The bank was a uniquely English institution, and this difference has a history, because banking in England had already developed in distinctively English ways. The Bank of England was the culmination of developments that had been in process since at least the 16th century. Banking on the continent had developed largely to finance and facilitate long-distance trade or arbitrage among separate markets. The English system was fairly weak in those respects in the early days, but it developed ways to meet its own specific needs. In particular, it developed forms of banking which catered to investment by the landed class. This was something completely new, with no parallels on the continent, and clearly an expression of England's agrarian capitalism. Long before the Bank of England, the English agrarian economy had already developed in distinctive ways. The particular relations between large landowners and tenants who were capital farmers meant that English agriculture was responding to new requirements of competition and profit maximization with no historical precedent. This created new needs for investment capital in ways unknown to capital-starved continental peasants or even rentier landlords, and English banks developed as providers of investment capital to facilitate production in unique and historically unprecedented ways. The English banking system, more than any other, dealt with transactions among producers, not just among commercial agents, or even producers and consumers, but among producers themselves in an increasingly specialized network of production. This was not a function of some late commercial or industrial economy. It was born in the English countryside, in particular with the specialization of English farming countries, which meant producers were obliged to deal with each other in distinctive ways very different from, say, the peasant economy and local peasant markets in France. English banking developed to meet the needs of an increasingly integrated domestic market, and a metropolitan market centered on London. This was not just a matter of geographic scope, the difference between short and long-distance trade. It had to do with fundamental features of English society and the English economy which set England apart from its European neighbours. The immediate forerunners of the Bank of England were the goldsmith bankers. Their object was not just to facilitate old forms of trade, profit on alienation or buying cheap and selling dear, but to encourage investment in profitable production. What distinguished the Bank of England was not that it was a public bank but almost the opposite, that the public bank in England was an extension of private banking in its specific English form. It is true that it acquired the right to conduct its private business by offering to provide public credit, especially to finance war, but its principles and its general banking functions continued already existing English private banking practices. The Bank of England did not, then, represent the sudden emergence of a thoroughly novel commercial regime. It was an extension of long-developing social property relations, the property relations of agrarian capitalism. These developments had set in motion a new and unprecedented historical dynamic, one major feature of which was an unprecedented self-sustaining economic growth, unlike anything anywhere else in Europe, including the highly commercialized Dutch Republic. The commercial capitalism of the 18th century in England was firmly rooted in these distinctive developments and would have been impossible without them. Whatever novelties emerged in 18th century England, the revolutionary transformation in the property regime preceded them and was their precondition. What, then, of the growth of government patronage enabled by the emergence of public credit? The apparatus of patronage, which would in the 18th century grow into what William Cobbett famously called old corruption, was a parasitic growth that fed on wealth created as much by capitalist agriculture as by mercantile activity. If landed wealth, in other words, was, by definition, real rather than mobile, it was no less commercial for that. If anything, the agrarian interest conformed to the capitalist logic more than did the monopolistic trading companies which survived as a pre-capitalist relic. The Tory country squire engaged in productive and improving agriculture was more capitalist than the old East India Company merchant, and the squire's wealth was more capitalist than the fortunes of the privileged few who grew rich on state patronage and public corruption. There was, of course, nothing new about the use of state office, privilege, or patronage in pursuit of personal wealth. This was, as we have seen, as much the rule as the exception throughout Europe. What distinguished the English mode of extra-economic appropriation from, for example, the French, was that in 18th century England it was a secondary, parasitic growth. French office holders lined their pockets above all by directly taxing the productive classes, in particular the peasants. When the land tax was instituted in England in the 1690s, at the very moment that Parliament firmly established its control of taxation, the English propertied classes in Parliament were taxing themselves, transferring to the state wealth they had already appropriated from producers in the form of rent or profit. Old corruption was a bone of contention not only among radicals like Cobbett but also among propertied elites, not because it represented a new commercial or capitalist order pitted against an antagonistic landed interest but, on the contrary, because it was parasitic on capitalist wealth that was at least as much landed as mercantile. The problem was not capitalist property. It was that a few corrupt and parasitic types were creaming off the profits of productive capital. There certainly existed a strand of criticism that counterposed the moral qualities of landed property to the values of commercial profit, but even the most uncompromising critics testify to the realities of agrarian capitalism. The target of criticism was likely to be precisely a capitalist landlord who put profit above duty and responsibility, the obligations of hierarchy, rank and deference. Such critics might scorn the fruits of improvement or imperial expansion, but, for the most part, if there was an opposition between virtue and commerce in 18th century political discourse, it was a conflict within a ruling class generally agreed on England's novel property regime, even if some were more opposed than others to its excesses. If there was, for such critics, an opposition between the values of commerce and the virtues of landed property, it was not about an antithesis between agriculture and profit. It was about commerce unrestrained by moral values or class duties, about the excesses of Whig expansionism, about the abdication of traditional responsibilities by landowners who subordinated all their duties, the obligations of rank, to their commercial profits, about the ostentation of country parks and landscape gardens as against the productivity of agricultural improvement. What divided critics like this from defenders of commercial society like Joseph Addison or Daniel Defoe, Pocock's examples, was not a conflict over capitalist property. It had to do with the uses to which capitalist wealth was being put. Addison, for instance, was all in favor of large landed estates combining pleasure with profit, agricultural improvement with luxurious landscape gardens. Defoe's admiration for England's distinctive planted gardens lay along the same lines, a tribute to profit and rural aesthetics at the same time. But to critics, agricultural improvement and profitable production were one thing, ostentatious display and luxurious excess quite another. 19. Even when the virtues of the landed classes were held up against the vices of merchants, that opposition was likely to be deployed not against but in favor of the capitalist property regime. The fear that commerce could endanger virtue was an important theme even in the classics of political economy, nowhere more than in the work of Adam Smith. But it surely tells us something about the specificities of British capitalism that Smith, in The Wealth of Nations, sought a solution to the moral conundrum of commerce and virtue, which had troubled him throughout his career, by turning more, not less, to the commercial disciplines of competition and looking to the state not to impose a civic virtue alien to commercial transactions but rather to ensure that commercial disciplines would truly operate, against the inclinations of merchants and Manufacturers. Even his friend Adam Ferguson, who continued to be plagued by the tensions between commerce and virtue, and even if we ascribe to him some kind of republicanism, nonetheless regarded market mechanisms as the engine of progress, about which a little more in the next chapter. More particularly, neither one of them, whatever they may have thought about the corrupting effects of commerce or the vices of merchants, advocated a form of landed property that was not subject to the economic imperatives of improvement, and nor did many other less equivocal critics of commercial society. Both advocates and critics took for granted agrarian capitalism, the product of transformations that had happened long before, and their discourse was accordingly distinctive. England certainly was not the only European state to have a powerful interest in commerce, and nor, as we have seen, did English thinkers first make commerce do the work of civic virtue. What was unique to England was that commerce itself was conceived in new ways in both theory and practice, a capitalist commerce with a dynamic of its own and, indeed, a new morality. It seems perverse to define political discourse in 18th-century England in the terms of a dispute among propertied classes whose agreements on the existing property regime far outweighed their disagreements, or to magnify ill-tempered disputes among gentlemen into conflicts of revolutionary moment. Debate there certainly was, but, seen against the background of the turbulence and violence of other, truly fundamental oppositions in the history of England, the 18th century seems more remarkable for its settled consensus among men of property. The property regime that governed England during that century resulted from a long history of conflicts, all of them involving a great deal of force. It was established in struggles against threats from above and below, ranging from the defeat of rebellions by small proprietors in the 16th and early 17th centuries, to the destruction of unparliamentary taxation, from the suppression of popular threats which had emerged so dramatically during the Civil War, to the final suppression of the threats to property posed by royal absolutism, decisively defeated in 1688-9. In the 18th century, there were significant developments that followed from that history, for instance, parliamentary enclosures and a forceful redefinition of property rights by means of what has been called judicial terror, the criminalization of customary rights and introduction of the death penalty for many new offenses against property. There would, of course, be major changes in British society with the advance of industrial capitalism, but the transformative moments in the history of England's distinctive commercial society belong more to the 17th, and even the 16th, century than to the 18th. These transformations laid the foundations of capitalist industrialization, generating an economic system that not only made agricultural producers uniquely subject to market imperatives and the requirements of competitive production but also propelled the mass dispossession that created both a labor force and a new kind of consumer market for wholly new forms of industrial production. 20 It is certainly true that 17th century thinkers could hardly have imagined a market mechanism in the 18th century manner, but they could and did conceptualize the property regime that was its essential condition. Whatever innovations occurred in 18th century discourse, they did not represent an abrupt transformation but the consolidation of already established principles. Parliament and the courts, for instance, could increasingly be relied on to put into practice the conception of property which had come to the fore in the 17th century, and resistance to those principles did not come from propertied classes but from below. Nothing reveals more effectively the connection between the earlier transformation and what followed than the fact that after the settlement of 1688, which consolidated the property regime in Parliament, the state no longer opposed landed interests by interfering with enclosure in the way it often had before. Parliament itself became the encloser's principal agent. Locke did not, of course, invent this property regime, nor did he invent a wholly new discourse to capture it. In less systematic form, the idea of claims to property deriving from improvement and the creation of value had been at work for some time, both in domestic property disputes and in justifications of empire. It was certainly visible in 17th century improvement literature, as well as in disputes between landlords or capitalist tenants and those whose use rights impeded improvement and capital accumulation. The same idea appears early in the 17th century, as we have seen, in defense of English imperial policy, particularly the colonial settlement of Ireland. But Locke gave the conception its first systematic elaboration, and in that sense his theory gave conceptual expression to the revolution in the English property regime. What we observe in the 18th century are the consequences of that regime still playing themselves out. The Lockean paradigm was, in this sense, very much still present, indeed, came fully into its own, in 18th century England. What, then, should we make of the fact that the greatest British philosopher of the century, considered by many the greatest philosopher ever to have written in the English language, was a thinker whose principal contribution to philosophy had the effect of denying the very possibility of political theory in the manner of Locke? David Hume was not a political theorist, but he had much to say about what kind of theorizing about politics is not possible, and that included Locke's political ideas. Starting from an empiricist premise apparently akin to Locke's, that all knowledge ultimately derives from sense experience, Hume ends with a philosophical skepticism that challenges precisely the pretensions of human reason that are central to traditional ideas of natural law, natural right and social contract. Reason, Hume tells us, can do no more than establish connections among ideas, which themselves are feeble derivations from original sense impressions. It cannot reach beyond original perceptions to any kind of ultimate truth. We can trace connections between premises and conclusions, but we can never be certain about the truth of the premises themselves. This means that our beliefs, even about such basic principles as cause and effect, to say nothing of our moral and political judgments, cannot claim to be grounded in necessary truths or universal, immutable natural laws. There is, to be sure, a human nature, which, among other things, inclines human beings to recognize that their interests require political communities, property, and the security of agreements needed to maintain them, which we can call the principles of justice. But there is no basis for judging forms of government on the grounds of abstract rational principles or natural law. Hume, somewhat paradoxically, attributes to human nature a propensity to sympathy, which, on the face of it, seems very like Rousseau's pity, a projection of our sense of self to others, which is the basis of human sociality and even morality. A natural benevolence or a feeling for humanity even form the basis of justice, although that emerges through the mediations of convention, particularly in circumstances of scarcity that require the security of property. But Hume finds himself unable consistently to sustain the idea of sympathy without challenging his own philosophy, which allows for no conception of the self beyond the simple awareness that accompanies each of our sense impressions. Yet rather than relinquish the idea of sympathy, he eventually ends by putting in question his own philosophical system and embraces a skepticism even more profound than before, no longer seeking to explain sympathy as a projection of the self. 21. Hume's philosophy seems to represent a striking challenge to Locke's political theory, but his work in the end confirms the depth of the settled consensus and the persistence of what we are calling the Lockean paradigm. If his epistemology puts in question the very possibility of Locke's political philosophy, his classic History of England, which during his lifetime remained his greatest success, tells us something more about his views on politics and property. It is true that, in Hume's account of English history since Roman times, he makes no unambiguous claims for the superiority of England's mixed constitution and remains true to his philosophical skepticism. It seems that any form of government that operates according to some kind of regular and settled laws should probably be supported. But what may tell us more about the Lockean consensus is that Hume appears to take for granted the distinctly English property regime of agrarian capitalism. When he associates commercial society with progress, as do the classical political economists, he does not oppose the virtues of real property to commerce. It is not just that, for him, commerce promotes prosperity, liberty, and even politeness. He also sings the praises of the rising gentry, a dynamic agrarian class quite unlike the ancient barons. This new landed class, instead of dissipating its fortunes, endeavored to turn their lands to best account with regard to profit, and in the process, they increased the cities and enhanced the wealth and power of the middle rank of man. 22. Hume's friend Adam Smith was no less committed to the idea of sympathy, though his convictions about moral sentiments and a natural feeling of humanity may seem to run counter to the wealth of nations, where the pursuit of self-interest appears to overtake benevolence as the driving force of social interaction. Despite his distrust of mercantile classes and their selfish inclinations, Smith is able to advocate the advancement of commercial society and to reconcile the moral demands of sympathy and justice with self-interest, but he can do so because, and perhaps only because, he is convinced, however mistakenly, that market disciplines will enhance equity, indeed equality, as well as opulence. This conviction may have come more easily to him because of specifically English conditions. England not only had an unusually integrated market and an unusually integrated state. It also came closer than other trading nations to his model of the natural progress of opulence, in which commercial success is driven less by mercantile interests than by a productive agriculture. Adapting physiocratic ideas to English conditions may have encouraged Smith to be more sanguine about the self-sustaining integrative power of the market and its spontaneous capacity to forge a common good. Commercial society, then, was rooted in the transformations of the previous century, and in the 18th century the property regime captured by Locke's theory of property was very much alive. Locke's political discourse may not have been the language of Addison or Defoe, though they certainly shared the ethic of improvement. It may not have been the philosophical language of David Hume. Locke's language of contract and natural right may not have been the language of 18th century political or economic theory. But the discourse of this property regime was more than ever the language of Parliament in defining crimes against property, in property disputes and in deliberations on enclosure. If the Lockean paradigm was more or less invisible, it was because it represented a settled consensus within the ruling elites. They may have had less use in the 18th century for arguments based on natural rights or on contracts than did their 17th century forebears defending Parliament against the Crown. They also increasingly had reason, in an age of revolution, to avoid any language that could be turned against them from below. But on certain very basic principles they were agreed, and these were principles that Locke had spelled out more systematically than had any other political thinker. These principles constituted a very particular conception of property, including a commitment to its productive and profitable use, especially in the form of agricultural improvement, and the primacy of its purely economic value over common and customary rights. This was a conception of property that favored capitalist production and appropriation as against non-capitalist forms, including the kind of political appropriation still favored by the French and other continental elites. Disputes within the English ruling elements about virtue and commerce or real and mobile property could be conducted in the secure knowledge that, when all was said and done, the antagonists stood together on the same solid ground. There was no longer any need to talk about it, at least not in polite company. 8. Enlightenment or capitalism. Their goal was not mainly to gain a greater understanding of the physical world, but to bring reason to bear on man's place within it, that is, among other things, to bring morality and politics wholly within the scope of rational inquiry. On the face of it, these ambitions were realized. The ideas of the Enlightenment changed the world. Their legacy was Western modernity. The West's inheritance from the intellectual battles of the 18th century was liberalism and capitalism. These have made the West, for good or ill, what it is. This characterization of the Enlightenment assumes that, whatever national variations there may have been in Western history, the West came together in the Enlightenment to form a common liberal and capitalist modernity. That account comes not from a scholarly source but from an article in The Economist published in the 1990s. Yet its portrayal of Western modernity, in which liberalism, capitalism, and the intellectual project of the Enlightenment together represent a single cultural formation whose first principle is rationalism, could have been written, with this or that stylistic adjustment, by a wide range of historians and social thinkers, supporters or critics of the Enlightenment, or both together. From Max Weber, or indeed Hegel long before him, to anti-Enlightenment postmodernists today. From passionate advocates to unrelenting critics, commentators have portrayed modernity, for evil or for good, in much the same way. This has been so whether the Enlightenment is regarded as the pinnacle of human emancipation or as an abject failure that at best has been unable to forestall the tragedies of modern times, the dialectic of enlightenment, and at worst has been their source, the cause of genocide and threats of nuclear annihilation. If there is today a conventional idea of modernity, it remains a composite of the capitalist market, formal democracy, and technological progress, rooted in the rationalism of the Enlightenment. There have, of course, been various refinements in historical accounts of the Enlightenment. We now have not just one Enlightenment but many, produced by many national cultures, and we have a radical Enlightenment, with roots in the 17th century and especially Spinoza, which preceded the more moderate variety typically acknowledged by historical convention and would continue to influence more radical and democratic forces. The proliferation of enlightenments may even put in question whether there was ever any definable moment or movement deserving of the name the Enlightenment or any other special designation of its own. The Enlightenment is beginning to be everything, writes one distinguished scholar, and therefore nothing too, but none of this has displaced the portrait of modernity in which the various threads of rationalization, cultural, political and economic, are inextricably connected, even if they have reached their full realization in some places more than in others. The argument that follows here is intended to disentangle some of these disparate threads. More particularly, it is intended to disentangle the Enlightenment project from the culture of capitalism. It is not here simply a question of the many differences among national and local cultures that mark the particular enlightenments of, say, France, the Netherlands, or Germany. What is at issue here is the connection, or the lack of it, between the intellectual and political themes most commonly associated with the Enlightenment, and the distinctive culture of capitalism. Modernity and the bourgeois paradigm. Neither the historian nor the philosopher, Jonathan Israel tells us, is likely to get very far with discussing modernity unless he or she starts by differentiating radical enlightenment from conservative or moderate mainstream enlightenment. Anyone seeking to investigate the rise of modernity as a system of democratic values and individual liberties, he continues, must pay closer attention than is normally given to the crucible in which those values originated and developed, the radical enlightenment. Point 3. Since our objective here is precisely to investigate modernity, and especially its values of democracy and liberty, let us start with Israel's distinction between the two competing strands of the Enlightenment. The critical distinction is the difference between reason alone and reason combined with faith and tradition, which was a ubiquitous and absolute difference. On the one hand, the moderate mainstream associated with Newton and Locke aspired to conquer ignorance and superstition, establish toleration and revolutionize ideas, education, and attitudes by means of philosophy, but in such a way as to preserve and safeguard what were judged essential elements of the older structures, affecting a viable synthesis of old and new, and of reason and faith. On the other hand, the radical Enlightenment, with its most important roots in Spinoza, whether on an atheistic or deistic basis, rejected all compromise with the past and sought to sweep away existing structures entirely, rejecting the creation as traditionally understood in Judeo-Christian civilization, and the intervention of a providential God in human affairs, denying the possibility of miracles and reward and punishment in an afterlife, scorning all forms of ecclesiastical authority, and refusing to accept that there is any God-ordained social hierarchy, concentration of privilege or land ownership in noble hands, or religious sanction for monarchy. From its origins in the 1650s and 1660s, the philosophical radicalism of the European early Enlightenment characteristically combined immense reverence for science, and for mathematical logic, with some form of non-providential deism, if not outright materialism and atheism, along with unmistakably republican, even democratic tendencies. Point 4. It would be reasonable to ask how far Israel's distinction between the two enlightenments can take us in understanding modern ideas of democracy and liberty. This distinction, whatever its other strengths and weaknesses, considerably overstates the gulf between the conservatism of the moderate mainstream and the democratic tendencies of the radical Enlightenment. Spinoza himself was certainly more radical than Locke in his approach to religion and ecclesiastical authority, but, on the political spectrum from Locke to, say, the Levelers, to say nothing of other, more radical forces, the Dutch philosopher's oligarchic republic may seem closer in spirit to Locke's parliamentary government, even while the two philosophers seem closer to each other in their philosophical radicalism, or, for that matter, in their attitudes to religion, than either one would be to radically democratic religious sects in the English Revolution. But even if we set aside all the complexities in the relations among philosophical, religious, and political radicalisms, and even if we pass over a conception of democratic tendencies so restricted that it places a radical Spinoza in diametric opposition to a conservative Locke, it is still worth asking how much we can learn about modernity and democratic values by concentrating on the radical Enlightenment. The problem is not only that, when placed along such a limited spectrum, the differences between radical and moderate may seem greater than they are. The point is that even when there seems to be substantial philosophical agreement on the subject of equality or liberty, there are limits to what that can tell us about modern democratic values if we ignore contextual divergences that may give very diverse meanings to conceptions of democracy, equality, and liberty. It is not, again, simply a question of national differences. We may speak, with caution, of a European Enlightenment ranging from Portugal to Russia and from Ireland to Sicily, all of them preoccupied not only with the same intellectual problems but often even the very same books. 5 But even if we do allow for an inclusive European culture of enlightenment, this cannot dispose of major contextual differences, such as those between French absolutism and English capitalism, which engendered different conceptions of equality and liberty and left very different political legacies. It may after all be useful to begin, as Robert Darnton has suggested, by deflating the Enlightenment, not belittling its importance, nor even underestimating the commonalities of European culture, but considering at least one Enlightenment as a concrete historical phenomenon, a movement, a cause, a campaign to change minds and reform institutions, in a specific time and place. This movement, which began in early 18th century France, Darnton tells us, certainly had origins that can be traced to intellectual developments in other parts of Europe, in the previous century or even before, and it certainly had affinities with cultural trends elsewhere. But the educative and reforming mission of the French Enlightenment remains distinct. In 18th century France, and specifically in Paris, there was an explosion of activity among intellectuals and men of letters, who, whatever their other similarities and differences, self-consciously identified themselves with a new spirit, the sense of participation in a secular crusade. It began with derision, as an attempt to laugh bigots out of polite society, and it ended with the occupation of the moral high ground, as a campaign for the liberation of mankind, including the enserfed and enslaved, Protestants, Jews, blacks, and, in the case of Condorcet, women. It grew out of a crisis during the last years of the reign of Louis XIV and came to a head while France suffered through a series of demographic, economic, and military disasters during which, with the state on the verge of collapse, men of letters attached to the court questioned the basis of Bourbon absolutism and the religious orthodoxy it enforced. 6. This secular crusade soon moved well beyond a conversation among courtly men of letters. The philosophes, as we have seen, took on a mission far more ambitious and inclusive than the subjection of bigots in polite society to ridicule, and this mission would have influences far beyond French borders. The writings of the philosophes would plant their seeds in everything from Kantian philosophy to revolutionary doctrines in America. But Darnton's judicious account of a movement with clear geographic and temporal boundaries and a more or less explicit practical objective places it in perspective in a way that more grandiose and capacious conceptions of enlightenment, even those that distinguish between moderate and radical enlightenments, do not. There may be a difference between speaking, on the one hand, of the Enlightenment as a trans-European, even global, phenomenon without a specific historical referent, or, on the other, of many particular enlightenments with very specific locations and times. but both presuppose a common denominator, a culture of reason, and, even when they acknowledge the many different ways and degrees in which that culture challenged superstition or faith in, say, England, France, Germany, Italy, Russia or Romania, they are likely, when not explicitly, then often by default, to leave intact a model of modernity that lumps together scientific, political, and economic rationality, or liberal democracy and the capitalist market. In this model, the Enlightenment, for many the pivotal moment in the onset of modernity, is typically bound up with capitalism. This is so not only in the most simplistic forms of Marxism, in which the Enlightenment is a bourgeois, and hence, in common usage, capitalist, class ideology. The Enlightenment and capitalism are also intertwined in the Weberian notion of rationalization, in which the rise of the rational, bureaucratic, state and the rational, capitalist, organization of production belong, for better or worse, to the same historical process as the Enlightenment elevation of reason over ignorance and superstition. Whether that process is a cause for celebration or lament, whether it constitutes the liberation of the individual or the iron cage or both together in the ambiguities of disenchantment, these economic, political and cultural manifestations represent the many facets of a single historical tendency. The bourgeois here too is the principal agent, the undifferentiated bearer of economic, political, and cultural rationalization. Conventional ways of thinking about capitalism and its history tend to obscure its specificity, taking it for granted and naturalizing it, as if its principles and laws of motion were universal. Natural laws. 7 Either capitalism has always existed in one form or another, at least in embryo or in the depths of human nature, or it is the natural destination of history. Even if it is the final outcome of a long historical process, that destination seems to have been reached by historical movements that were themselves already driven by essentially capitalist laws of motion, like the need for constant technological progress to increase labor productivity. The implication is that there really is no need to explain the origin of capitalism. Since historians first started writing about the emergence of capitalism, with very rare exceptions, there has scarcely existed an explanation that did not begin by assuming the very thing that needed to be explained. Accounts of the origin of capitalism have been fundamentally circular. They have assumed the prior existence of capitalism in order to explain its coming into being. Capitalism comes about by means of already capitalist processes, an already existing capitalist rationality. It is just a maturation of age-old commercial practices and their liberation from political and cultural constraints. All that historians are obliged to do in explaining the development of capitalism is to account for the removal of obstacles to the free development of an age-old, eternal historical dynamic, not the emergence of a radically new one. This conception of capitalism is deeply embedded in Western culture. It is manifest in the conventional conflation of bourgeois and capitalist, together with conceptions of modernity, and now postmodernity, that are based, explicitly or implicitly, on that conflation. Underlying the identification of bourgeois and capitalist is a model of Western historical development, which I call the bourgeois paradigm 8, that represents capitalism as a natural product of commercialization, the growth of cities and the expansion of trade. The same model underlies some familiar dichotomies, which tend to be closely linked: rural v urban, agriculture v commerce and industry, status v contract, aristocracy v bourgeoisie, feudalism v capitalism, and, of course, superstition, or magic, or religion, v reason. In these accounts the burgher or bourgeois, by definition a town dweller, is the principal agent of progress, whether he achieves his ends by means of bourgeois revolution or by some less cataclysmic means. The argument here proceeds from a different conception of capitalism and the historical process that brought it about. It also departs, of course, from accounts of commercial society that evade the historical issue by treating the emergence of capitalism not as a social transformation but as a sudden shift of language. The argument here insists on the specificity of capitalism as a system with unique imperatives, a system distinctively driven to improve the productivity of labor by technical means, in order to meet the requirements of competition and profit maximization. It has nothing to do with the distinction between urban and rural, or agriculture and commerce or industry. Just as agriculture and landlords can be capitalist, and the presupposition of the present argument is that capitalism was born in the English countryside, so too can cities, commerce, industry, and the bourgeoisie be non-capitalist. This means that bourgeois modernity and the Enlightenment are one thing, while capitalism is something else altogether. To make the distinction between English capitalism and the historical context of the French Enlightenment is not to deny that they shared certain common historical preconditions nor that the culture of capitalism displayed certain traits that we associate with the Enlightenment, such as an interest in science and technology. The point is rather that capitalism's distinctive economic logic has been accompanied by its own very specific cultural and ideological formations which set it apart from others, which depart in significant ways from the cultural pattern associated with the Enlightenment, and which are even sometimes diametrically opposed to Enlightenment principles. Bourgeois but not capitalist. If there is a kernel of truth in the crude proposition that the ideas of the French Enlightenment were somehow bourgeois, it is certainly not in the sense that they were capitalist. The relevant context here is not capitalism but absolutism. The absolutist state, as we have seen in earlier chapters, constituted both a political and an economic system in the sense that the state was a primary economic resource, a form of politically constituted property. Office in the state was a form of private property, not only in the sense that many offices were venal but more generally in the sense that it gave its possessors access to peasant-produced surpluses through the medium of taxation, which was a source of private wealth no less than of public revenues. There also were other, decentralized forms of politically constituted property, not only the remnants of feudal lordship but various other corporate powers and privileges. The role of corporate autonomy, rights, and privileges as means of appropriation helps to account for the strength of corporate principles in France, in theory and practice. The 18th century French bourgeoisie was not a capitalist class, or even, in large part, a commercial class of any kind. A typical French bourgeois, the kind of person who would, for example, constitute the revolutionary bourgeoisie of 1789, was likely to be an office holder, a professional, even an intellectual, about which more in a moment. The material interests of the French bourgeois were likely to be bound up with the state. This could be either directly through office or stipends from the state, or indirectly, negatively, through opposition to exclusion from privilege, to exclusion from higher offices reserved for birth or wealth, and to the aristocracy's most precious privilege, exemption from the taxes that so burdened the Third Estate. How did these material interests find expression in Enlightenment principles? The interests of such non-capitalist bourgeois were typically expressed in the commitment to civil equality, for example, in principles that would be embodied in the slogan "Careers open to talent," which meant, in particular, access to state office. The same interests were also expressed in the assertion of universalism against particularism, specifically the universalism of the nation or citizenship, and ultimately humanity itself, against the structure of corporate privilege, against special status, private law, exclusive rights, and so on, in other words, inclusive against exclusive principles, universality against privilege. This is not to say that bourgeois class interests by themselves created the preoccupation with equality, or even that Enlightenment ideas belonged exclusively to the bourgeoisie. After all, enlightened aristocrats played a prominent role. But bourgeois class interests, in a society structured by corporate hierarchy, help to explain the salience of equality and universalism in Enlightenment culture. There is, nonetheless, something more specific to be said about the relevant bourgeois culture. The culture of the Enlightenment is not some undifferentiated bourgeois ideology but a much more particular expression of one specific section of the bourgeoisie, the intellectuals. The particular character of the French Enlightenment in many ways derives from the mentality, the corporate consciousness, the esprit de corps, even the caste consciousness, and indeed the material interests, of a new type of professional intellectual. But it also needs to be emphasized that the professionalization of the intellectual in France was less a symptom of modernity than a feature of the ancien regime and the corporate structure of the absolutist state. It was very much a part of a system in which the state and office were primary economic resources. What is at issue here, then, is the professionalization of the intellectual as a kind of office holder in a society where office was a form of appropriation. It was also a society organized on corporatist principles, and that too has a great deal to do with the mentality of Enlightenment intellectuals in France. In the context of France's corporatist organization, the intellectual profession assumed some of the character of the intermediary bodies that were so much a part of the French polity and French political thought, with its own corporate solidarity and consciousness, and even a certain corporate autonomy, or at least an aspiration to that kind of autonomy. The clearest and most important illustration of this formation is the Paris Academy. Here, first, is how Voltaire, in his Lettres philosophiques, compares the academies in France with the Royal Society in England. We can discount the heavy irony with which these little essays are written because, on the main point, Voltaire's account is accurate and goes right to the heart of the matter. The English have had an Academy of Sciences much longer than we, but it is not as well organized as ours. The Royal Society of London lacks the two things most necessary to men, payment and rules. A place in the French Academy is a small but certain fortune for a geometrist, or a chemist. In London, on the contrary, it costs them to belong to the Royal Society. 9. Voltaire goes on to make a distinction between the amateurs who belong to the Royal Society, and the experts who belong to the Academy in Paris, and he draws an analogy between well-disciplined and well-paid soldiers, on the one hand, and volunteers on the other. This epigrammatic comparison points to some real and significant differences between English and French intellectuals, and also to more fundamental social, economic and political divergences between England and France. It should be emphasized that the difference between the two academies is not that one was more interested in applied and the other more in pure or theoretical science. Both engaged in pure science, and both are also notable for the degree to which their conception of science was utilitarian, but their utilitarian objectives were different and, more particularly, they were responding to different needs. The members of the Paris Academy before the Revolution were agents of the absolutist state, and the Academy itself was part of the absolutist project to centralize culture around the king. It performed essential functions for the state, and its research projects were often directly dictated by the needs of the state, such as, in its early days, long-term projects having to do with navigation, mapping French territory, military mechanics, and, this is exquisitely emblematic, developing a hydraulic theory for the construction of fountains. The Academy also increasingly became the official arbiter of technological matters, judging inventions presented to the king. By contrast, the Royal Society, effectively founded in 1660, though it received its first charter in 1662, deliberately set itself apart from the state. Instead of choosing another contemporary model, Samuel Hartlib's Agency of Universal Learning, which would have been supported by the state, the Royal Society deliberately chose to derive its income from members' subscriptions. The Royal Society, writes the historian of science Charles Webster, purposely avoided entanglement with national policy. Accordingly, the Royal Society was freed from state regulation, but it was also divested of a large element of the humanitarianism and utopianism of the Agency of Universal Learning. 10. The Society was characterized, as he puts it, by an absence of public responsibility. It is worth adding that, in this respect, the differences between the Paris Academy and the Royal Society correspond to a fundamental difference between pre-capitalist and capitalist societies. While pre-capitalist powers of appropriation are typically inseparable from the performance of certain communal or public functions, jurisdictional, military, political, capitalist property is unique in the degree to which appropriation is separate from the performance of such public functions. In other words, it is notable exactly for the absence of public responsibility. At any rate, although we should clearly not be misled by Voltaire's observation that the Royal Society was full of amateurs and dilettantes, it had among its active members some of the foremost scientists of their or any other day. From Boyle to Newton, there is an important truth in his observation. The general, not, to be sure, necessarily active, membership of the Royal Society came in large part from the landed classes, especially the gentry, men who did not regard their intellectual pursuits as a kind of professional activity. 11 The active corps, including those who would by any standard be called scientists, would certainly not have regarded their scientific pursuits as a form of salaried service, let alone a type of office holding. Their collective consciousness, if they could be said to have one, was clearly something very different from the corporate consciousness of professional intellectuals in France. More particularly, their different status, and their very different relation to the state, were expressed in the very specific preoccupations of the society. This is not to deny that there were many common concerns among academicians in England and France. But in at least one respect the English were distinctive, indeed unique. If, for instance, we consider the concerns of the founders of the Royal Society, distinguished figures, both scientists and non-scientists, such as Robert Boyle, John Evelyn, Robert Hooke, William Petty, Christopher Wren, and the first co-secretaries of the Society, Henry Oldenburg and John Wilkins, not to mention members such as Lord Shaftesbury and Locke, one of the things that stands out is their shared preoccupation with agriculture, and specifically its improvement, the enhancement of its productivity. One of the Society's earliest projects was a county-by-county survey of English farming, based on what may be the first ever systematic questionnaire on a technical subject, probably compiled by Robert Boyle. This preoccupation was part of a larger trend, the explosion in the 17th century of a body of literature devoted to improving agricultural practices. 12 In that respect, even the most active corps of the society had fundamental interests in common with the less active amateurs from the aristocracy and gentry. There is nothing in France, even in the 18th century, like the improvement literature of 17th century England, and that cultural fact conforms to a material reality. Although it is sometimes said that in the 18th century the productivity of French agriculture was more or less the same as it was in England at the time, this simply means that total output or land productivity was roughly the same. But it took a larger labor force in France than in England to produce that total output. What the English had that the French did not was an imperative to improve labor productivity, output per unit of work. That imperative derived from a system of social and economic relations very different from those prevailing in France, a system that already in the 17th century subjected English agricultural producers to the requirements of a competitive market, in other words, agrarian capitalism. To sum up the comparison between England and France simply and crudely, where French science in the 18th century typically answered the needs of the state, English science, even a century earlier, was already answering the needs of property, and property in an increasingly capitalist form. The principal differences can be brought into sharper relief by means of an interesting paradox, or something that may look paradoxical from the vantage point of the bourgeois paradigm and the conception of modernity that goes with it. If we were to compare the French academicians of the 18th century with English scientists of the 17th using our conventional criteria of modernity, even discounting the time difference, the French would undoubtedly emerge as the more modern. They were the professionals, in a so-called rational, bureaucratic organization. The English were amateurs and dilettantes in a more formally irrational system. The French were by definition largely bourgeois. The membership of the Royal Society was overwhelmingly landed, mainly from the gentry but also the nobility. Yet, seen from a different angle, which one is more modern, the corporatist French bourgeois professional academician serving the absolutist state, or the English improving landlord, member of the Royal Society with an amateurish scientific interest in a capitalist-style enhancement of labor productivity? Progress and the Republic of Letters. The example of the Paris Academy may give us some clues about the ways in which the material and institutional interests of intellectuals shaped the culture of the Enlightenment. First, in a society where access to the state, to the lucrative resources of state salaries, pensions and privileges, was a primary material concern, and where access to high office depended on birth or wealth, the question of qualification for office was a very live issue. It might not be too much to say that a significant part of French Enlightenment culture had to do with redefining the qualifications for office. This redefinition took the form of an ideology that sought to replace an aristocracy of birth or wealth with an aristocracy of talent and intellect. No doubt, intellectuals in general have a material interest in so-called meritocracy, but this would be especially so in a society in which life chances were so closely bound up with the state and public office. The symbiosis between intellectuals and the absolutist state is visible in other ways too. The bureaucratization of culture in the absolutist state encouraged some distinctive cultural patterns, in particular, the standardization of language that was a favorite project of the absolutist state, or French classicism, with its precise and formal aesthetic and philosophical rules. Point 13. This cultural configuration helped to promote the sense of intellectuals as a corporate community, with their own internal laws and culture. Under these conditions, where intellectuals had a very self-conscious corporate consciousness, and where that consciousness had very specific institutional expressions, the idea of an intellectual community, a republic of letters, acquired a very concrete meaning. It is not at all difficult to see how the idea of a republic of letters worked itself out in the Enlightenment, especially in the concept of progress. The most obvious point about the Enlightenment concept of progress is that its source and its model is scientific knowledge, the cumulative, directional quality of that particular form of knowledge. In the end, that is what the idea of progress comes down to, whatever other evils, reverses and moral lapses have punctuated human history. The mind, especially in the form of scientific knowledge, is, according to this view, the one thing we can count on to advance, however slowly and painfully, and however much the perfection of any kind of knowledge is projected into an indefinite future. Now, in itself, the idea of progress as the advance of knowledge may not be particularly distinctive. It is certainly not enough to distinguish England from France, or the Enlightenment of either one from all the other Enlightenments. Nor would it be true to say that the French had no interest in material progress. For instance, the idea that human civilization has gone through various stages of material organization, or the idea that human history has been characterized by several successive modes of subsistence, from hunting to pastoral through agricultural to commercial society, owes as much to French thinkers as it does to Englishmen, or indeed to the Scottish political economists who theorized the experience of English capitalism. But the corporate consciousness of French intellectuals gives this concept of progress a special flavor. It is not surprising that the notion of progress that we associate with the French Enlightenment in particular conceives of the history of civilization as, above all else, the history of the Republic of Letters. It misses the point completely just to conflate this with the notion of technological progress in the sense we associate with capitalism and the enhancement of labor productivity by technological means. The culmination of the Enlightenment conception of progress, in a way its last gasp, is Condorcet's sketch for a historical picture of the progress of the human mind, published in 1795, after the ideas of the Enlightenment had already been enlisted in two major revolutions, and written while he was hiding from the Jacobins in fear of his life. It can, of course, be argued that Condorcet was not a representative figure, that his optimism, no less than his universalism and egalitarianism, at least in anticipation of progress, was exceptional even among the great Enlightenment thinkers. Optimism was in any case only one side of the Enlightenment picture. The secular view of history that distinguishes this concept of progress from religious millennialism is necessarily two-sided. It does not simply make assumptions about human perfectibility or the historical possibilities available to human agency. It is also, and for the same reasons, shot through with pessimism about the dark side of human life, and the tension between these two is a constant theme in the Enlightenment. But if Condorcet is exceptional, the very qualities that make him so also make him perhaps the most revealing example. His notion of progress as the universal triumph of human reason over ignorance and superstition may be more uncompromising than others of his time, but it does represent a crystallization, without ambiguities, of the themes that bind all Enlightenment figures together and give the concept of enlightenment whatever meaning it has. Precisely because his optimism about the beneficence of human reason is so uncompromising, because his universalism is so wide-ranging and cosmopolitan, because, in other words, he takes Enlightenment principles to what critics would regard as their extremes, his sketch provides a clear and simple measure against which to test the standard accusations leveled at the Enlightenment project, about the inherent oppressiveness of its rationalism and the imperialism of its universalist principles. Here, first, is how Condorcet sums up the goal of human progress. Our hopes for the future condition of the human race can be subsumed under three important heads: the abolition of inequality between nations, the progress of equality within each nation, and the true perfection of mankind. The final end of the social art, Condorcet says in the most unambiguous terms, is real equality. Point 14. Here are his views on imperialism. Survey the history of our settlements and commercial undertakings in Africa or in Asia and you will see how our trade monopolies, our treachery, our murderous contempt for men of another color or creed, the insolence of our usurpations, the intrigues or the exaggerated proselytic zeal of our priests, have destroyed the respect and goodwill that the superiority of our knowledge and the benefits of our commerce at first won for us in the eyes of the inhabitants. Point 15. And on sexual oppression. Among the causes of the progress of the human mind that are of the utmost importance to the general happiness, we must number the complete annihilation of the prejudices that have brought about an inequality of rights between the sexes, an inequality fatal even to the party in whose favor it works. It is vain for us to look for a justification of this principle in any differences of physical organization, intellect, or moral sensibility between men and women. This inequality has its origin solely in an abuse of strength. Point 16. Condorcet may not be typical in the degree to which he holds such views, but even postmodernist critics of the Enlightenment may have some difficulty in deconstructing this discourse of equality or transforming it into something evil and oppressive. Nor can we dismiss the many ambiguities in the Enlightenment legacy, or the dangers inherent in excessive optimism about the perfection of humanity, not to mention the evils perpetrated in the name of progress. But it remains significant that here, in the locus clas siecus of Enlightenment optimism, equality within and between nations, races, and sexes emerges not in opposition to, or in uneasy juxtaposition with, rationalism and universalism but as their logical conclusion, the final destination of progress. Condorcet illustrates to perfection how the French preoccupation with the narrative of mind and the Republic of Letters is related to a kind of universalism and, to a greater or lesser extent, egalitarianism. There is no doubt that French intellectuals, with notable exceptions like Diderot, the Genevan Rousseau is something else altogether, envisaged themselves as an aristocracy of intellect, an elite, which consciously distanced itself from artisans and more vulgar kinds of professionals. Yet in this very particular and fairly short historical conjuncture, intellectual elitism, and even the material interests of intellectuals, had certain interesting and paradoxical effects. In the first place, in its own historical context, this meritocracy, in its commitment to the ideal of careers open to talent, had mildly democratic implications. But there were also other, wider implications. These thinkers saw it as their special mission to disseminate knowledge, which is the most distinctive and important feature of the French Enlightenment. Condorcet, for instance, called for mass education, and he actually devised a plan for the Academy as the institution that would preside over a system of mass education. The kind of egalitarianism he espoused, his insistence on defining progress in terms of increasing equality and social inclusion, was inseparable from his view of the intellectual's mission. In a sense, his egalitarianism and his elitism were two sides of one coin. For him, as for other Enlightenment figures, the intellectual's special claim to status and authority was their role in educating the world. There is no intention here of exaggerating the Enlightenment commitment to equality. There were obviously strict limits to the equality envisaged even by thinkers like Condorcet, let alone, say, Voltaire, and much of it was in any case deferred to an indefinite future. But it is still significant as an aspiration, and it is significant how, in these very particular historical conditions, the logic of intellectual elitism impelled Enlightenment thinkers in that direction, into ideas that could be, and were, appropriated by far more radical and revolutionary forces. No one can doubt that Enlightenment universalism could and did have oppressive, racist and imperialist manifestations, but it is also important to keep in mind something that postmodernist critics systematically forget: the connection between Enlightenment universalism and a critical temper that subjected European knowledge, European authority, and European culture to more trenchant critique than any other. Even the conception of progress, which is supposed to be the essence of Enlightenment Eurocentrism, had anti-imperialist implications. The conception of progress as the progress of the human mind and knowledge takes for granted that the advance of knowledge is a very long-term cumulative process, projecting if not into infinity at least into the indefinite future. This conception, to be sure, implies that at some point, if not in the foreseeable future, certain truths can and will be discovered, and it further implies that some cultures are more advanced and therefore superior to others. But it also implies, perhaps even more fundamentally, that any given knowledge is open to question, that all authority is subject to challenge, that no one has a monopoly on truth. The appropriation of history by intellectuals certainly evinces a far-reaching hubris. But at the same time that these intellectuals are arrogating history unto themselves, they are also taking on the burden of human fallibility and the whole dark history of human error and evil. A deep pessimism is never very far away from Enlightenment optimism. It is, in fact, just the other side of the same coin. If Enlightenment conceptions of knowledge and progress are founded on a kind of universalism, then it is a universalism that implies open-endedness, flexibility, skepticism. For all its dangers, Enlightenment universalism has provided a theoretical underpinning for emancipatory projects much more effective than anything postmodernists have been able to devise. So, indeed, has the concept of progress. For that matter, it gives us something that postmodernist celebrations of diversity and difference do not and cannot, a reason for recognizing and respecting otherness, if only on the grounds that the cumulative and open-ended quality of human knowledge and the progress of the human mind require us to be careful about closing any doors. Condorcet may not have been typical in the degree to which he took the emancipatory logic of the Enlightenment seriously, but it says something about the complexity of the Enlightenment, and about the vacuity of many criticisms today, that this most classic example of Enlightenment optimism and universalism is also the one that most explicitly attacks the very evils ascribed to that Enlightenment optimism by critics today: racism, sexism, imperialism. Nor is this an accidental or contradictory juxtaposition. Condorcet's universalism and his optimism about human progress rest on the same foundation as his commitment to equality, his respect for the authenticity and integrity of other cultures, his attack on imperialism. The ideology of capitalism. In the French Enlightenment we are approaching the end of a long history in which the inextricable unity of political and economic power is a central preoccupation of Western political thought. In the specific conditions of French absolutism, this preoccupation centered on privilege and access to high office, which gave a special salience to ideas of equality. It is true that, with few notable exceptions, the great Enlightenment figures were generally elitist and took hierarchy for granted, not to mention their own position, or aspirations, in that hierarchy. This was true even of Condorcet. Yet, for very concrete historical, even material, reasons, 18th-century France produced an ideology of universalism with more or less democratic and egalitarian implications. The revolution would take that ideology much further than most philosophes intended, and the revolutionary legacy, with wide-ranging implications far beyond French borders, would certainly survive. But in the mainstream of Western political discourse, the Enlightenment project would be overtaken by a different cultural formation, producing different notions of equality and shaping modern conceptions of democracy, the roots of which are traceable to early English capitalism. England, needless to say, shared much with its European neighbors, but it had something specifically its own, a distinctively capitalist culture. English culture had certainly inherited some of the same universalistic legacies as had the French, for instance, the universalisms of Christianity and natural law. It was an Englishman, Isaac Newton, who practically invented the idea that the world was governed by certain universal, mathematical laws. As for equality, the English certainly took second place to no one in formulating ideas about the natural equality of men, and, of course, ideas of equality, at least of an ambiguous and qualified sort, did play a part in the ideology of England's ruling class in its battles against monarchical excesses, as in Locke's political theory. For that matter, the whole Enlightenment concept of progress owes a great deal to Locke, though it could be argued that the French conception of progress owes more to his epistemology, while the Anglo-Scottish conception has a greater affinity with his theory of property. But the point here is that, for all this common cultural legacy, English capitalism produced its own very specific ideological requirements. The interesting question is what happened when these universalistic and egalitarian ideas came within the orbit of capitalism. We have seen how the social structure of France, its forms of appropriation by means of politically constituted property, the related importance of corporate principles, gave a particular salience to equality as an oppositional principle. The English situation was very different. In sharp contrast to France, corporate principles were already very weak in the 17th century, and they never had been as strong. The development of capitalist property forms was undermining the old extra-economic principles of hierarchy, and old conceptions of natural or prescriptive inequality were already seriously undermined. This made it harder to construct a theoretical case for inequality grounded in classic justifications of corporate hierarchy or appeals to a great chain of being. There is another point too. The old conception of bourgeois revolution as applied to the French is flawed in many ways, but the flaws have more to do with the conflation of bourgeois with capitalist than with the antithesis of bourgeoisie and aristocracy. There was indeed a conflict between bourgeoisie and aristocracy, and that conflict did have material implications, which certainly would figure centrally in revolutionary ideology. But the bourgeois interests at stake in the conflict had less to do with capitalism than with the system of privilege and access to higher state office. This gave the aspiration to equality a special force. In England, the case was again very different. There was indeed a capitalist interest, but it was no less aristocratic than bourgeois, and in its struggles to maintain its own supremacy, equality was obviously not the objective. In fact, the idea of equality could become a real liability, as it did in the form of 17th-century English radicalism. If the theory of natural or prescriptive inequality, of corporate hierarchy and privilege, was the main problem facing the French bourgeoisie, for the English capitalist class the problem was, on the contrary, a theory of natural equality. In the absence of the old corporate principles and hierarchies, they were obliged to find wholly new ways of justifying domination that were compatible with natural equality. The English, although they were, as we have seen, building on a long tradition of Western political thought in combining ideas of natural equality with vast political and social inequalities, were especially creative in constructing a theoretical justification of inequality on a foundation of natural equality. Here the most instructive example comes from John Locke. What makes him such a revealing object of comparison is the common ground he shares with his Enlightenment successors, which brings their divergences into sharp relief. Locke was certainly a major influence on the Enlightenment, especially through his epistemology. While he never went as far as Condorcet would later go, he had some reasonably enlightened attitudes about natural equality, as well as toleration and opposition to tyrannical government. But he also had some very distinctive ideas which set him apart from the main figures of the French Enlightenment and which are uniquely characteristic of capitalism. In fact, it is striking that, though Locke is writing a century before Condorcet at an early stage of capitalist development, Some of his 17th-century attitudes have a more familiar ring to those of us who live in advanced capitalist societies. The central issue for capitalist landlords was something rather different from the questions that confronted a non-capitalist bourgeoisie. In particular, they had to establish a certain kind of right to property, a historically unprecedented kind of right, which excluded and extinguished all other use rights, customary and common. They had to establish the primacy of profit and the market over rights of subsistence. All this created a very distinctive ideological pattern, which emerged in both theory and practice. The culture of improvement, which was such a striking feature of the Royal Society, appears not only in Locke's political theory but increasingly in English property law and in court decisions about property rights, in the new science of political economy, in the dispossession of small producers. Improvement, in the sense of productivity for profit, trumped all other goods. It would increasingly be cited in favor of exclusive private property, that is, property that excluded not only other individuals' rights to use it, but also communal regulation of production of a kind that would prevail for much longer in France. Improvement could, in other words, as Locke makes very clear, turn even the most egalitarian ideas into justifications of dispossession. Let us consider again Locke's famous observation, in the second treatise, that in the beginning, all the world was America, 2.49. America here stands for the quintessentially primitive condition of humanity in the continuum of human development, and it provides a standard against which to judge a more advanced condition. Locke is here making the point that the earliest, and the natural, condition of the earth was effectively waste, and that human beings have a divine obligation to remove the earth from the waste, to make the earth productive, to improve it. His measure of improvement or productivity, as we have seen, is profit, not in the older meaning of advantage, whether material or otherwise, but quite simply as exchange value or commercial gain. As we saw in Chapter 7, Locke makes it clear that the issue is not labor as such but the productive, and, more particularly, the profitable, use of property. This argument has many implications, for instance, that improvement or productivity and profit trump any other claims, such as the customary rights of English commoners, or the rights of indigenous peoples. For all the natural equality of men, on which Locke emphatically insists, the requirements of productivity and profit trump that, too. This is, put simply, a warrant for capitalist property. It is also a warrant for appropriating waste land, and so for settler plantations. Locke can even reconcile slavery with his assertion of men's natural freedom and equality. Although no one can enslave himself by contract or consent, people can be legitimately enslaved as captives in a just war. This more or less traditional justification of slavery, apparently as a punishment for violation of natural law, would apply to any time and place. Point 17. Here again Locke's view contrasts sharply with Condorcet's, for whom the abolition of slavery would be a sign of progress. Having begun his case against absolutism, then, with the unambiguous premise that men are free and equal in the state of nature, Locke goes on to cover his flank by finding ingenious and historically novel ways to justify inequality, deploying radical arguments against absolutism while taking great care to denude them of their most democratic and egalitarian implications. His approach to natural law in the second treatise, spelling out, with dialectical ingenuity, the conditions in which natural law restrictions on accumulation of property can be overcome without violating natural law, also nicely illustrates how this supremely universalistic principle could be subordinated, or at least harnessed, to the requirements of private property and capital accumulation. In both cases, improvement is the overriding principle. We get a fairly clear picture of what constitutes progress for Locke, and the contrast with Condorcet is striking. Consider the main axis along which each thinker divides the advanced from the undeveloped state of humanity. For Condorcet it is rationality v ignorance and superstition, equality v inequality. For Locke it is profit v waste. Locke certainly identifies rationality as a superior condition, but while for Condorcet the progress of reason is inextricably bound up with the advance of equality, For Locke, rationality is paired with industriousness and is very hard to dissociate from productivity and profit. In fact, beginning with the proposition that all men are naturally equal, he turns these principles of productivity and profit into a new and historically unprecedented kind of validation of inequality. The contrasts between Locke and Condorcet bring into sharp relief the differences between the ideologies of capitalism and Enlightenment. For all their qualifications, Condorcet's egalitarian aspirations are striking, and they are in sharp contrast to Locke. If, for Condorcet, equality is an objective for the indefinite future, for Locke it is a reality in an unrecoverable past or, at best, a moral principle conceived as easily compatible with gross inequalities in the real world. Locke's theory of knowledge and his views on education may suggest a fundamental egalitarianism, which attributes differences among human beings in large part not to nature but to experience, and he certainly ascribes to industriousness a greater weight than, say, to aristocratic birth. But he shows little sign of any aspiration like Condorcet's hope for the abolition of inequality between nations, the progress of equality within each nation, and the true perfection of mankind. If for Condorcet the objective is the improvement of humanity, for Locke the objective is the improvement of property. The progress of humanity is subordinated to, or at least subsumed under, the advance of productivity and profit. In the 18th century the Scottish Enlightenment would produce ideas of progress and equality very much akin to those in France, which on the face of it have more in common with Condorcet than with Locke. Yet even here, there are significant divergences. In the French versions, even when they are at their most materialist, the story of progress is the story of the human mind, as a development from barbarism and superstition to reason and enlightenment. Condorcet's sketch, for instance, presents all kinds of economic, social, and political advances as the development of mind and reason. An even more striking example comes from Turgot. His discourse on the successive progress of the human mind was delivered in 1750, and though he never wrote the universal history he was planning, his ideas on the subject seem to have been influential, not least on his friend Condorcet. The case of Turgot is significant not only because commentators treat him as a pivotal figure in the Enlightenment idea of progress, and even of the socio-economic theory of progress, but also because he is mainly known as an economist, both as a theorist and a state administrator, who might be expected to tell the story in its most materialist or economistic form. Yet for him, too, the principal issue is the steps taken by the human mind in the progress from barbarism to refinement, from ignorance to knowledge, from superstition to reason and enlightenment. The principal agents of history are learned men and scholars, even academicians, the kind of people who constitute the Republic of Letters. On the other side of the Channel, it was Scottish more than English political economists who developed something analogous to the French conception of progress, but they did so against the immediate background of English capitalism. The Scots, in fact, theorized English capitalism more effectively than did English theorists, no doubt because they were more conscious of its difference, its otherness, seen from the vantage point of the Scottish experience. The great Scottish intellectuals were very conscious of the contrast between English prosperity and Scottish poverty at the time of union in 1707 and the hopes of economic improvement that had motivated many of its supporters. While the Scots more than the English wrote from an intellectual perspective with certain self-conscious affinities to the French, the example of England's material wealth was ever present in their conceptions of history and human development. At the heart of Adam Smith's political economy, like David Hume's History of England, is the English model of progress. The Scottish Enlightenment was no less interested than the French in the whole range of progress, advances in knowledge, culture, politics, morality, but the distinctive development of the English economy was always at the core. One of the classics of the Anglophone literature on progress, Adam Ferguson's essay on the history of civil society, is, for example, a very wide-ranging story of progress, with many different aspects, social, political, cultural, as well as economic. The critical turning point is identified in Part 2, of the History of Rude Nations, where Ferguson draws a line between rude nations prior to the establishment of property and rude nations, under the impressions of property and interest. Beyond the invention of property that constitutes the dividing line between savagery and barbarism among rude nations, the minimal condition for moving beyond rudeness to refinement is the division of labor, but it is the advent of commercial society that sets in train a distinctive capacity to sustain progress by directing the pursuit of individual self-interest to progressive development. Commerce does, to be sure, endanger civic virtue, and political wisdom is required to preserve it, but the mechanisms of the market, and precisely those imperatives of competition that threaten virtue, are for Ferguson the only conceivable engine of self-sustaining progress. He does not attribute to the market quite the same role in integrating selfish motivations as does his friend Adam Smith, who eventually sought a solution in the disciplines of competition, and Ferguson still assigns to the political domain a greater role in preserving social bonds and moral order. But there is no mistaking his conviction, shared by Smith and Hume, that whatever may have been accomplished by the evolution of the human mind, it is commercial mechanisms and the enhancement of productivity for profit that set in motion progress as a self-sustaining process. The advance of scientific knowledge as the engine of progress seems, then, to be displaced by a different kind of historical mechanism, a self-sustaining economic growth that, in historical reality, existed at that time only in England. Much the same idea of progress appears in the work of Adam Smith, and it is here that we can see the implications of such an argument for conceptions of equality. It may be true that Smith shared Condorcet's commitment to equality, as well as liberty and justice, 18 but for the Scot the burden of progressive development falls unambiguously on the market. The desirable effects of equitable distribution are, above all, a consequence of market mechanisms. The natural outcome of economic growth will be not only to raise the living standards of the poor but also to rebalance the distribution between profit and wages, on the grounds that the greater the amount of stock or capital, the lower the rate of profit in relation to wages. This is not the place to consider the flaws in Smith's economic argument. Suffice it to say that any mistakes he may have made about the relation between the growth of opulence and the distribution of wealth among classes only made it easier for some of his successors to factor out the benevolence of his intentions and reduce his economics to the ruthless operations of the market. What is significant for our purposes is that, even if we reject conventional interpretations of Smith as a free market theorist in the manner of a Friedrich Hayek or a Milton Friedman, even if we insist on his unrelenting commitment to the moral sentiments and equitable distribution or the role of the state in achieving those ends, even if his advocacy of a free market presumes its contribution to justice and equity, to make the economic mechanisms of a capitalist market the engine of historical advance inevitably risks allowing market imperatives to trump other social goods. In the manner of the Lockean paradigm, the advance of productivity for profit seems to overtake the improvement of humanity as the main criterion of progress. Capitalism and democracy. The elevation of market mechanisms to moral imperatives was clearly an important development in Western social thought. But capitalism would have even more far-reaching effects in recasting the political terrain. The social map was completely redrawn by capitalism's distinctive configuration of political and economic power, and ways of thinking about rule and domination, about liberty and equality, were accordingly transformed. We can gain some perspective on these transformations by looking back briefly at the notions of freedom and equality as they had evolved in the history of Western political theory. It had become fairly common to defend the right to rule while acknowledging and even stressing the universal freedom and equality of men, and, of course, it has generally been men. What makes Western political theory particularly interesting and even puzzling in this respect is that it invented a defense of domination not simply combined with, but even based on, a notion of equality, which specifically denies any natural division between ruler and ruled, or any justification of domination on the grounds of natural inequality. Hobbes, who defends an absolutist monarchy on the grounds of a very radical notion of natural equality and a denial that there exists any natural division between ruler and ruled, may be the most extreme and paradoxical example, but he certainly was not alone in combining equality with domination. That paradox has been a staple of Western political thought. This is not to say that ideas of equality and universal human community are exclusive to the culture of what, for lack of a better term, we call the West, and neither is it unusual for such ideas to coexist more or less happily with the realities of inequality and domination. But the Western canon is distinctive in its systematic mobilization of egalitarian doctrines and ideas of a universal human community in the justification of both class and imperial domination. As long as the principle of domination is accepted on its own terms, whether as the mandate of heaven or even simply on the basis of tradition or perhaps hereditary principles, the dynastic principles of royal bloodlines or descent from the prophet, it can be perfectly compatible with the idea of general human equality. But Western political theory, at least at certain seminal moments in its history, confronted a very specific problem in explicating the juxtaposition of equality and domination. It had to find ways of explaining and justifying domination on the basis of equality. Or, to put it another way, it had to find new ways of systematically explaining and justifying domination itself. The idea of natural equality became a troublesome issue when and because it was coupled with the notion of political equality, a fundamental challenge to the very idea of rule. Before the ancient Greeks invented a wholly new civic sphere and the new identity of citizenship, it had always been clear that the state represented domination, even, or especially, where men were assumed to be naturally equal. But now, the state itself, in fact, the state above all, represented equality. Equality, in other words, was not a simple fact of nature that had no bearing on the right to rule. Equality resided in the political sphere itself, expressed in the political identity of citizenship. In societies where wealth and dominance depended fundamentally on privileged access to political rights, where economic power was so closely bound up with legal, political, and military status, the concept of civic equality posed serious risks to dominant classes. In the case of ancient Greek democracy, the invention of citizenship and civic equality, while it certainly did not eliminate economic and social inequalities, had real practical effects on disparities of economic power, limiting the possibilities of extra-economic exploitation. The citizenship enjoyed by peasants, for instance, spared them the kinds of dependence on lords or a tax-hungry state that have plagued most peasants throughout history. 19. Yet if the civic ideal seemed a threat to rulers and propertied elites, once the idea had taken root it was difficult to eradicate, and it became necessary to find new ways of justifying domination within a civic community. Hellenistic and Roman emperors preserved the ancient civic principles but found ways of adapting them to serve imperial purposes. Alexander the Great and his successors, for instance, appropriated the principal themes that had emerged from the life of the polis, its notions of citizenship, law, freedom, and equality. They then deprived these ideas of their subversive force by transplanting them from polis to cosmopolis, the universal polis of the empire. On the elevated plane of the imperial cosmopolis, all men were equal under the skin, but in the real world of everyday life, some were rich and some were poor, and the emperor ruled over all his imperial subjects. The Roman Empire that followed would perfect this strategy of displacing the civic idea to a less dangerous sphere. The idea of the cosmopolis did have its own egalitarian possibilities. Hellenistic Stoic philosophy, for example, produced the idea of a universal cosmic order governed by principles of natural reason, a kind of natural law, accessible to all human beings. 20 But Roman Stoics would take the sting out of this idea. Elaborating their own conception of a universal empire, a single world empire ruled by one absolute ruler, the Romans found their own ways of converting the old principles of the polis into imperial ideas. In the Roman concept of citizenship, the ancient civic principles of active political agency were replaced by an increasingly passive conception of citizenship. At the same time, Roman thinkers, like Cicero, put their own distinctive stamp on the idea of natural law, neatly combining a notion of universal moral equality with an explicit commitment to social and political inequality and domination. The old Greek civic community, with its principles of freedom and equality, was removed to a still higher level of abstraction, still more detached from the realities of social inequality and political hierarchy. This elaboration of natural law owed a great deal to the characteristically Roman duality of state and property, political power and ownership. The idea of two modes of authority, each with its own distinctive domain, would be readily adapted not only to asserting the imperium of Caesar while preserving his subjects' dominium, their exclusive claims to private property, but also to acknowledging the dominance of gods while preserving the authority of Caesar. Even when the lines between property and jurisdiction were blurred by the parcelization of sovereignty, the Roman legacy survived. The Romans produced a way of thinking about property and spheres of authority that made it possible to insist on one universal cosmic logos, a universal and common natural law, the equality of all human beings, and even a supreme divine authority, while still declaring the sanctity of private property, the legitimacy of social inequality and the absolute authority of earthly governments, and that included the authority of governments that by any reasonable standard defied the ethical principles of divine or natural law. It was only a short conceptual step to Western Christianity and its distinctive division of labor between Caesar and God. 21 The Western Christian tradition, especially its dissenting sects, would, to be sure, produce its own kinds of radical egalitarianism, but its official orthodoxies took the final step in relegating human equality to a sphere beyond this world, from polis to cosmopolis to heaven. In the Middle Ages, it became more difficult to manage the delicate balance between equality in one sphere and domination in another. Even the old Christian dualism could not suffice. Feudal lordship depended unequivocally on a legal and political hierarchy embodied in formal status differences, and economic exploitation depended directly on that extra-economic hierarchy. The capacity of landlords to exploit the labor of peasants required a monopoly of political and military power, and a legally formalized structure of lordship and dependence. Feudal ideologies of domination tended to be quite explicit about their inegalitarian foundations, which meant that Christian brotherhood and equality before God were obliged to coexist not only with earthly inequality but with ideas of a divinely ordained cosmic hierarchy, a great chain of being. The idea of a universal moral equality and government based on the consent of naturally free men would, nonetheless, remain deeply rooted in the Western tradition, and thinkers worked out elaborate conceptions of natural freedom and equality that did not endanger ideas of unaccountable and virtually unconditional rule. Ideas of natural freedom, equality, and government by consent could even be mobilized in defense of absolute monarchical power. Still, the strategy was not without its risks, which could be exploited by doctrines of resistance. There would be a brief moment in the Age of Enlightenment when the structure of privilege and office in the absolutist state gave earthly equality a special salience among intellectual elites. But this would soon be overtaken by a different, specifically capitalist culture, with its own conceptions of equality. With the advent of capitalism, the ideological possibilities and the needs of dominant classes would change radically. Once economic power no longer depended on extra economic status or privilege, the civic ideal of political equality could be brought back to earth in wholly new ways. For the first time in history, the rhetoric of democracy could become the preferred and systematic ideological strategy of domination, both class domination and imperialism. In the early modern period covered by this book, that ideological strategy was not yet fully viable, but nor was it necessary or even possible completely to suppress the civic ideal. Ruling ideas were increasingly challenged by more democratic aspirations, and new ways were found to renegotiate, in new historical conditions, the relation between civic equality and social inequalities. Locke's conception of property is a milestone in Western political thought not simply because it represents a novel theory of property rights but because it points to a redefinition of the political sphere. There were, in Locke's time and thereafter, significant political conflicts over the meaning of property, and principles very much like the ones Locke was invoking were being used to underwrite new legal conceptions of property, to say nothing of colonial expansion. The capacity to mobilize the law for such purposes, and to gain the support of the state in redefining property, of course presupposes control of political processes. Privileged access to the political domain gave propertied classes in England huge advantages in shaping the law to their requirements. Yet the effect of redefining property in this way was to shift relations of domination away from politics and into a separate economic sphere. It would be a long time before political rights were more equally distributed, and the state would continue to be used by propertied classes, often with great force, to discipline their laboring subordinates. But by the time democratic rights were finally extended, the disciplines of the market and capital's control of production had made direct coercion by the state less important to the dominant classes. Political equality would no longer have the same direct effects on social domination and economic inequality. In 18th century England, that extension of democratic rights was still a distant prospect, but the formation of an economic sphere distinct from the political domain was well advanced, and with it would come a new conception of politics and democratic rights. The economy became the subject of a new mode of theorizing, the science of economics. The classical political economists were not the first in history to reflect on the processes of production, appropriation, and distribution that are the primary subjects of the economic discipline, nor were the English or the Scots the first to theorize about self-propelling economic circuits. But never before the advent of capitalism had it been possible to conceive of economic processes as abstracted from non-economic relations and practices, operating according to their own distinct laws, the purely economic laws of the market, and without the integration imposed by a legal despotism in the physiocratic manner. It had never before been possible to conceptualize an economy with its own forms of coercion, to which political categories seemed not to apply. The laws of supply and demand, the production and distribution of goods, or the formation of wages and prices could, for the purposes of economic science, be treated as impersonal mechanisms, and human beings in the economic sphere could be perceived as abstract factors of production, whose relations to each other were very different from the relations of power, domination, and subordination that define the political sphere, the sphere of rulers and subjects or citizens and states. This new kind of economy would redefine the political sphere. The development of capitalism was making it possible for the first time in history to conceive of political rights as having little bearing on the distribution of social and economic power, and it was becoming possible to imagine a distinct political sphere in which all citizens were formally equal, a political sphere abstracted from the inequalities of wealth and economic power outside the political domain. Political progress, or even the progress of democracy, could be conceived in terms that were socially indifferent, with an emphasis on political and civil rights that regulated the relations between citizen and state, not the maldistribution of social and economic power among citizens, who in the abstract sphere of politics were equal. If in the age of Enlightenment intellectual elites, and not only popular forces, had just begun to challenge the long Western tradition of transforming ideas of natural equality into justifications of inequality and domination, capitalism neatly circumvented that challenge by abstracting the political sphere from economic hierarchies and coercion. It made possible not only a neat division of labor between discrete and autonomous sciences, which is reflected in both classical political economy and liberal political philosophy, but also a view of the world in which economic forms of power and coercion are not recognized as power and coercion at all. In the political domain, it may be necessary to limit excesses of power or to safeguard democratic liberties, but the political principles of liberty and checks on power do not belong in the economy. Indeed, a free economy is one in which economic imperatives are given free rein. The essence of the capitalist economy is that a very wide range of human activities, which in other times and places were subject to the state or to communal regulation of various kinds, have been transferred to the economic domain. In that ever-expanding domain, human beings are governed not only by the hierarchies of the workplace but also by the compulsions of the market, the relentless requirements of profit maximization and constant capital accumulation, none of which are subject to democratic freedom or accountability.